Karl Marx's influence on modern intellectual and political life has been profound and enduring, shaping everything from academic disciplines to revolutionary movements, from policy debates to cultural criticism. Yet despite this enormous historical impact, Marx's theoretical framework has faced devastating criticism from virtually every major philosophical tradition and academic discipline that has seriously engaged with his work. What follows represents the most comprehensive systematic critique of Marx's ideas ever assembled. A complete intellectual reckoning that demonstrates the fundamental inadequacy of his theoretical system across all domains of human knowledge and experience. This analysis encompasses 60 distinct critiques drawn from the full spectrum of philosophical traditions and academic disciplines, revealing that Marx's failures are not merely technical or correctable, but represent deep conceptual confusions and methodological errors that permeate his entire approach to understanding society, history and human nature. From the analytical precision of contemporary economics to the interpretive sophistication of hermeneutic philosophy, from the empirical rigor of modern social science to the practical wisdom of classical political thought, virtually every serious intellectual tradition has identified fundamental problems with Marx's assumptions, methods and conclusions. The critique presented here moves systematically through four major categories of intellectual challenge to Marx's work. First, we examine the devastating critiques from analytical Marxists and contemporary social scientists who have applied rigorous logical and empirical methods to Marx's theories, revealing internal contradictions, predictive failures, and conceptual incoherence that cannot be resolved through theoretical refinement or historical interpretation. Second, we explore how major economic schools, from Austrian to Chicago, from public choice to institutional economics, have demonstrated the theoretical impossibility and practical failures of Marx's vision of socialist economic organization. Third, we investigate the fundamental philosophical challenges raised by virtually every major philosophical tradition, from ancient virtue ethics to contemporary postmodernism, showing how Marx's materialist reductionism cannot account for the full complexity of human experience and social life. Finally, we examine the empirical refutation provided by historical experience, comparative institutional analysis, and the accumulated evidence of social science research that consistently contradicts Marx's theoretical predictions and policy prescriptions. What emerges from this comprehensive analysis is not merely a collection of criticisms, but a devastating intellectual indictment that reveals Marx's theoretical system to be fundamentally flawed at every level of analysis. His labour theory of value collapses under logical scrutiny and empirical examination. His historical materialism reflects crude reductionism that ignores the autonomous role of ideas, culture, institutions, and human agency in shaping social development. His class analysis proves inadequate for understanding the complexity of modern social stratification and political conflict. His revolutionary strategy has produced authoritarian disasters rather than human liberation. His vision of communist society rests on utopian assumptions about human nature and social coordination that contradict everything we know about psychology, organizational behavior, and institutional design. Perhaps most significantly, this analysis demonstrates that Marx's failures are not accidental features of his work that could be corrected through better scholarship or more careful application, but represent the inevitable consequences of his fundamental approach to understanding social reality. His economic determinism cannot account for the diversity and autonomy of cultural, political, and spiritual dimensions of human experience. His systematic theoretical ambitions, reflect the kind of intellectual hubris that leads to totalitarian attempts to remake society according to abstract blueprints rather than working with the complexity and particularity that characterize actual human communities. His revolutionary methodology embodies a dangerous rationalism that claims comprehensive knowledge while ignoring the tragic limitations and unintended consequences that affect all human projects, especially those involving fundamental social transformation. The intellectual traditions examined here offer not merely negative criticism, but positive alternatives that provide superior frameworks for understanding social problems and pursuing human welfare. Market institutions and competitive processes solve coordination problems that central planning cannot address while preserving individual freedom and promoting innovation. Democratic institutions and constitutional protections provide mechanisms for peaceful social change and conflict resolution that revolutionary approaches destroy. Philosophical traditions from Aristotelian virtue ethics to pragmatist experimentalism offer richer understandings of human flourishing that transcend Marx's narrow focus on material production and class struggle. Contemporary social science provides sophisticated tools for analyzing social phenomena that avoid the crude reductionism and predictive failures that characterize Marx's theoretical system. This comprehensive critique serves multiple important purposes in contemporary intellectual and political life. For scholars and students, it provides essential intellectual resources for understanding why Marx's theoretical framework has been abandoned by serious academic disciplines while identifying superior alternatives for studying social phenomena. For policymakers and political leaders, it explains why socialist experiments have consistently failed, while pointing toward institutional arrangements that can actually address problems of inequality, coordination and social cooperation. For citizens and political activists, it reveals the intellectual bankruptcy of revolutionary ideologies while suggesting more realistic and effective approaches to social reform and human improvement. For humanity as a whole, it helps close a destructive chapter in intellectual history while opening possibilities for wiser and more humane approaches to organizing social life. The magnitude of this critique reflects the enormous influence that Marx's ideas have exercised and the corresponding necessity of providing a comprehensive intellectual response to that influence. Given that Marxist and neo-Marxist ideas continue to shape academic disciplines, political movements and policy debates, despite their theoretical inadequacy and practical failures, a systematic demolition of the entire intellectual edifice becomes necessary to clear the ground for more promising approaches to understanding society and promoting human welfare. The 60 critiques that follow represent the accumulated wisdom of the most sophisticated intellectual traditions humanity has developed, all converging on the conclusion that Marx's theoretical system cannot survive serious intellectual scrutiny and should be definitively abandoned in favor of approaches that better serve truth, human freedom, and social flourishing. What you are about to encounter is not merely an academic exercise, but an intellectual liberation. A comprehensive demonstration that the emperor of revolutionary theory has no clothes, and that humanity can finally move beyond the false promises and dangerous illusions of Marxist ideology toward more realistic and beneficial approaches to organizing social life. The critique is complete, the verdict is decisive, and the path forward lies not in revolutionary transformation, but in the patient work of institutional improvement, democratic deliberation, and human cooperation within frameworks that respect both individual dignity and social complexity. Part 1. The complete collapse of Marx's labour theory of value. Marx's labour theory of value represents the foundation of his entire economic analysis, yet it faces overwhelming criticism from economists, philosophers, and even sympathetic Marxist scholars. The theory claims that the value of any commodity is proportional to the amount of socially necessary labour time embodied in it. This seemingly simple idea contains multiple fatal problems that destroy Marx's economic framework. Robert Nozick delivered one of the most powerful objections to Marx's exploitation theory by showing that if the labour theory of value can be demonstrated to be faulty, then the entire Marxist theory of exploitation collapses as well. This creates a devastating logical chain reaction through Marx's system. The question arises whether the basic idea of exploitation should depend on a particular theory of value, because if it does, the notion of exploitation becomes vulnerable to this fundamental objection. The theory faces immediate problems when we compare different industries that use vastly different combinations of labour and capital. Consider two industries that Marx himself might have analysed. Shirt-making uses lots of direct labour and very little capital equipment, while petroleum refining uses massive amounts of capital and very little labour. If we tried to apply Marx's labour theory of value in these cases, the petroleum refinery would generate little profit despite requiring massive investment, making the profit rate minuscule. This contradicts basic economic reality where capital-intensive industries often generate substantial returns. The problems multiply when we examine Marx's concept of socially necessary labour time. The labour value is supposed to represent the socially necessary labour time required to make a commodity, meaning the average time workers would need using average productivity and average tools. But this creates impossible measurement problems. How do we compare an hour of highly skilled brain surgery with an hour of simple farm labour? Marx never provided a coherent answer to this fundamental question. Even committed Marxist economists acknowledge that labour values are not the same as long-run relative prices, and the relationship between them is extremely complex. Many mathematically inclined Marxists have tried to transform labour values into actual market prices, but each method requires its own set of assumptions, and all are quite complex while none are particularly flexible. The most elegant solution to this problem is the Sraffian approach, but this solution explicitly rejects the labour theory of value. Contemporary economists have identified even more fundamental problems with the theory. Market prices often diverge dramatically from supposed labour values because of supply and demand factors that Marx's theory cannot explain. A rare comic book has limited use value to a limited number of people, and its price will not reflect the embodied labour in it. Similarly, a house in a good school district will have an exchange value much higher than the embodied labour because of location factors. Marx called this phenomenon commodity fetishism, arguing that it prevents us from seeing the true labour value of commodities. But this explanation fails to address the deeper problem. An iPhone that costs $220 to make, including all labour, marketing and taxes, can sell for $650 precisely because value depends on factors beyond labour time. Consumer preferences, brand loyalty, technological innovation and market positioning all influence prices in ways that Marx's labour theory cannot capture. The labour theory also fails to explain technological progress and innovation. Marx assumed that all value creation comes from human labour, but this ignores the crucial role of knowledge, technology and capital in modern production. A computer programmer who writes software that automates factory production creates enormous value that cannot be measured by labour time alone. The software may take weeks to write but save thousands of hours of human labour, generating value far beyond the programmer's time investment. Modern economic theory has moved far beyond these crude attempts to ground value in labour time. Contemporary economists understand that value emerges from complex interactions between supply and demand, marginal utility, consumer preferences, technological capabilities, and institutional frameworks. None of these factors can be reduced to simple labour time calculations. The collapse of Marx's labour theory of value thus undermines his entire critique of capitalism, since without a coherent theory of value, claims about exploitation and surplus value extraction become meaningless. Part 2. Popper's devastating historicism critique. Karl Popper identified Marx as a prime example of dangerous historicist thinking that treats history as governed by discoverable laws that allow prediction of future social development. According to Popper, this represents a fundamental misunderstanding of both history and social science that leads to totalitarian political consequences. Marx's belief that he could predict the inevitable collapse of capitalism and rise of communism exemplifies exactly the kind of historical prophecy that Popper considered scientifically invalid. The deep methodological flaw of historicism, according to Popper, is that historicists wrongly see the goal of social science as historical forecast, when such prediction is actually impossible. Human knowledge grows in unpredictable ways, and since our future knowledge affects our future actions, we cannot possibly predict the course of human history with scientific certainty. Marx's confident predictions about capitalism's development ignore this fundamental limitation. Marx predicted that capitalism's internal contradictions would inevitably lead to revolution, followed by establishment of communist society. This final stage of human development would supposedly bring material abundance and true freedom for all. But Popper argued that both Hegel and Marx were historicists who wrongly believed that trans-historical laws governed human history, representing a key error and danger in their thinking. Popper contrasted legitimate scientific method with the illegitimate use of ad hoc hypotheses to rescue theories from falsification. He argued that Marxism had originally made definite predictions about social evolution, claiming that capitalist free market systems would self-destruct and be replaced by collective ownership, happening first in the most highly developed economies. By the mid-20th century, these predictions had clearly failed, since free market economies had not self-destructed, and the first communist revolutions occurred in relatively undeveloped economies. Instead of abandoning the theory as falsified, proponents of Marxism adopted ad hoc hypotheses that immunized the theory against any potentially falsifying observations. For example, capitalism's continued persistence might be blamed on counter-revolutionary actions without providing specific accounts of what these actions were or what new predictions we should expect. As Popper concluded, while Marxism had originally been a scientific theory, it broke methodological rules by refusing to accept falsification and immunizing itself against refutations of its predictions. Popper also criticized the holistic approach that both historicism and utopian social engineering embrace. Historicists typically believe that society as a whole is the proper object of scientific inquiry, requiring understanding of social totalities and deep historical forces that move them. This leads to dangerous political consequences when historicists cannot resist the temptation to intervene in the historical process to lessen the birth pangs of the coming new social order. The anticipation of historical destiny creates profound dangers for democratic society. If revolutionaries believe they understand the inevitable direction of history, they may justify authoritarian measures as necessary steps toward the historically predetermined goal. This explains why Marxist movements so often devolved into totalitarian regimes that suppressed opposition in the name of historical necessity. Popper's critique extends beyond methodology to the political implications of historicist thinking. The belief in historical laws encourages political leaders to see themselves as agents of historical forces, rather than fallible human beings making difficult choices. This generates dangerous arrogance and unwillingness to admit error or change course when policies fail. Contemporary defenders of Marxism have struggled to answer Popper's criticisms without abandoning core elements of Marx's theoretical framework. Some argue that Marx was more empirically oriented than Popper suggested, but this defense requires downplaying Marx's confident predictions about capitalism's future. Others maintain that Marxism provides valuable analytical tools even if its predictive claims fail. But this essentially concedes Popper's central point about the unscientific character of historicist prophecy. Part 3. Analytical Marxism's Internal Devastation. The rise of analytical Marxism in the late 1970s represented the most sophisticated attempt to rescue Marx's ideas using rigorous analytical methods, yet ironically became Marx's most devastating internal critic. Leading analytical Marxists like Gerald Cohen, John Elster and John Romer applied standards of clarity and rigor from analytical philosophy to Marx's theories, systematically revealing fundamental problems that traditional Marxist scholarship had overlooked or ignored. The September Group, which initially called itself the Non-Bullshit Marxism Group, aimed to separate valid insights from what Cohen termed unclarifiable unclarity in traditional Marxist scholarship. They rejected the idea that there exists a distinctive and valuable Marxist method unavailable to non-Marxists, instead adopting mainstream analytical methods whenever appropriate. This methodological commitment to clarity and precision proved fatal to many of Marx's core theoretical claims. Gerald Cohen's influential defense of historical materialism, while philosophically sophisticated, revealed the enormous difficulties in making Marx's theory of history coherent. Cohen had to rely heavily on functional explanations that many philosophers consider methodologically suspect, and even then could only defend a restricted version of historical materialism that abandoned many of Marx's broader claims about economic determination. The very sophistication of Cohen's defense highlighted how problematic Marx's original formulations had been. John Elster's analysis of Marx's economics and social theory proved equally damaging to traditional Marxist orthodoxy. Elster systematically dismantled Marx's attempts to ground social explanation in dialectical reasoning, showing that most dialectical arguments could be reformulated more clearly using standard analytical tools. He argued that Marx's reliance on functional explanation was methodologically unacceptable, without proper micro-foundations at the level of individual choice and action. John Romer's work on exploitation theory revolutionized Marxist economics by showing that exploitation could be understood without relying on the labor theory of value. While initially seen as rescuing Marx's insights about capitalist injustice, Romer's approach actually demonstrated that Marx's specific economic theories were unnecessary for criticizing capitalism. This left the distinctive contributions of Marxist economics in serious doubt. The intellectual trajectory of the September Group reveals the internal contradictions within analytical Marxism. As members applied increasingly rigorous analytical methods to Marx's work, they found themselves abandoning more and more of his specific theoretical claims. By the 1990s, several prominent members had experienced what Elster called a dramatic departure from the group, expressing serious doubts about whether much of Marx's work could survive analytical scrutiny. Elster eventually characterized analytical Marxism as a rare case of intellectual autophagy that succeeded in revealing that non-bullshit Marxism was largely an empty set. According to Elster, Marx's only remaining contribution of value concerned his normative conception of the good life as active and joint self-realization, not his substantive theories about capitalism or history. This represents a devastating retreat from Marx's comprehensive theoretical system. John Romer's later evolution proves equally telling about the fate of analytical Marxism. Romer eventually stated that he no longer calls himself a Marxist because he does not credit many ideas that Marx believed were central to his worldview, including the labour theory of value, the falling rate of profit, and dialectical materialism. When one of the founders of analytical Marxism abandons these core Marxist concepts, it suggests fundamental problems with Marx's theoretical framework. The September Group's evolution away from Marxism toward broader concerns with social justice and egalitarian politics confirms that Marx's specific contributions were not essential for progressive political theory. As Wright observed, the group maintained an egalitarian approach to social justice while finding that the specific preoccupation with Marxism as a source of ideas was no longer important. This suggests that Marx's insights can be better developed through other theoretical frameworks. Contemporary analytical Marxists acknowledge that they are less likely to think of Marxism as a comprehensive theoretical paradigm capable of constituting a general theory of history and society. This represents a fundamental retreat from Marx's original ambitions, and suggests that his theoretical system cannot withstand rigorous analytical examination. The very scholars most sympathetic to Marx's goals have been forced to abandon his methods and many of his conclusions. Part 4. Historical Materialism's Empirical Failures. Marx's theory of historical materialism claims that economic structures determine the broad patterns of historical development, with societies rising and falling according to their ability to promote productive forces. However, this theory faces devastating criticism from historians and social scientists who point to massive empirical evidence that contradicts its core predictions and explanatory claims. The theory's failure to account for actual historical complexity reveals fundamental problems with Marx's understanding of social change. Cohen's sophisticated defense of historical materialism had to rely on functional explanations that many philosophers find methodologically suspect. Even Cohen acknowledged that his interpretation required distinguishing between restricted and inclusive versions of the theory, with the restricted version limiting itself to explaining only economically relevant phenomena. This represents a significant retreat from Marx's original claims about economic determination of political and cultural life. Empirical historians have identified numerous cases where Marx's theory fails to explain actual historical developments. The long periods of apparent stagnation in Chinese history contradict Marx's claim that productive forces tend to develop throughout history. The second serfdom in Poland represents a case where social relations actually moved backward according to Marx's developmental scheme, undermining claims about inevitable progress. Historians studying pre-capitalist societies remain skeptical about whether economic actors had the relevant incentives to transform property relations in the ways that Cohen's theory requires. Robert Brenner's detailed studies of agrarian class structure suggest that the transition from feudalism to capitalism depended on specific political and social factors that cannot be reduced to economic logic. These findings contradict the functionalist claim that economic structures arise because they promote productive development. The theory also fails to account for the complex role of ideas, institutions, and cultural practices in shaping historical development. Max Weber's analysis of the Protestant ethic's role in capitalist development shows how religious ideas influenced economic behavior in ways that Marx's materialist framework cannot explain. Similarly, the rise of modern science, democratic institutions, and human rights cannot be adequately understood through purely economic analysis. Contemporary scholarship on gender and social development reveals another major gap in historical materialism. Paula Casal argues that Cohen's four-stage periodization of historical epochs cannot survive serious reflection on the economic position of women throughout history. The theory's focus on male producers and traditional economic activities ignores the crucial role of reproductive labor and women's work in social development. Post-colonial historians have shown how Marx's Eurocentric assumptions about historical development fail to account for the diversity of human societies. The theory assumes a universal pattern of development from primitive communism through class society to modern socialism, but this framework cannot explain the rich variety of social organizations that anthropologists and historians have documented. Many societies developed complex institutions and cultural achievements without following Marx's supposed stages of economic development. The collapse of actually existing socialist societies provides perhaps the most damaging evidence against historical materialism. If Marx's theory were correct, these societies should have represented a higher stage of human development than capitalist societies. Instead, they proved economically inefficient, politically oppressive, and ultimately unsustainable, suggesting fundamental problems with Marx's understanding of post-capitalist development. Contemporary social scientists have moved beyond Marx's crude economic determinism toward more sophisticated approaches that recognize the autonomous causal power of political, cultural, and institutional factors. Modern historical sociology acknowledges that economic structures interact with other social forces in complex ways that cannot be reduced to simple, base superstructure relationships. This represents a fundamental rejection of Marx's materialist methodology. The theory's deterministic implications also conflict with modern understanding of human agency and social choice. Historical materialism suggests that social development follows laws similar to natural laws, leaving little room for human creativity and political action to shape historical outcomes. This fatalistic approach undermines democratic politics and human responsibility for social change. Part 5. The Exploitation Theory Breakdown. Marx's theory of exploitation, while intuitively appealing to many critics of capitalism, collapses under philosophical analysis and fails to provide coherent foundations for claims about capitalist injustice. Contemporary philosophers have identified fundamental problems with how Marx conceptualized exploitation, particularly through engagement with libertarian critics who challenged the basic assumptions underlying Marxist theories of justice. These critiques reveal that Marx's exploitation theory depends on questionable moral premises and economic assumptions. The traditional Marxist account maintains that capitalists exploit workers by appropriating surplus value created by workers' labor beyond what workers receive in wages. However, this explanation depends entirely on the labor theory of value, which we have already seen faces devastating criticism from economists and philosophers. If value does not actually correspond to labor time, then claims about surplus value extraction become meaningless. Gerald Cohen attempted to rescue exploitation theory by developing what he called the plain argument, which claims that workers create products with value, capitalists appropriate some of this value, and therefore workers are exploited. But this argument faces immediate objections about what it means for workers to create value and whether capitalists' contributions through investment, risk-taking and coordination should count as value creation. The argument assumes, rather than demonstrates, that only workers deserve rewards from production. Contemporary analytical Marxists have developed competing accounts of wrongful exploitation involving unfairness, instrumentalizing vulnerability and domination, but no consensus has emerged about the precise character of exploitation. John Romer's influential approach argues that exploitation results from unjust distributions of productive assets rather than workplace relations per se. This shifts focus away from Marx's original emphasis on the labour process toward broader questions about property rights and distributive justice. Romer's game-theoretic approach defines capitalist exploitation in terms of hypothetical alternatives, where workers withdraw from society with their per capita share of productive assets. Workers are exploited if they would be better off under this alternative distribution, while capitalists benefit from the existing unequal distribution. However, this approach faces the problem that we can imagine capitalism arising from just initial conditions through voluntary exchanges and good luck, making it unclear why the resulting inequalities would be unjust. The vulnerability account maintains that exploitation occurs when people take advantage of others' weaknesses or desperate circumstances for personal gain. This seems to capture something important about cases like sweatshop labour, where workers accept terrible conditions because they have no better alternatives. But the vulnerability account faces the problem of being too expansive, potentially condemning beneficial relationships like doctors treating cancer patients or teachers helping struggling students. The domination account tries to solve this problem by requiring that exploitation involve abuses of power that inflict status injuries or impose servitude on the exploited. This approach connects exploitation to broader concerns about human dignity and equal treatment. However, it struggles to explain why market relationships that improve everyone's condition should be considered exploitative, even when power imbalances exist. All of these contemporary approaches move far beyond Marx's original framework and abandon his distinctive theoretical contributions. They treat exploitation as a problem of distributive justice, political domination, or harmful vulnerability rather than as a consequence of specifically capitalist production relations. This suggests that Marx's original insights can be better developed through other theoretical approaches that do not depend on his problematic economic assumptions. Furthermore, the exploitation critique faces empirical challenges about whether capitalist employment relationships actually harm workers compared to available alternatives. Economists have shown that competitive labour markets tend to bid wages up to workers' marginal productivity, suggesting that exploitation in Marx's sense may be limited by market forces. Historical evidence shows that capitalist development has generally improved working-class living standards over time, contradicting predictions of increasing immiseration. The theory also fails to account for the benefits that capitalist organization provides to workers through coordination, risk-bearing, and technological innovation. Successful capitalist enterprises create value through effective management, strategic planning, and efficient resource allocation that would not exist without entrepreneurial activity. Workers benefit from these contributions, even if they do not receive the full value of their marginal product, making claims about exploitation more complicated than Marx recognized. Part 6. Methodological individualism challenges. Marx's holistic approach to social analysis faces devastating criticism from philosophers who argue that all social phenomena must ultimately be explained in terms of individual actions and interactions. Many analytical Marxists embrace methodological individualism, the doctrine that macro-level social phenomena are in principle reducible to micro-level explanations involving only individuals and their properties. This creates fundamental tensions with Marx's emphasis on social totalities and class-based explanations. Methodological individualism maintains that explanations referring to social wholes, economic classes or historical forces are scientifically inadequate unless they can be grounded in accounts of individual behavior. John Elster, one of the most prominent analytical Marxists, argues that all genuine social explanations must provide mechanisms at the level of individual choice and action. Without such micro-foundations, macro-level theories remain black boxes that hide rather than reveal the actual causal processes. This methodological position has historically uneasy, if not downright antagonistic, relations with Marxism. Many of the most enthusiastic proponents of methodological individualism, including Friedrich Hayek and Karl Popper, were fierce critics of Marxist theory. If pre-analytical Marxists had expressed views about methodological individualism, they probably would have rejected it, encouraged by Marx's emphasis on social totalities and skepticism about explanations based on abstract individuals. Marx's own theoretical practice often seems to violate methodological individualist principles by treating classes, modes of production, and historical forces as if they were independent causal agents. His account of capitalist dynamics frequently personifies capital as a self-expanding force that shapes individual behavior rather than resulting from it. Similarly, his theory of historical materialism treats productive forces and relations of production as if they develop according to their own logic, independent of particular human choices. Elster argues that Marx often substituted wishful thinking for social analysis in his account of revolutionary dynamics. Marx's prediction that workers would develop revolutionary consciousness and organize collectively against capitalism lacks adequate micro-foundations in individual psychology and rational choice theory. Why would individual workers risk their personal security for uncertain collective benefits, especially when they could free-ride on others' revolutionary efforts? The collective action problem poses fundamental challenges to Marx's revolutionary theory. Even if workers as a class would benefit from overthrowing capitalism, individual workers have strong incentives to avoid the costs and risks of revolutionary activity while hoping others will bear these burdens. Marx never adequately addressed how rational individual workers would overcome these collective action problems to achieve class-wide organization. Marx's account of capitalist behavior faces similar methodological problems. He often writes as if capitalism operates according to its own internal logic that forces individual capitalists to behave in particular ways. But methodological individualists argue that we need to explain capitalist dynamics in terms of the choices and constraints facing particular business owners, managers, and investors. Some analytical Marxists have tried to resist methodological individualism while avoiding what they call radical holism. Eric Wright, Andrew Levine, and Elliot Sober argue that social explanations can be meaningful and useful even when they cannot be reduced to individual-level accounts. They maintain that macro-level regularities might exist that are not derivable from micro-level patterns, especially when the same social phenomenon can be realized through multiple different individual-level mechanisms. However, this anti-reductionist position faces serious challenges about the autonomous causal power of social entities. If social structures are constituted by individual actions and interactions, how can they have independent causal effects on those same individuals? The relationship between individual agency and social structure remains one of the most difficult problems in social theory, and Marx's holistic approach provides no convincing solution. Contemporary social science has moved increasingly toward approaches that take seriously both individual rationality and social structure while avoiding Marx's crude economic determinism. Modern rational choice theory, game theory, and institutional analysis provide more sophisticated tools for understanding how individual actions aggregate into social outcomes while being shaped by social contexts. These approaches suggest that Marx's theoretical framework is both methodologically and empirically inadequate for understanding modern social phenomena. Part 7. Frankfurt School's Pessimistic Turn. The Frankfurt School, while building on Marx's insights about capitalism and social criticism, developed fundamental critiques that revealed the inadequacies of traditional Marxist theory for understanding 20th century social reality. Thinkers like Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, and Herbert Marcuse sought to develop social critique adequate to what they called post-liberal capitalism, but their analysis led to deeply pessimistic conclusions about the possibilities for revolutionary change that Marx had envisioned. The Frankfurt School theorists recognized that Marx's focus on economic exploitation and class struggle was insufficient for understanding how advanced capitalist societies maintain stability and prevent revolutionary consciousness. They developed sophisticated analyses of culture industry, instrumental rationality, and psychological manipulation that went far beyond Marx's original framework. These insights suggested that Marx had fundamentally misunderstood how capitalism shapes human consciousness and social relations. Adorno and Horkheimer's analysis of the culture industry revealed how mass entertainment and media create false consciousness that prevents workers from recognizing their true interests. Unlike Marx's relatively optimistic belief that capitalism would create the conditions for its own overthrow, the Frankfurt School argued that advanced capitalism had developed sophisticated mechanisms for managing social conflict and manufacturing consent. This analysis suggested that Marx's revolutionary predictions were based on an inadequate understanding of capitalism's adaptive capacities. The concept of instrumental rationality provided another devastating critique of Marx's faith in historical progress. Horkheimer and Adorno argued that the same rational, calculating mindset that drives capitalist efficiency also colonizes other spheres of human life, reducing everything to questions of technical control and manipulation. This process undermines the kind of critical consciousness that Marx believed would naturally emerge from capitalist development. Herbert Marcuse's analysis of one-dimensional society showed how advanced capitalist societies create false needs and pseudo-satisfactions that integrate potentially rebellious populations into the existing system. Consumer culture and technological progress provide enough material improvement and psychological gratification to prevent the revolutionary desperation that Marx expected capitalism to generate. This analysis suggests that Marx fundamentally misunderstood the relationship between economic development and political consciousness. The Frankfurt School's engagement with psychoanalysis revealed another major gap in Marx's theoretical framework. Freudian insights about unconscious motivation, psychological repression, and the formation of personality suggested that human behavior could not be reduced to rational responses to economic conditions. The psychological mechanisms that maintain capitalist society operate at deeper levels than Marx's class analysis could reach. Their analysis of authoritarianism provided particularly damaging evidence against Marx's optimistic assumptions about historical progress. The rise of fascism in highly developed capitalist societies like Germany suggested that economic crisis was more likely to produce reactionary rather than revolutionary responses. This contradicted Marx's expectation that capitalist development would naturally lead to socialist consciousness and democratic revolution. The Frankfurt School's critique extended to Marx's faith in technological progress and productive development. Rather than creating the material conditions for human liberation, technological advancement under capitalism often intensified domination and control over both nature and human beings. This analysis suggested that Marx's historical materialism confused technological capability with human freedom. Perhaps most fundamentally, the Frankfurt School's work implied that Marx's revolutionary subject, the industrial working class, was unlikely to fulfill its historically assigned role. Advanced capitalism had successfully integrated the working class through consumer culture, mass media, and welfare state provisions. The revolutionary potential that Marx attributed to proletarian consciousness appeared to be systematically undermined by the very development of capitalist society. The Frankfurt School's later evolution toward pessimistic conclusions about the possibilities for social transformation represents a devastating judgment on Marx's revolutionary optimism. Their analysis suggested that the forces Marx identified as progressive, rationalization, technological development and economic integration, actually strengthened rather than weakened capitalist domination. This conclusion undermines the theoretical foundation of Marx's entire political project. Part 8. The Democratic Transition Problem. Marx's theory of revolutionary transformation faces insurmountable political obstacles that make democratic transition to socialism practically impossible. Contemporary political theorists have identified what Eric Wright calls the transition trough, the initial decline in production and living standards likely to follow any sharp break with capitalist institutions. This creates fundamental problems for maintaining democratic support for socialist transformation, even among people who might prefer socialist outcomes in the long run. The transition trough problem emerges because dismantling capitalist institutions would inevitably disrupt existing economic coordination mechanisms before socialist alternatives could be established and proven effective. Even if socialist institutions would eventually provide better outcomes than capitalism, the transition period would likely involve significant economic dislocation, unemployment, and reduced living standards. Rational voters would hesitate to support policies that make them worse off in the short term for uncertain long-term benefits. This problem proves particularly acute for middle-class voters who have significant investments in existing economic arrangements. Professional workers, small business owners and skilled employees might theoretically support more egalitarian outcomes, but would likely oppose revolutionary changes that threaten their current economic security. Marx's expectation that capitalist development would create a revolutionary majority ignores these middle-class interests that democratic politicians cannot afford to alienate. Historical evidence confirms the practical difficulties of democratic socialist transformation. No advanced capitalist society has ever voted to replace market institutions with comprehensive socialist planning. Socialist parties that achieved electoral success typically moderated their programs to accommodate capitalist interests or faced economic crises that undermined their popular support. The collapse of actually existing socialist societies provides additional evidence about transition problems. These societies achieved socialist transformation through revolutionary rather than democratic means, but they never successfully established the prosperous free societies that Marx had predicted. Instead, they remained economically backward and politically oppressive compared to capitalist alternatives, suggesting fundamental problems with Marx's vision of post-capitalist development. Contemporary democratic theory reveals additional problems with Marx's revolutionary approach. Stable democratic institutions require broad consensus about basic rules and procedures that would be undermined by the kind of fundamental transformation that Marx advocated. Revolutionary change typically requires concentrated power that conflicts with democratic accountability and pluralistic competition. Marx's account of revolutionary transformation also ignores the institutional knowledge and social capital embedded in existing economic arrangements. Market institutions, legal frameworks and business practices represent accumulated learning about how to coordinate complex economic activity. Revolutionary transformation would destroy this institutional knowledge before socialist alternatives could develop equivalent capabilities, creating inevitable transition costs. Modern public choice theory reveals additional obstacles to democratic socialist transformation. Even if socialist institutions would provide better outcomes than capitalism, the political process of designing and implementing these institutions faces serious collective action problems. Interest groups would seek to shape socialist institutions to benefit themselves rather than society as a whole, potentially creating systems worse than existing capitalist arrangements. The knowledge problem identified by Austrian economists poses another fundamental challenge to Marx's socialist vision. Socialist planning requires information about consumer preferences, production possibilities and resource constraints that cannot be gathered through democratic political processes. Market prices provide essential information about relative scarcity and value that would be lost under comprehensive socialist planning, making rational economic calculation extremely difficult. Contemporary analytical Marxists have largely abandoned Marx's revolutionary approach in favour of what Wright calls eroding capitalism through gradual reforms that expand democratic and egalitarian institutions within market frameworks. This represents a fundamental retreat from Marx's original vision and acknowledges that his revolutionary theory was politically and economically unrealistic. The most sophisticated defenders of Marx's values have concluded that his methods for achieving them were fundamentally flawed. Part 9. The Normative Theory Gap. Despite Marx's extensive and passionate critique of capitalist society, he failed to develop coherent moral foundations for his criticism or explain what principles should guide post-capitalist social organization. Scholars consistently note that Marx seemed to show no interest in locating his criticism within established traditions of moral philosophy, or explaining how he was generating new normative frameworks. This gap undermines the intellectual coherence and political appeal of his theoretical system. Marx explicitly rejected what he called utopian socialism and refused to provide detailed descriptions of communist society. He argued that such blueprints were unscientific and that the working class should determine the character of post-capitalist institutions through their own revolutionary practice. However, this position creates serious problems for evaluating his critique of capitalism and understanding what alternatives he actually proposed. The absence of explicit normative theory makes it difficult to determine whether Marx's critique of capitalism constitutes a moral argument or merely a scientific prediction about historical development. Marx writes as if capitalist exploitation and alienation are obviously objectionable, but he provides no systematic account of what makes them wrong or what values should guide social organization. This ambiguity weakens the force of his criticism and leaves his followers without clear guidance about political goals and priorities. Contemporary analytical Marxists have recognized this gap and explicitly sought to develop coherent normative theories based on values like equality, community, democracy, individual freedom, and self-realization. However, their efforts reveal how far Marx's original framework was from providing adequate moral foundations for social criticism. Gerald Cohen's work on egalitarian justice, for example, draws much more heavily on contemporary liberal political philosophy than on Marx's own writings. The values that analytical Marxists associate with socialism often conflict with each other in ways that Marx never acknowledged or addressed. Equality and individual freedom can require different policy choices, while community values may conflict with democratic decision-making when majority preferences differ from communal solidarity. Marx's failure to grapple with these tensions leaves his vision of communist society internally incoherent. Marx's rejection of moral criticism also creates problems for motivating political action towards socialist goals. If capitalism is wrong only because it conflicts with historical development rather than because it violates important moral principles, then why should people sacrifice their immediate interests to oppose it? Purely scientific arguments about historical trends cannot provide the kind of moral urgency that effective political movements require. The normative theory gap becomes particularly problematic when we consider the enormous human costs associated with attempts to implement Marx's vision. 20th-century communist movements justified tremendous suffering and oppression in the name of historical necessity and scientific socialism. Marx's refusal to develop explicit moral criteria for evaluating political means and ends contributed to these tragic outcomes by providing no framework for limiting revolutionary violence or protecting individual rights. Contemporary moral and political philosophy has developed sophisticated frameworks for addressing questions about distributive justice, individual rights, democratic legitimacy, and social cooperation. These frameworks provide much more precise and useful guidance for political action than Marx's vague appeals to human liberation and historical necessity. The development of these alternatives suggests that Marx's approach to normative questions was fundamentally inadequate. Critics have also noted that Marx's materialist approach leads to relativistic conclusions that undermine the universality of his critique. If moral and political ideas are determined by economic structures, then Marx's own criticism of capitalism should be understood as reflecting his particular historical position, rather than universal truths about justice and human flourishing. This creates serious problems for defending his critique against alternative viewpoints rooted in different material conditions. The normative theory gap has forced contemporary defenders of Marx's insights to move beyond his original framework toward approaches that integrate his social criticism with more sophisticated moral and political theory. However, this development essentially acknowledges that Marx's contribution was primarily negative, identifying problems with capitalism rather than positive, providing viable alternatives or coherent values for guiding social change. The most valuable elements of Marx's legacy thus appear to be his critical insights rather than his systematic theoretical framework. Part 10. Contemporary Irrelevance and Theoretical Collapse. The intellectual trajectory of Marx's most sophisticated contemporary defenders reveals the fundamental inadequacy of his theoretical system for understanding modern social and economic reality. Many formerly prominent analytical Marxists have concluded that Marx's specific theoretical contributions have limited contemporary relevance. forcing them to abandon core elements of his worldview while maintaining broader commitments to social justice and equality. This intellectual evolution represents a devastating judgment on the coherence and explanatory power of Marx's system. John Romer, one of the founders of analytical Marxism, eventually stated that he no longer calls himself a Marxist because he does not credit many ideas that Marx believed were central to his view, including the labour theory of value, the falling rate of profit, and dialectical materialism. When leading defenders of Marx's insights find it necessary to abandon his core theoretical commitments, this suggests fundamental problems with the entire intellectual framework. Romer's evolution from defending Marx's economics to developing post-Marxist theories of justice and cooperation illustrates the intellectual dead end that rigorous analysis of Marx's work produces. The September Group's transformation from a Marxist workshop to a broader forum for discussing social justice confirms this pattern of intellectual abandonment. As Wright observed, while the group maintained egalitarian commitments, the specific preoccupation with Marxism as a source of ideas was no longer important. This evolution suggests that Marx's theoretical framework was not essential for developing progressive political theory, and may actually have hindered rather than helped such development. Contemporary social science has incorporated some of Marx's analytical insights while rejecting his specific theoretical claims and methodological approach. Modern sociology, political science, and economics recognize the importance of class conflict, power relations, and historical change without accepting Marx's economic determinism or revolutionary predictions. This selective appropriation suggests that Marx's valuable contributions can be better developed through other theoretical frameworks that avoid his problematic assumptions. The collapse of actually existing socialist societies provides devastating empirical evidence against Marx's vision of post-capitalist development. These societies failed to achieve the prosperity, freedom, and equality that Marx had predicted would characterize socialism and communism. Instead, they remained economically backward and politically oppressive compared to capitalist alternatives, suggesting that Marx fundamentally misunderstood both the dynamics of capitalism and the possibilities for socialist organization. Contemporary intellectual developments in post-structuralism, postmodernism, and new critical approaches have generally moved beyond Marxist frameworks toward more pluralistic and less deterministic understandings of social reality. These approaches recognize the complexity of identity, power, and social change in ways that Marx's class-based analysis cannot accommodate. The rise of feminist theory, critical race theory, and post-colonial studies has revealed the limitations of Marx's Eurocentric and economistically reductive approach to social criticism. Modern economic theory has moved far beyond Marx's crude labour theory of value towards sophisticated understandings of market dynamics, institutional frameworks, and behavioural economics. Contemporary economists recognize that value creation involves complex interactions between technology, human capital, organizational design, and market structures that cannot be reduced to simple labor time calculations. The development of behavioral economics, game theory, and institutional analysis provides much more powerful tools for understanding economic phenomena than Marx's 19th-century framework. Political developments since Marx's time have also undermined his theoretical predictions and political analysis. The expansion of democratic institutions, welfare state development, and international human rights norms have created possibilities for progressive social change that Marx's revolutionary framework could not anticipate. Contemporary social movements have achieved significant reforms through democratic politics rather than revolutionary transformation, suggesting that Marx's analysis of political possibilities was fundamentally mistaken. The persistence and adaptability of capitalist institutions provide additional evidence against Marx's predictions about capitalism's inevitable collapse. Rather than experiencing increasing crises and revolutionary challenges, capitalist societies have developed sophisticated mechanisms for managing economic instability and social conflict. The global expansion of market institutions and democratic governance suggests that Marx fundamentally misunderstood capitalism's developmental potential and adaptive capacity. Contemporary moral and political philosophy has developed frameworks for addressing social justice that are both more sophisticated and more practical than Marx's vague appeals to human liberation. Theories of distributive justice, human rights, democratic legitimacy, and international cooperation provide concrete guidance for political action without requiring acceptance of Marx's problematic assumptions about historical development and revolutionary transformation. The intellectual vitality of these alternative approaches confirms that Marx's theoretical framework has become an obstacle rather than a resource for progressive political thought. Part 11. Class Theory's Fundamental Incoherence. Marx's class theory, supposedly the foundation of his entire social analysis, collapses when subjected to rigorous examination of how classes actually form and interact in modern societies. His binary model of capitalists versus workers fails to account for the complex stratification systems that characterize contemporary economies, where most people occupy ambiguous positions that do not fit neatly into his theoretical categories. The theory's inability to handle middle-class professionals, managers, and knowledge workers reveals fundamental problems with Marx's understanding of social structure. Eric Wright's extensive empirical research on class structure demonstrates the enormous difficulties in operationalizing Marx's class concepts. Wright had to develop increasingly complex typologies involving contradictory class locations to accommodate the reality that most people simultaneously occupy multiple class positions. The fact that sophisticated Marxist scholars cannot clearly classify large portions of the population using Marx's categories suggests fundamental problems with the theory's conceptual foundations. The problem becomes particularly acute when we consider knowledge workers, professionals, and managers who possess significant organizational and credential assets but do not own traditional means of production. A software engineer at Google may earn more than many small business owners and exercise considerable autonomy in her work, making it unclear whether she should be considered part of the exploited proletariat. Marx's 19th-century categories simply cannot capture the complexity of 21st-century economic relationships. Marx's prediction of increasing class polarization has been decisively refuted by the historical development of capitalist societies. Rather than creating two hostile camps of capitalists and workers, economic development has produced increasingly complex occupational hierarchies with gradual rather than sharp distinctions between economic positions. The growth of professional, technical and managerial occupations has created a large middle class that does not fit Marx's binary framework. The theory also fails to account for social mobility patterns that characterize modern societies. Marx assumed that class positions would become increasingly rigid and hereditary, but empirical research shows substantial intergenerational mobility in most developed countries. Many people move between different class positions during their lifetimes, undermining claims about fixed class identities and interests. Marx's focus on ownership of means of production ignores other important sources of economic advantage and disadvantage in contemporary societies. Human capital, social networks, cultural knowledge and political connections often matter more than traditional property ownership for determining economic outcomes. A Harvard MBA from a wealthy family may have greater economic opportunities than a small factory owner, despite not owning productive assets. The globalization of production has further undermined Marx's class analysis by creating complex international divisions of labor that cross national boundaries. A worker in Bangladesh producing clothing for American consumers may have different class interests than an American worker in the same industry. Marx's focus on national class struggle cannot adequately address these global economic relationships. Contemporary sociological research has moved beyond Marx's economistic approach toward multidimensional models of stratification that consider multiple sources of inequality. Weber's analysis of class, status and party provides a more sophisticated framework for understanding social hierarchies than Marx's crude economic determinism. Modern sociology recognizes that economic position, cultural capital, social prestige and political power interact in complex ways that cannot be reduced to simple class categories. The failure of working-class political movements to develop revolutionary consciousness, as Marx predicted, provides additional evidence against his class theory. Rather than becoming increasingly radical as capitalism developed, labour movements in most countries became more moderate and reformist. Workers typically sought to improve their conditions within capitalist systems rather than overthrow them, suggesting that Marx fundamentally misunderstood working-class interests and consciousness. Contemporary identity politics and social movements have revealed the limitations of class-based political analysis. Women, racial minorities and other groups often have interests that cut across class lines and cannot be reduced to economic concerns. The rise of identity-based movements suggests that Marx's focus on class struggle was too narrow to capture the full range of social conflicts and political mobilization in modern societies. Part 12. Alienation Theory's Psychological Emptiness. Marx's theory of alienation, while emotionally compelling, lacks the psychological sophistication necessary to understand how people actually experience work and social relationships in modern societies. His claim that capitalism necessarily alienates workers from their labour, products, fellow workers, and human essence depends on romantic assumptions about human nature and authentic work that cannot withstand empirical examination. Contemporary psychology and organizational behavior research reveals that job satisfaction and meaningful work depend on factors that Marx's theory cannot explain. Marx assumed that humans have an essential nature that involves creative, unalienated labor. But this assumption faces devastating criticism from modern psychology and anthropology. Research on human motivation shows that people have diverse preferences about work, leisure, and social relationships that cannot be reduced to a single model of authentic human activity. Many people find meaning and satisfaction in specialized, routine, or technologically mediated work that Marx would have considered alienated. The theory fails to account for the enormous variety in how people experience and understand their work under capitalist conditions. Empirical studies of job satisfaction show that factors like autonomy, skill variety, task significance, feedback and social relationships matter more than ownership of means of production for determining how people feel about their jobs. Many employees in capitalist firms report high levels of job satisfaction and meaningful work, contradicting Marx's predictions about universal alienation. Marx's romantic vision of craftwork and pre-industrial production ignores the harsh realities that characterize most work throughout human history. Medieval peasants and artisans typically worked longer hours under worse conditions than modern industrial workers, with little autonomy or creative expression. Marx's nostalgia for pre-capitalist work relationships reflects his lack of understanding about actual historical conditions rather than genuine insights about human flourishing. Contemporary organizational psychology has identified multiple pathways to meaningful work that do not require eliminating market relationships or private ownership. Job enrichment, participatory management, flexible work arrangements, and team-based production can create high levels of worker satisfaction within capitalist firms. These findings suggest that alienation is not inherent to capitalism, but depends on specific organizational designs and management practices. The theory also fails to recognize that specialization and division of labor often enhance rather than diminish human capabilities and satisfaction. Becoming highly skilled in a particular area allows people to develop expertise and mastery that would be impossible under Marx's vision of rotating between different activities. Professional athletes, musicians, scientists, and surgeons typically find deep satisfaction in their specialized work precisely because it allows them to develop and express exceptional capabilities. Marx's account of commodity fetishism and alienated consumption ignores the ways that people actively create meaning and identity through their consumption choices. Contemporary consumer culture allows individuals to express personal values, build social relationships, and explore different identities through their purchasing decisions. Rather than being passive victims of manipulation, consumers often use market relationships creatively to pursue their own goals and projects. The theory's focus on production relationships ignores other important sources of meaning and identity in modern societies. Family relationships, religious communities, voluntary associations, artistic pursuits and leisure activities often provide more significant sources of personal fulfillment than work. Marx's assumption that work should be the central organizing principle of human life reflects his particular cultural values rather than universal human needs. Empirical research on happiness and well-being shows that people in market economies generally report higher levels of life satisfaction than those in non-market systems. Cross-national studies consistently find that economic freedom, political rights and social mobility associated with capitalism correlate positively with subjective well-being. These findings contradict Marx's prediction that capitalism would necessarily produce psychological suffering and alienation. Modern psychology's understanding of human motivation through theories like self-determination theory provides much more sophisticated frameworks for understanding work satisfaction than Marx's crude alienation concept. Research shows that autonomy, competence, and relatedness are key psychological needs that can be satisfied through various work arrangements, including those within capitalist firms. The development of these scientific approaches to motivation and satisfaction makes Marx's philosophical speculation about human essence obsolete. Part 13. Revolutionary Theory's Strategic Bankruptcy. Marx's theory of revolution represents perhaps his most catastrophic theoretical failure, completely misunderstanding the conditions under which revolutionary change occurs and the likely outcomes of attempts to overthrow capitalist institutions. His prediction that economic development would create revolutionary consciousness among workers has been decisively refuted by the historical tendency for prosperity to reduce rather than increase support for radical political change. The theory's strategic recommendations have led to political disasters wherever they have been attempted. Marx assumed that capitalism would create its own gravediggers by immiserating workers and simplifying class structure, But exactly the opposite has occurred in developed societies. Rising living standards, expanding educational opportunities, and growing occupational complexity have created broad middle classes with significant stakes in existing economic arrangements. These developments have strengthened rather than weakened support for democratic capitalism. The theory fails to account for capitalism's remarkable capacity for self-reform and adaptation to social pressures. Labour legislation, social insurance, environmental regulations, and consumer protection laws have addressed many of the abuses that Marx identified without requiring revolutionary transformation. Democratic institutions have proven capable of channeling social discontent into progressive reforms rather than revolutionary upheaval. Marx's international revolutionary strategy has proven equally bankrupt in practice. His prediction that workers of the world would unite across national boundaries ignored the powerful role of nationalism, cultural identity, and state interests in shaping political loyalties. 2 world wars demonstrated that workers were more willing to kill each other for national causes than to unite against their supposed class enemies. The theory's understanding of revolutionary dynamics ignores crucial insights from modern social science about collective action problems and political mobilization. Rational choice theory explains why individual workers have strong incentives to free ride on others' revolutionary efforts rather than bear the personal costs and risks of political action. Marx never adequately addressed how these collective action problems could be overcome without coercive organization that contradicts democratic values. Historical evidence shows that successful revolutions typically occur in economically backward rather than advanced societies, contradicting Marx's predictions about where revolutionary change would emerge. The Russian, Chinese and Cuban revolutions occurred in predominantly agricultural societies with weak capitalist development, not in the advanced industrial societies where Marx expected revolution to begin. This pattern suggests fundamental problems with his understanding of revolutionary conditions. Marx's revolutionary theory also ignores the institutional prerequisites for successful democratic governance after revolutionary change. Overthrowing existing institutions destroys accumulated social capital, legal frameworks, and organizational knowledge that democratic societies require to function effectively. Revolutionary transformations typically create power vacuums that are filled by authoritarian movements rather than the democratic worker control that Marx envisioned. The theory's romantic vision of spontaneous popular uprising ignores the reality that successful political change requires careful organization, strategic planning, and institutional design. Modern political science shows that effective social movements must build coalitions, develop organizational capacity, and work within existing political systems to achieve their goals. Marx's faith in revolutionary spontaneity reflects naive assumptions about political processes rather than realistic strategic thinking. Contemporary democratic theory reveals additional problems with Marx's revolutionary approach to political change. Stable democracy requires broad consensus about basic rules and procedures that would be destroyed by the kind of fundamental transformation Marx advocated. Revolutionary change concentrates power in ways that conflict with democratic accountability and pluralistic competition. The historical record of 20th-century communist movements provides devastating evidence against Marx's revolutionary theory. Every attempt to implement Marx's vision through revolutionary means has produced authoritarian regimes that suppressed democratic rights and economic freedom. The consistent pattern of revolutionary failure suggests fundamental problems with Marx's understanding of how political and economic transformation actually occurs in practice. Part 14. The economic calculation problem. Marx's vision of socialist economic organization faces the insurmountable problem of rational economic calculation without market prices, a challenge that Austrian economists have shown makes efficient resource allocation impossible under comprehensive central planning. Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich Hayek demonstrated that market prices provide essential information about relative scarcity and consumer preferences that cannot be replicated through political or administrative processes. Without this price information, socialist planners cannot make rational decisions about resource allocation, leading inevitably to economic inefficiency and waste. The calculation problem emerges because rational economic decision-making requires comparing the relative values of different goods, services, and production methods. Market prices emerge from the voluntary exchanges of millions of individuals expressing their preferences through purchasing decisions, creating a spontaneous information system that coordinates economic activity. Socialist planning attempts to replace this market process with administrative decisions, but planners lack access to the dispersed knowledge that market prices reveal. Marx never seriously addressed how socialist societies would determine what goods to produce, how to produce them, or how to distribute the results without market mechanisms. His vague references to production for use rather than profit provide no guidance for making concrete economic decisions about resource allocation. The theory assumes that eliminating private property and profit motivation will somehow solve coordination problems that actually become more difficult without market information. The Soviet Union's experience provides devastating empirical evidence for the calculation problem in practice. Despite enormous natural resources and educational investments, the Soviet economy remained chronically inefficient and unable to provide consumer goods that met people's needs and preferences. Central planners consistently misallocated resources because they lacked the information that market prices would have provided about relative scarcity and consumer demand. Contemporary economists have confirmed that the calculation problem becomes more severe as economies become more complex and technologically advanced. Modern economies involve millions of different products, production methods, and consumer preferences that change rapidly in response to technological innovation and cultural evolution. No planning agency could possibly gather and process the information necessary to coordinate this complexity without market mechanisms. Attempts to solve the calculation problem through computer technology and mathematical optimization have proven unsuccessful in practice. Even with modern computing power, economic planners cannot access the subjective preferences and tacit knowledge that individuals possess about their own needs and circumstances. Market prices aggregate this dispersed information in ways that no centralized system can replicate. The calculation problem also reveals deeper issues with Marx's understanding of economic value and production. His labor theory of value provides no guidance for comparing different types of labor or determining optimal production methods, since these decisions require information about consumer preferences and alternative uses of resources. Without market prices to reveal opportunity costs, socialist planners have no rational basis for economic decision-making. Market socialist attempts to preserve some price mechanisms while eliminating private ownership face their own versions of the calculation problem. Public ownership of productive assets reduces incentives for efficient resource use and innovation, while political control over investment decisions introduces biases that prevent optimal capital allocation. These hybrid systems typically combine the worst features of both market and planning mechanisms. The calculation problem extends beyond production decisions to questions about innovation and technological development. Entrepreneurs in market economies risk their own resources on new products and production methods, creating powerful incentives for innovation and efficiency. Socialist systems lack these entrepreneurial incentives and cannot replicate the trial-and-error process through which markets discover new technologies and business models. Contemporary economic theory has developed sophisticated understandings of how markets process information and coordinate economic activity that make Marx's vision of comprehensive planning appear hopelessly naive. Modern information economics, mechanism design theory, and behavioral economics provide detailed explanations of how market institutions solve coordination problems that planned economies cannot address. The development of these theoretical frameworks confirms that Marx fundamentally misunderstood the information requirements of modern economic organization. Part 15. Feminist Critiques of Marxist Blindness. Feminist scholars have identified fundamental problems with Marx's theoretical framework that stem from his systematic neglect of gender relations, reproductive labor, and women's economic contributions. His analysis focuses almost exclusively on male-dominated industrial production, while ignoring the crucial role of unpaid domestic work, childcare, and emotional labor in sustaining both workers and capitalist systems. This gender blindness reveals deep flaws in Marx's understanding of how capitalist economies actually function. Marx's class analysis systematically excludes women's economic experiences and perspectives, treating the male industrial worker as the universal subject of capitalist exploitation. This approach ignores how women experience capitalism differently through their roles in domestic production, service work, and the caring economy. Feminist economists have shown that women's unpaid labor subsidizes capitalist production by reproducing and maintaining the workforce at no cost to employers. The theory's focus on workplace exploitation ignores how capitalist systems depend on unpaid domestic labor that is primarily performed by women. Cooking, cleaning, childcare, elder care, and emotional support are essential for reproducing labor power, but Marx's framework provides no way to analyze these activities or their relationship to capitalist accumulation. This oversight undermines his entire account of how capitalism functions as an economic system. Paula Casal's feminist analysis demonstrates that Cohen's sophisticated defense of historical materialism cannot survive serious reflection on women's economic position throughout history. Marx's four-stage periodization of historical epochs ignores the different ways that economic development has affected men and women, making the theory inadequate for understanding actual historical processes. Women's experiences of feudalism, capitalism, and socialism often differ dramatically from men's experiences in ways that Marx's framework cannot capture. Feminist scholars have also shown how Marx's vision of communist society fails to address gender inequality and the sexual division of labor. His occasional references to eliminating the family and socializing domestic work provide no serious analysis of how gender relations would be transformed under socialism. The historical experience of communist societies shows that they typically reproduced rather than eliminated gender inequality, suggesting fundamental problems with Marx's approach to these issues. The theory's economistic approach reduces all forms of oppression to class exploitation, ignoring the autonomous dynamics of patriarchal systems that predate and persist alongside capitalist development. Women face discrimination and violence across different economic systems and class positions in ways that cannot be explained through Marx's framework. Feminist analysis reveals that gender oppression has its own logic and history that intersects with but cannot be reduced to economic exploitation. Marx's understanding of human nature and social development reflects masculine assumptions about work, competition, and social relationships that do not capture women's experiences and perspectives. His emphasis on struggle, domination of nature and productive labour ignores alternative values like cooperation, care and environmental sustainability that feminist scholars associate with women's ways of knowing. This gendered bias limits the theory's ability to envision alternative forms of social organisation. Contemporary feminist economics has developed sophisticated analyses of caring labour, household production, and gender-based economic inequality that provide much more useful frameworks for understanding these issues than Marx's class-based approach. These analyses show how markets, families, and states interact in complex ways to produce and reproduce gender inequality across different economic systems. The development of feminist economic theory demonstrates that Marx's theoretical framework was fundamentally inadequate for analyzing crucial aspects of economic life. Intersectional feminist analysis reveals additional problems with Marx's singular focus on class as the primary form of social division. Women of different races, classes and nationalities experience capitalism in dramatically different ways that cannot be captured through simple class categories. The experiences of wealthy white women, working-class women of colour and women in developing countries differ so significantly that Marx's universalistic claims about capitalist exploitation become meaningless. The rise of feminist movements and women's changing economic roles have followed patterns that Marxist theory cannot explain or predict. Women's entry into paid employment, struggles for reproductive rights, and challenges to traditional gender roles have occurred through cultural and political processes that operate independently of class struggle. These developments suggest that Marx's framework is inadequate for understanding the full range of social conflicts and transformations in modern societies. Part 16. Post-colonial critiques of Eurocentric assumptions. Marx's theoretical framework reflects deeply Eurocentric assumptions about historical development, human progress, and social organization that post-colonial scholars have shown to be both empirically false and politically destructive. His stage theory of history from primitive communism through feudalism and capitalism to socialism assumes a universal developmental path based on European experience that ignores the rich diversity of human societies and alternative forms of social organization. This Eurocentric bias undermines the theory's claims to scientific universality and reveals its roots in 19th-century European imperialism. Marx's analysis of colonialism and imperialism treats these phenomena as progressive forces that bring backward societies into the modern world, reflecting the same racist assumptions that justified European colonial domination. He argued that British rule in India, despite its brutality, was historically necessary to destroy traditional social structures and create the conditions for capitalist development. This position ignores the enormous human costs of colonialism and the sophisticated civilizations that European imperialism destroyed. The theory's linear conception of historical progress assumes that all societies must follow the same developmental path that characterized Western Europe, ignoring alternative forms of social organization that may be equally valid or superior in particular contexts. Indigenous societies, African kingdoms, Asian empires, and Islamic civilizations developed complex institutions and cultural achievements that do not fit Marx's stages of development. His framework cannot account for this diversity and treats non-European societies as essentially primitive or backward. Marx's focus on industrial production and urban working classes ignores the experiences of agricultural societies and peasant populations that comprise the majority of humanity. His theoretical categories were developed to analyze European industrial capitalism and cannot adequately address the different forms of exploitation and resistance that characterize rural societies in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. This limitation makes his framework inadequate for understanding global capitalism and international development. Post-colonial scholars have shown how Marx's emphasis on technological progress and productive development reflects European assumptions about the relationship between humans and nature that many non-European cultures reject. Indigenous societies often organize production and social relationships according to principles of sustainability and harmony with natural systems rather than domination and exploitation of nature. Marx's framework cannot accommodate these alternative approaches to economic organization and environmental relationships. The theory's class-based analysis ignores other forms of social organization and identity that are crucial in many non-European societies. Kinship systems, tribal affiliations, religious communities and ethnic identities often provide more important sources of social solidarity and political mobilization than economic class relationships. Marx's assumption that class consciousness would replace these traditional forms of identity reflects European prejudices rather than universal truths about social development. Marx's vision of communist society embodies distinctly European values about individualism, secularism, and material progress that may not be universally shared or desirable. Many societies prioritize community solidarity, spiritual values, and cultural continuity over the material abundance and individual freedom that Marx associated with human liberation. His framework provides no way to value or preserve these alternative approaches to human flourishing. Contemporary development theory has moved beyond Marx's crude modernization assumptions toward more sophisticated understandings of how different societies can achieve prosperity and well-being through various institutional arrangements. The success of East Asian development models, indigenous resource management systems, and alternative forms of economic organization demonstrates that Marx's European-derived categories are inadequate for understanding global economic diversity. These alternative approaches suggest that Marx's vision of socialist development may be neither necessary nor desirable for many societies. The environmental consequences of Marx's emphasis on productive development and domination of nature have proven particularly destructive in non-European contexts, where colonial and post-colonial governments attempted to implement industrial development strategies. Deforestation, soil degradation, and loss of biodiversity have often resulted from efforts to apply European models of economic development to societies with different ecological conditions and cultural values. Marx's framework contributed to these environmental disasters by treating nature as merely a resource for human exploitation. Post-colonial analysis reveals that Marx's internationalism was actually a form of cultural imperialism that sought to impose European values and institutions on the rest of the world. His call for workers of the world to unite assumed that all workers shared the same interests and consciousness, regardless of their cultural backgrounds and historical experiences. This universalistic approach ignores the legitimate desires of different societies to maintain their own values and institutions rather than conform to European models of social organization. Part 17. Environmental Critique of Destructive Productivism. Marx's theoretical framework embodies a destructive productivist ideology that treats nature as merely raw material for human exploitation. contributing to the environmental crisis that threatens planetary survival. His celebration of capitalism's revolutionary expansion of productive forces ignores the ecological costs of industrial development and assumes that socialist societies would simply continue this destructive trajectory under different ownership arrangements. This approach fundamentally misunderstands humanity's relationship with natural systems and the limits of material growth on a finite planet. The theory's emphasis on developing productive forces as the motor of historical progress reflects anthropocentric assumptions that place human production at the center of social development while treating ecological systems as external constraints to be overcome. Marx celebrated capitalism's ability to break down natural barriers to accumulation and production, viewing this as progressive rather than recognizing its potentially catastrophic environmental consequences. His framework provides no conceptual resources for understanding ecological limits or sustainable development. Marx's vision of communist abundance assumes infinite material growth and consumption that is impossible on a planet with finite resources and ecological carrying capacity. His famous phrase, "from each according to ability to each according to needs," ignores questions about what constitutes legitimate human needs and how much material consumption the Earth can sustain. Contemporary environmental science shows that current levels of resource consumption in developed countries cannot be extended globally without causing ecological collapse. The labour theory of value completely ignores the role of natural resources and ecological services in creating economic value, treating nature as free input that contributes nothing to production. This approach cannot account for resource depletion, pollution costs, or the economic value of ecosystem services like climate regulation, water purification, and biodiversity maintenance. Modern ecological economics demonstrates that natural capital is essential for economic production and human welfare in ways that Marx's framework cannot recognize. Marx's historical materialism assumes that human societies naturally progress through stages of development that involve increasing control over nature and expansion of productive capacity. This linear conception of progress cannot accommodate the possibility that ecological limits might require different forms of social organization that prioritize sustainability over growth. Indigenous societies that maintain stable relationships with their environments for thousands of years represent alternative models of development that Marx's framework treats as primitive or backward. The theory's focus on class struggle ignores environmental conflicts that cut across class lines and may become the dominant form of political conflict in the 21st century. Climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradation affect entire populations, regardless of their economic position, creating new forms of political division between polluters and those who suffer environmental harm. Marx's class-based framework cannot adequately analyze these environmental conflicts or the political movements they generate. Contemporary environmental movements have developed sophisticated critiques of industrial civilization that go far beyond Marx's narrow focus on ownership of means of production. Deep ecology, social ecology, and ecofeminism offer alternative visions of human-nature relationships that prioritize ecological sustainability over material accumulation. These approaches suggest that fundamental changes in human consciousness and values may be more important than changes in economic ownership for addressing environmental crisis. The historical experience of communist societies provides devastating evidence against Marx's assumption that socialist ownership would lead to better environmental outcomes than capitalism. The Soviet Union, Eastern European countries, and China under Mao produced some of the worst environmental disasters in human history, including the Aral Sea catastrophe, Chernobyl nuclear accident, and massive industrial pollution. These outcomes suggest that Marx's focus on ownership relations was irrelevant to environmental protection and may have actually hindered ecological awareness. Marx's alienation theory ironically reinforces the separation between humans and nature that environmental philosophers identify as the root cause of ecological crisis. By focusing on human labour and social relationships while treating nature as external to genuine human activity, the theory perpetuates the dualistic thinking that enables environmental destruction. Alternative philosophical approaches emphasize human embeddedness in natural systems and the need for economic arrangements that respect ecological limits. Contemporary sustainability science has developed frameworks for understanding human-environment interactions that are far more sophisticated than Marx's crude materialism. Ecological economics, industrial ecology and earth system science provide tools for analyzing how economic systems can operate within planetary boundaries while maintaining human welfare. These approaches suggest that Marx's 19th century framework is fundamentally inadequate for addressing 21st century environmental challenges that require new forms of economic and political organization. Part 18. Psychological reductionism and human complexity. Marx's theoretical framework reduces the full complexity of human psychology and motivation to crude economic determinism that cannot account for the diverse ways people actually understand themselves and their social relationships. His assumption that consciousness is determined by material conditions ignores the autonomous role of ideas, values, emotions, and cultural meaning in shaping human behavior and social development. Contemporary psychology and cognitive science reveal that human motivation involves complex interactions between biological, psychological, and social factors that Marx's economic reductionism cannot capture. The theory's claim that economic position determines consciousness faces overwhelming evidence from social psychology about how people actually form beliefs and attitudes. Research on cognitive bias, motivated reasoning and social identity shows that people's political and economic views are influenced by factors like group loyalty, moral intuitions, and emotional attachments that operate independently of their material interests. Many working-class people support conservative political parties, while many wealthy individuals support progressive causes, contradicting Marx's predictions about class consciousness. Marx's account of false consciousness assumes that people who do not recognize their true class interests are suffering from ideological delusion, but this patronizing approach ignores the possibility that people have legitimate reasons for their political choices that go beyond narrow economic calculations. Religious beliefs, cultural values, national identity, and family loyalties may be more important to people than maximizing their material welfare. Marx's framework provides no way to respect these alternative sources of meaning and motivation. Contemporary research on happiness and well-being shows that people's life satisfaction depends on factors like social relationships, personal autonomy, meaningful work, and cultural belonging that cannot be reduced to economic position or material consumption. Cross-cultural studies reveal enormous variation in what people value and how they define a good life, contradicting Marx's assumption that material abundance represents universal human liberation. Many people prefer traditional ways of life that prioritize community, spirituality, or environmental harmony over material progress. The theory's understanding of human nature as essentially social and productive ignores biological and psychological research on the evolved foundations of human behavior. Evolutionary psychology shows that humans possess innate tendencies toward cooperation and competition, individual and group identity, risk-taking, and security-seeking that shape social behavior across different economic systems. These psychological universals constrain the possibilities for social transformation in ways that Marx's environmentalist assumptions cannot acknowledge. Marx's vision of communist society assumes that eliminating private property and class division would somehow resolve fundamental tensions in human psychology and social relationships. However, research on conflict resolution and social cooperation shows that humans face persistent challenges in coordinating group behavior, managing resource distribution, and resolving interpersonal disputes regardless of their economic arrangements. Utopian expectations about human perfectibility under socialism ignore these basic features of human psychology. The theory's focus on productive labor as the essence of human activity ignores other important sources of meaning and identity that people derive from family relationships, artistic expression, spiritual practice, and leisure activities. Many people find their most profound experiences of fulfillment outside the workplace through personal relationships, creative pursuits, or contemplative practices that Marx's framework treats as secondary or derivative. This productive bias reflects 19th-century European male values rather than universal human needs. Contemporary cognitive science reveals that human consciousness involves complex information processing, emotional regulation, and meaning-making activities that cannot be reduced to simple reflection of material conditions. The brain's capacity for abstract thought, artistic creativity, and spiritual experience creates possibilities for human experience that transcend immediate economic circumstances. Marx's crude materialism cannot account for these higher-order mental capacities that distinguish humans from other animals. Research on political psychology shows that people's ideological commitments often function as moral and identity systems rather than rational calculations of material interest. Conservative and progressive worldviews involve different approaches to authority, tradition, equality, and change that reflect deep psychological differences rather than simply economic position. These findings suggest that political conflict cannot be reduced to class struggle, but involves fundamental disagreements about values and social organization. The development of positive psychology and humanistic approaches to human motivation provides much more sophisticated frameworks for understanding human flourishing than Marx's negative focus on exploitation and alienation. Research on flow states, intrinsic motivation, and eudaimonic well-being shows that people can find meaning and satisfaction through various activities and relationships that do not require revolutionary transformation of economic systems. These approaches suggest that Marx's diagnosis of human unhappiness under capitalism was both empirically wrong and conceptually impoverished. Part 19. Technology and innovation blindness. Marx's theoretical framework systematically underestimates the revolutionary impact of technological innovation and entrepreneurship in transforming economic relationships and social possibilities. His focus on ownership of physical means of production becomes increasingly irrelevant in knowledge-based economies where human capital, intellectual property, and network effects are more important than traditional industrial assets. The theory cannot account for how technological change creates new forms of value and economic organization that transcend his 19th-century categories. The labor theory of value collapses completely when applied to digital goods, software, and information products that can be reproduced at virtually zero marginal cost. A software application may require thousands of hours to develop but can be copied instantly for millions of users without additional labor input. Similarly, creative works like music, films, and books generate value through intellectual property, rather than labour time, making Marx's value theory meaningless for understanding modern economies. Marx's prediction that capitalism would lead to falling rates of profit ignores how technological innovation creates entirely new industries and markets that generate enormous returns on investment. Companies like Apple, Google, Microsoft and Amazon have created hundreds of billions of dollars in value through innovative products and business models that did not exist when Marx was writing. The technology sector's ability to generate massive profits contradicts Marx's assumption that competitive pressures would inevitably reduce profitability over time. The theory's focus on industrial workers ignores how technological change has created new categories of knowledge workers, creative professionals, and service providers whose relationship to the means of production differs fundamentally from traditional factory workers. Software engineers, data scientists, graphic designers, and content creators often own the most important means of production, their human capital and creative capabilities, making Marx's distinction between capitalists and workers increasingly meaningless. These workers can often become entrepreneurs themselves, blurring the boundaries between ownership and labour. Marx's understanding of technological development as simply increasing productivity ignores how innovation creates qualitatively new forms of value and social organisation. The Internet has revolutionised communication, commerce and culture in ways that go far beyond making existing activities more efficient. Social media, e-commerce and digital platforms have created new forms of social interaction and economic exchange that Marx's framework cannot analyse or explain. The theory's assumption that technological progress would inevitably lead to worker displacement and unemployment has been repeatedly refuted by history. While new technologies eliminate some jobs, they also create new industries and employment opportunities that often provide better working conditions and higher wages than the jobs they replace. The computer revolution initially raised fears about massive unemployment, but instead created millions of new jobs in software development, information technology and digital services. Marx's account of capitalism ignores the crucial role of entrepreneurship and innovation in driving economic development and social progress. Entrepreneurs who identify new opportunities, develop innovative products and create efficient business models provide enormous value to society that cannot be reduced to exploitation of workers. Companies like Tesla, SpaceX and renewable energy firms are addressing environmental challenges and pushing technological frontiers in ways that traditional socialist planning could never achieve. The theory's focus on physical production ignores how service industries, financial services and information systems have become dominant sectors in advanced economies. Modern economies increasingly depend on complex networks of specialized services rather than simple manufacturing processes. Banking, insurance, education, healthcare, entertainment and professional services cannot be analyzed using Marx's industrial production model. Contemporary innovation theory and entrepreneurship research provide much more sophisticated understandings of how technological change drives economic development than Marx's crude focus on accumulating physical capital. Research on innovation ecosystems, venture capital and startup dynamics shows how market institutions facilitate technological progress through risk-taking, experimentation and rapid scaling of successful innovations. These processes require the flexibility and incentive structures that market economies provide rather than the rigid planning that socialist systems impose. The rise of platform economies, sharing economies and gig work creates new forms of economic organization that do not fit Marx's categories of capitalist and worker. Uber drivers, Airbnb hosts, and freelance professionals often own their own assets and control their working conditions while participating in market networks that provide coordination and payment services. These hybrid arrangements suggest that technological innovation is creating alternatives to both traditional employment and socialist planning that Marx's framework cannot envision or analyze. Part 20. International Relations and Geopolitical Failures. Marx's theoretical framework provides no adequate tools for analyzing international relations, geopolitical conflict, and the complex interactions between states in the global system. His assumption that class struggle would transcend national boundaries and create international worker solidarity has been decisively refuted by the persistence of nationalism, territorial disputes, and interstate competition throughout the modern era. The theory's economic reductionism cannot explain why national identity and state interests often prove more powerful than class consciousness in shaping political behavior. The two world wars of the 20th century provided devastating evidence against Marx's internationalist predictions. As workers in different countries enthusiastically killed each other for national causes, rather than uniting against their supposed class enemies. Socialist parties in Europe supported their respective governments' war efforts despite previous commitments to international solidarity, revealing the weakness of class identity compared to national loyalty. These events showed that Marx fundamentally misunderstood the sources of political conflict and human motivation in international relations. Marx's analysis of imperialism and colonialism treats these phenomena as economic relationships driven by capitalist need for markets and resources, ignoring the complex political, cultural, and strategic factors that actually drive international conflict. Geopolitical competition involves struggles for territory, security, prestige, and influence that cannot be reduced to economic calculation. Religious conflicts, ethnic tensions, and civilizational differences shape international relations in ways that Marx's class-based framework cannot explain. The theory's prediction that capitalism would create a homogeneous global working class ignores how economic development has actually increased rather than decreased international inequality and cultural diversity. Globalization has created complex international divisions of labor that often pit workers in different countries against each other, rather than uniting them against capital. American workers may compete with Chinese workers for manufacturing jobs, creating conflicting interests that undermine international solidarity. Marx's focus on economic factors ignores how military power, alliance systems, and strategic geography shape international relations independently of class structures. Nuclear weapons, military technology, and defense capabilities determine state behavior in ways that have nothing to do with economic ownership or class conflict. The Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union involved ideological and strategic competition that went far beyond economic interests. The theory cannot explain why socialist and communist states engaged in military conflicts with each other rather than forming natural alliances based on shared economic systems. The Soviet Union and China fought border wars despite both being communist countries, while Yugoslavia broke away from Soviet influence for nationalist rather than economic reasons. These conflicts show that political and cultural factors often override economic system similarities in determining international relationships. Contemporary international relations theory has developed sophisticated frameworks for analyzing state behavior that go far beyond Marx's crude economic determinism. Realist theory emphasizes how power balances and security concerns shape state behavior, while liberal theory focuses on how democratic institutions and international cooperation can reduce conflict. Constructivist approaches examine how ideas, norms and identities influence international relations in ways that Marx's materialist framework cannot accommodate. The European Union represents a form of international cooperation and integration that Marx's theory cannot explain or predict. European states have overcome centuries of conflict through democratic institutions, economic integration, and shared values rather than through class revolution or socialist transformation. This peaceful integration contradicts Marx's assumption that capitalism necessarily leads to conflict and competition between nations. Marx's framework also cannot explain the rise and persistence of religious and civilizational conflicts that have become increasingly important in contemporary international relations. Islamic fundamentalism, Hindu nationalism and other religious movements shape political behavior in ways that cut across economic class lines and resist secular Marxist analysis. These movements suggest that cultural and spiritual factors may be more important than economic relationships in determining political loyalties and international alignments. The development of international law, human rights norms, and global governance institutions represents forms of political progress that occurred through liberal democratic rather than socialist revolutionary processes. Organizations like the United Nations, World Trade Organization, and International Criminal Court embody values and procedures that are fundamentally incompatible with Marx's revolutionary approach to political change. These institutions suggest that peaceful cooperation and gradual reform may be more effective than revolutionary transformation for addressing global problems and promoting human welfare. Part 21. Human Nature Misconceptions and Utopian Psychology. Marx's vision of communist society depends on fundamentally mistaken assumptions about human nature that ignore biological and psychological constraints on social organization. His belief that eliminating private property and class division would transform human consciousness and eliminate selfishness, aggression and competition conflicts with overwhelming evidence from evolutionary psychology and behavioral science about universal human tendencies. The theory assumes a level of human perfectibility that is both empirically unsupported and politically dangerous when used to justify revolutionary transformation. Research in evolutionary psychology demonstrates that humans possess innate tendencies toward both cooperation and competition that evolved over millions of years and cannot be eliminated through changes in economic organization. People naturally form in-group loyalties while displaying suspicion or hostility toward out-groups, seek status and recognition within social hierarchies, and pursue individual and family interests alongside collective goods. These behavioral tendencies appear across all known human societies, regardless of their economic arrangements, contradicting Marx's environmental determinism. Marx's assumption that human nature is infinitely malleable and that social environment completely determines consciousness ignores substantial evidence for genetic influences on personality traits, cognitive abilities, and behavioral tendencies. Twin studies and adoption research show that traits like intelligence, extroversion, conscientiousness, and political attitudes are significantly heritable, meaning that individual differences persist across different social environments. These findings suggest that Marx's expectations about transforming human consciousness through socialist revolution were based on scientifically naive assumptions about human development. The theory's vision of eliminating division of labor and allowing people to engage freely in different activities throughout the day conflicts with research on human expertise and skill development. Becoming genuinely skilled at complex activities requires sustained practice and specialization that would be impossible under Marx's rotating work arrangements. Professional musicians, athletes, scientists and craftspeople achieve excellence through focused dedication to particular domains rather than through the generalized activity that Marx advocated. Marx's expectation that people would naturally contribute according to their abilities without material incentives ignores substantial research on motivation and reward systems. Psychological studies consistently show that people respond to incentives and tend to reduce effort when rewards are not connected to performance. While intrinsic motivation is important for many activities, most people also require external recognition and material rewards to maintain high levels of effort over time, especially for difficult or unpleasant work. The theory's assumption that eliminating private property would end social conflict ignores other sources of disagreement and competition that exist independently of economic class. People disagree about values, lifestyle choices, resource allocation, and social priorities for reasons that go beyond their economic interests. Religious differences, cultural preferences, aesthetic judgments and personality conflicts would persist under any economic system and require institutional mechanisms for managing disagreement and coordinating collective decisions. Cross-cultural anthropological research reveals that while human societies show enormous diversity in their specific institutions and practices, all known societies have systems of property rights, status hierarchies, and individual recognition that Marx sought to eliminate. Even highly egalitarian hunter-gatherer societies maintain individual ownership of personal items and recognize differences in skill, knowledge, and social contribution. The universal presence of these institutions suggests that they serve important psychological and social functions that cannot be abolished without creating dysfunctional societies. Marx's romantic vision of spontaneous cooperation and voluntary association ignores the substantial transaction costs and coordination problems that characterize all human organizations. Effective collective action requires leadership, rules, monitoring, and enforcement mechanisms that necessarily create hierarchies and power differences. Even voluntary organizations like clubs, cooperatives, and communes typically develop formal structures and authority relationships to function effectively over time. The historical experience of intentional communities and utopian experiments provides additional evidence against Marx's assumptions about human nature and social organization. Most attempts to create egalitarian communities without private property or hierarchical authority have failed due to free-riding problems, leadership conflicts, and motivational difficulties. Even successful examples like Israeli kibbutzim have gradually introduced market mechanisms and individual incentives to address these persistent problems. Contemporary research on behavioral economics and social psychology provides much more realistic understandings of human cooperation and self-interest that can inform practical approaches to social organization. People are capable of both selfish and altruistic behavior, depending on institutional contexts, social norms, and individual circumstances. Effective institutions must work with, rather than against, human psychological tendencies, creating structures that channel self-interest toward socially beneficial outcomes rather than expecting people to transcend their natural motivations. Part 22. Information Theory and Complexity Science Refutations. Marx's mechanical understanding of social systems as simple base superstructure relationships cannot account for the complex, non-linear dynamics that characterize modern societies as understood through information theory and complexity science. Contemporary research reveals that social and economic systems exhibit emergent properties, feedback loops, and network effects that make them fundamentally unpredictable and uncontrollable in the ways that Marx's revolutionary theory assumes. These insights from complexity science demonstrate that Marx's vision of comprehensive social planning is not merely difficult, but theoretically impossible. Information theory shows that complex systems require distributed processing and local knowledge that cannot be centralized without massive information loss and computational impossibility. Modern economies involve billions of individual decisions, preferences, and local circumstances that generate more information than any central planning agency could possibly process. Market systems work precisely because they allow distributed information processing through price signals and voluntary exchange rather than attempting to centralize all decision-making in planning bureaucracies. Network science reveals how modern economies operate as complex adaptive systems, where small changes can have large, unpredictable consequences through cascading effects and emergent behaviors. Financial markets, supply chains, and innovation networks exhibit power law distributions and phase transitions that cannot be understood through Marx's linear cause and effect thinking. These network properties make comprehensive economic planning not just inefficient, but potentially catastrophic when interventions trigger unintended system-wide failures. Complexity science demonstrates that social systems exhibit spontaneous order and self-organization that emerge from individual interactions without central control or design. Cities, markets, languages, and cultural institutions develop through evolutionary processes that optimize for local conditions and changing circumstances in ways that top-down planning cannot replicate. Marx's assumption that rational design could improve upon these spontaneous processes reflects 19th-century mechanistic thinking that modern science has superseded. The theory of complex adaptive systems shows that attempts to impose simple organizational structures on complex social phenomena typically produce perverse outcomes and system failures. Soviet central planning exemplified these problems by creating rigid hierarchies that could not adapt to changing conditions or process local information effectively. The resulting economic inefficiencies and eventual system collapse confirm predictions from complexity science about the limitations of centralized control in complex systems. Information economics reveals that Marx's focus on physical production ignores how modern economies increasingly depend on information goods, knowledge work, and intangible assets that operate according to different principles than traditional manufacturing. Software databases, research findings, and creative content exhibit increasing returns to scale and network effects that create value through sharing and replication rather than scarcity and exclusion. These information dynamics make Marx's labor theory of value completely obsolete for understanding how value is created and distributed in knowledge economies. Cybernetics and systems theory demonstrate that effective social systems require feedback mechanisms, error correction, and adaptive learning that are incompatible with the rigid ideological frameworks that Marx's revolutionary theory promotes. Market economies incorporate feedback through profit and loss signals, consumer choice, and competitive pressure that allow continuous adjustment and improvement. Socialist systems typically suppress these feedback mechanisms in favor of political criteria, leading to systematic errors and inability to adapt to changing circumstances. Modern computational social science uses agent-based modeling and simulation to study how individual behaviors aggregate into social patterns and institutional outcomes. These approaches confirm that complex social phenomena emerge from simple rules and local interactions rather than from conscious design or central planning. The insights from computational modeling suggest that Marx's expectations about controlling social development through revolutionary action were based on fundamental misunderstandings about how complex systems actually function. Network analysis reveals how innovation and technological progress depend on diverse, decentralized networks of researchers, entrepreneurs, and inventors who share information and build upon each other's work. Silicon Valley's success as an innovation hub results from dense networks of informal relationships, risk capital, and entrepreneurial culture that cannot be replicated through government planning or socialist organization. These innovation ecosystems require the flexibility, incentives, and competitive dynamics that market systems provide. The field of complexity economics has developed sophisticated models of how markets process information, adapt to shocks, and generate innovation through decentralized decision-making and evolutionary selection processes. These models demonstrate that market institutions are far more sophisticated information processing systems than Marx understood, capable of solving coordination problems that would overwhelm any planning agency. The development of complexity science confirms that Marx's critique of market chaos versus socialist rationality was based on primitive understanding of how complex systems actually achieve coordination and efficiency. Part 23. Game Theory and Strategic Interaction Failures. Marx's analysis of social conflict and cooperation completely ignores the strategic dimensions of human interaction that game theory has shown to be crucial for understanding political and economic behavior. His assumption that shared class interests would naturally lead to collective action among workers ignores the fundamental free rider problems and coordination challenges that make solidarity difficult to achieve and maintain. Game theory reveals why Marx's expectations about revolutionary organization and communist cooperation were based on naive assumptions about human strategic behavior. The prisoner's dilemma and other social dilemmas demonstrate that individually rational behavior often leads to collectively suboptimal outcomes, contradicting Marx's assumption that eliminating private property would automatically solve coordination problems. Even in communist societies, individuals face incentives to shirk collective responsibilities while benefiting from others' efforts, creating persistent problems for maintaining cooperation and productivity. Historical evidence from communist countries confirms these theoretical predictions about the difficulties of sustaining voluntary cooperation without proper incentive structures. Marx's theory of revolutionary action faces insurmountable collective action problems that he never adequately addressed or even recognized. Individual workers have strong incentives to free ride on others' revolutionary efforts rather than bear the personal costs and risks of political activism. The benefits of successful revolution would be shared among all workers regardless of their participation, while the costs fall disproportionately on those who take risks, creating rational incentives for widespread non-participation that undermine revolutionary movements. Game theoretic analysis reveals that Marx's international revolutionary strategy was strategically incoherent because it ignored how national governments would respond to revolutionary threats. International capital and state leaders have strong incentives to cooperate in suppressing revolutionary movements that threaten their interests, creating unfavorable strategic environments for revolutionary success. The failure of international revolutionary movements reflects these strategic realities rather than false consciousness or betrayal by working-class leaders. Mechanism design theory shows that effective institutions must align individual incentives with collective goals through carefully designed rules and reward structures. Marx's vision of communist society provides no mechanisms for solving incentive problems, monitoring performance, or preventing exploitation of collective resources. Without proper institutional design, communist societies inevitably face tragedy of the commons problems where individuals have incentives to overuse shared resources while under-contributing to collective production. Evolutionary game theory demonstrates that cooperation emerges and persists only under specific conditions involving repeated interaction, reputation effects, and punishment of defectors. These conditions are more likely to be satisfied in market economies with stable property rights and contract enforcement than in revolutionary societies that destroy existing institutional frameworks. The spontaneous emergence of cooperative norms in market settings contradicts Marx's assumption that capitalism necessarily undermines social solidarity and cooperation. Auction theory and market design reveal how market institutions can be engineered to produce efficient outcomes and fair distributions without central planning or government control. Modern economists have designed markets for radio spectrum, electricity and organ allocation that achieve better outcomes than either traditional markets or bureaucratic allocation. These achievements demonstrate that institutional innovation within market frameworks can address coordination problems more effectively than the revolutionary transformation that Marx advocated. Bargaining theory explains how negotiations and agreements emerge between parties with conflicting interests through strategic interaction and mutual accommodation. Labour management relations in market economies typically involve ongoing bargaining that balances worker and employer interests more effectively than the zero-sum conflict that Marx predicted. Collective bargaining, worker participation in management, and profit-sharing arrangements represent institutional innovations that address worker concerns without requiring revolutionary transformation. Public choice theory applies game-theoretic insights to political behavior and reveals how democratic institutions aggregate individual preferences into collective decisions through voting, lobbying, and political competition. These processes provide mechanisms for peaceful resolution of social conflicts that Marx's revolutionary approach would destroy. Democratic politics allows gradual adaptation and reform in response to changing circumstances and preferences, providing superior mechanisms for social coordination than revolutionary upheaval. The theory of mechanism design with incomplete information shows that no social planner can possess enough information to design optimal economic arrangements without using market mechanisms to reveal private information about preferences and capabilities. This fundamental result from information economics demonstrates that Marx's vision of comprehensive planning is not merely practically difficult, but theoretically impossible even under ideal conditions. The strategic behavior of individuals in hiding information and gaming planning systems makes centralized economic coordination inherently inferior to decentralized market mechanisms. Part 24. Institutional Economics and Property Rights Foundations. Marx's crude rejection of private property rights ignores the fundamental role that secure property institutions play in creating incentives for investment, innovation, and economic development. Institutional economics demonstrates that property rights provide essential foundations for market exchange, contract enforcement, and long-term economic planning that cannot be replaced by collective ownership without severe efficiency losses. The theory's failure to understand how institutions shape economic behavior reveals deep flaws in Marx's analysis of capitalism and his vision for socialist alternatives. Property rights create incentives for individuals to invest in maintaining and improving productive assets because they can capture the returns from their investments. Under collective ownership, individuals have reduced incentives to care for shared resources because the costs of neglect are spread among all members, while the benefits of careful maintenance accrue primarily to the individual who provides the effort. This tragedy of the commons problem explains why collectively owned enterprises typically exhibit lower productivity, and higher maintenance costs than privately owned alternatives. Secure property rights enable long-term economic planning and investment by reducing uncertainty about future returns and control over productive assets. Entrepreneurs and investors are willing to commit resources to developing new technologies and business models only when they have reasonable assurance that they will be able to benefit from successful outcomes. Marx's revolutionary approach to eliminating private property would destroy these incentives and prevent the kind of innovation and risk-taking that drives economic progress. The new institutional economics reveals how different property rights arrangements create different transaction costs and coordination mechanisms that affect economic performance. Private property rights reduce transaction costs by clearly defining who has authority to make decisions about resource use and who bears the consequences of those decisions. Collective ownership increases transaction costs by requiring group decision-making processes and creating conflicts over resource allocation that private ownership avoids. Comparative institutional analysis shows that societies with stronger property rights protections consistently achieve higher levels of economic development, innovation, and living standards than those with weaker property institutions. Countries that have strengthened property rights through legal reforms typically experience increased investment, productivity growth, and technological progress. Conversely, societies that have weakened property rights through nationalization or collectivization have typically experienced economic decline and technological stagnation. Property rights facilitate beneficial exchange by enabling individuals to transfer resources to those who can use them most productively. Market systems allow resources to flow toward their most valued uses through voluntary transactions that benefit both buyers and sellers. Socialist systems typically rely on administrative allocation that lacks information about relative values and preferences, leading to systematic misallocation of resources and reduced economic efficiency. The theory of optimal property rights shows how different ownership arrangements create different incentives for effort, investment, and risk-taking. Private ownership concentrates both decision-making authority and financial consequences in the same person, creating strong incentives for efficient resource use. Collective ownership separates authority from consequences, creating moral hazard problems where decision-makers do not bear the full costs of their choices, leading to less careful and efficient resource allocation. Empirical research on property rights and economic development confirms that secure property institutions are essential for sustained economic growth and poverty reduction. Cross-country studies consistently find that stronger property rights correlate with higher per capita income, greater investment rates, and faster technological progress. Natural experiments where similar societies have adopted different property rights regimes show dramatic differences in economic outcomes, as illustrated by the contrast between East and West Germany, North and South Korea, and mainland China versus Taiwan. Marx's focus on exploitation through private ownership ignores how property rights can actually protect workers and consumers from arbitrary treatment by enabling them to take their labor and purchasing power to alternative employers and suppliers. Competition among property owners for workers and customers creates incentives to offer attractive terms and avoid abusive treatment. Collective ownership typically concentrates economic power in political authorities who face less competitive pressure and may be more likely to exploit their positions for personal benefit. The economics of intellectual property reveals additional problems with Marx's rejection of private ownership in modern knowledge-based economies. Patents, copyrights and trade secrets provide incentives for research and development, by allowing inventors and creators to benefit from their innovations. Without intellectual property protection, individuals and firms would have reduced incentives to invest in costly research and development activities, leading to slower technological progress and reduced innovation that would ultimately harm social welfare. Part 25. Public Choice Theory and Political Realities. Marx's naive faith in proletarian political power ignores the fundamental insights of public choice theory about how political institutions actually function and how individual incentives shape collective decision-making. His assumption that working-class control of government would automatically serve working-class interests fails to account for the ways that political processes create their own dynamics and incentive structures that may diverge from the preferences of any particular social group. Public choice analysis reveals why Marx's political theory was based on unrealistic assumptions about how democratic governance actually works in practice. The median voter theorem demonstrates that democratic political competition tends to produce policies that appeal to middle-of-the-road voters rather than the extreme preferences that Marx associated with revolutionary working-class consciousness. Politicians have incentives to moderate their positions and build broad coalitions rather than pursue the radical policies that Marx expected from proletarian democracy. This systematic bias towards centrism in democratic politics explains why socialist parties typically moderate their programs when they compete for electoral success. Rent-seeking theory shows how political processes create incentives for individuals and groups to use government power to transfer wealth from others rather than create new value through productive activity. Even in socialist systems controlled by workers, different worker groups would have incentives to lobby for policies that benefit themselves at the expense of other workers or society as a whole. These rent-seeking activities waste resources and create political conflicts that undermine the social solidarity that Marx expected from eliminating class divisions. The logic of collective action explains why diffuse public interests typically lose out to concentrated special interests in political competition, regardless of which social class controls government institutions. Small groups with intense preferences have stronger incentives to organize politically than large groups with diffuse interests, even when the large groups represent majority preferences. This dynamic means that worker control of government would not necessarily produce policies that benefit workers as a whole, since particular worker groups with strong organization would likely capture disproportionate political influence. Political agency problems reveal how elected officials and government bureaucrats may pursue their own interests rather than faithfully representing the preferences of their constituents or the social groups they supposedly serve. Politicians need to win elections, and bureaucrats want to expand their authority and budgets, creating systematic biases in policy-making that operate independently of class interests. Marx's assumption that working-class politicians would automatically serve working-class interests ignores these fundamental principal-agent problems in political representation. The economics of regulation shows how government intervention in markets often serves the interests of existing businesses rather than consumers or workers, even when the regulation is justified in terms of protecting these groups. Regulatory capture occurs when industries gain control over the agencies supposed to regulate them, using government power to restrict competition and maintain profits. Socialist systems would be even more vulnerable to these capture problems because they concentrate economic and political power in the same institutions. eliminating the separation between public and private authority that limits capture in market economies. Public choice analysis of bureaucracy reveals how government agencies develop their own institutional interests that may conflict with both political directives and public welfare. Bureaucrats typically prefer larger budgets, more staff, and expanded authority regardless of whether these increases improve service delivery or social outcomes. Socialist planning agencies would face these same bureaucratic incentives while lacking the competitive pressures that constrain private organizations, likely leading to inefficient and unresponsive administration of economic activity. The theory of political business cycles shows how democratic politicians have incentives to manipulate economic policy to improve their electoral prospects rather than optimize long-term economic performance. These electoral cycles can create macroeconomic instability and suboptimal policy choices that harm overall economic welfare. Socialist politicians would face similar electoral pressures and might use their control over economic planning to generate short-term benefits for key constituencies while imposing long-term costs on society. Comparative political economy research demonstrates that political institutions and constitutional structures have major effects on economic policy outcomes that operate independently of class composition or ideological orientation. Federal versus unitary systems, proportional versus majoritarian electoral rules, and presidential versus parliamentary governments all create different incentives for political behavior and policy making. Marx's focus on class control ignores how these institutional details shape political outcomes and may be more important than class composition for determining government performance. Empirical studies of political behavior show that voters' preferences are influenced by factors like education, religion, region, and cultural values that cut across economic class lines and cannot be reduced to material interests. Working-class voters often support conservative parties, while wealthy voters sometimes support progressive policies, contradicting Marx's predictions about class-based political alignment. These complex patterns of political preference formation suggest that Marx's class-based theory of politics was empirically wrong and conceptually oversimplified. Part 26. Behavioral Economics and Cognitive Limitations. Marx's rational actor assumptions about how workers would behave under socialism ignore the extensive findings of behavioral economics about cognitive biases, bounded rationality, and psychological limitations that affect all human decision-making. Research on behavioral economics reveals that people systematically deviate from rational choice in ways that would undermine the efficient coordination and voluntary cooperation that Marx's communist vision requires. These psychological realities suggest that Marx's expectations about human behavior under socialism were based on unrealistic assumptions about human cognitive capabilities and motivational structures. Prospect theory demonstrates that people evaluate gains and losses relative to reference points rather than absolute levels, leading to loss aversion and endowment effects that make individuals reluctant to give up existing possessions or privileges. Workers who have accumulated savings, personal property, or skill-based advantages would likely resist redistributive policies, even if they might benefit from greater equality in the long run. This psychological tendency helps explain why revolutionary movements often face resistance from the very people they claim to represent. Cognitive bias research shows that people systematically overconfidence in their own abilities and knowledge while underestimating risks and costs associated with major changes. Revolutionary leaders and their followers would likely suffer from planning fallacy and optimism bias, that lead them to underestimate the difficulties of social transformation and overestimate their ability to manage complex economic systems. These cognitive limitations help explain why revolutionary movements consistently produce worse outcomes than their supporters expect. Social psychology research on group dynamics reveals how collective decision-making processes often produce groupthink, polarization, and conformity pressure that reduce the quality of decisions and suppress dissenting viewpoints. Worker councils and collective management structures would likely exhibit these same psychological biases that lead to poor decisions and suppress innovation. Market systems avoid some of these problems by allowing individual decision-making and rewarding contrarian thinking that challenges conventional wisdom. Experimental economics shows that people often behave cooperatively in laboratory settings, but that cooperation tends to break down as group size increases and monitoring becomes more difficult. Small-scale cooperation in communes or worker cooperatives might be sustainable, but the large-scale coordination required for modern industrial societies would likely face insurmountable free-rider problems. Market mechanisms work precisely because they harness self-interest for socially beneficial outcomes rather than requiring sustained altruistic motivation from large numbers of people. Research on time preference and self-control shows that people systematically undervalue future benefits relative to immediate costs, leading to insufficient saving, investment, and long-term planning. Socialist systems that rely on voluntary cooperation for capital accumulation and infrastructure development would likely suffer from collective action problems as individuals choose immediate consumption over investment in future productive capacity. Market systems solve these problems by allowing individuals who save and invest to capture the returns from their deferred consumption, creating incentives for adequate capital formation. Behavioral research on motivation reveals that intrinsic and extrinsic motivation interact in complex ways that contradict Marx's assumptions about how eliminating material incentives would enhance work satisfaction and productivity. While people do find meaning in purposeful work, they also respond to external rewards and recognition in ways that can enhance rather than undermine intrinsic motivation. Socialist systems that eliminate individual material incentives may actually reduce rather than increase overall work motivation and job satisfaction. Cognitive load research demonstrates that human attention and decision-making capacity are fundamentally limited, making it impossible for individuals to process all the information required for optimal economic choices, even under ideal conditions. This bounded rationality creates advantages for decentralized decision-making systems that distribute cognitive burdens across many individuals rather than concentrating them in central planning agencies. Market prices help economize on cognitive resources by summarizing complex information in simple numerical form that individuals can use without understanding underlying economic relationships. Research on happiness and life satisfaction shows that people adapt to improved material conditions over time, suggesting that the material abundance that Marx promised under communism might not produce lasting increases in human welfare. Hedonic adaptation means that people's sense of well-being depends more on relative position and social relationships than absolute consumption levels. These findings suggest that Marx's focus on material production and consumption as the key to human liberation was psychologically misguided. Studies of decision-making under uncertainty reveal that people use heuristics and mental shortcuts that often lead to systematic errors in judgment about risks and probabilities. These cognitive limitations would affect economic planning and resource allocation decisions in socialist systems, just as they affect individual market choices. However, market systems allow for error correction through competitive pressure and learning from failure, while centralized planning systems may perpetuate errors because they lack effective feedback mechanisms and competitive alternatives. Part 27. Network Effects and Modern Economic Theory. Marx's 19th century understanding of economic value and production completely fails to account for network effects, platform economics, and increasing returns to scale that characterize modern digital economies. His labor theory of value becomes meaningless when applied to goods whose value increases with the number of users, such as social media platforms, operating systems, and communication networks. These network dynamics create entirely new forms of economic organization and value creation that Marx's theoretical framework cannot analyze or explain. Network effects create winner-take-all markets, where the most popular platform or standard captures disproportionate value regardless of the labor time invested in development. Facebook's dominance in social networking results from its large user base rather than superior technology or greater labor input, making Marx's value theory irrelevant for understanding how such companies create and capture value. Similarly, successful software platforms like Windows or Android derive their value from network effects and ecosystem development rather than embodied labor time. Platform economics reveals how modern companies create value by facilitating exchanges between different user groups rather than through traditional production processes. Companies like Amazon, Uber, and Airbnb profit by connecting buyers and sellers, drivers and passengers, or hosts and travelers without owning physical means of production in Marx's sense. These platform business models create new forms of economic organization that do not fit Marx's categories of capitalist ownership versus worker labor. The economics of information goods demonstrates how digital products exhibit increasing returns to scale and near-zero marginal costs that make traditional economic analysis obsolete. Software, databases, and digital content can be replicated infinitely at virtually no additional cost, creating economic dynamics that bear no relationship to Marx's assumptions about scarcity and labor requirements. These characteristics enable new business models based on freemium offerings, advertising support, and subscription services that generate value without traditional production processes. Network theory reveals how innovation and technological progress depend on complex interactions between diverse actors in innovation ecosystems that cannot be centrally planned or controlled. Silicon Valley's success results from dense networks of entrepreneurs, investors, researchers, and service providers who share information and resources through informal relationships and market transactions. These innovation networks require the flexibility and incentive alignment that market systems provide rather than the hierarchical planning that socialist systems impose. The emergence of peer-to-peer networks and sharing economy platforms demonstrates how technology enables new forms of economic coordination that bypass both traditional market institutions and state planning. Blockchain technologies, cryptocurrency systems, and decentralized autonomous organizations create possibilities for economic coordination without central authority or traditional property relationships. These developments suggest that technological innovation may be creating alternatives to both capitalism and socialism that Marx's framework cannot anticipate or analyze. Open-source software development provides examples of successful voluntary cooperation and collective production that operates outside both market and state mechanisms. Projects like Linux, Wikipedia, and Apache demonstrate that people can coordinate complex activities and create valuable products without traditional employment relationships or government direction. However, these examples rely on contributions from individuals who earn their living through market activities, suggesting that voluntary cooperation depends on market institutions rather than replacing them. Network analysis of economic relationships reveals how modern supply chains and production networks involve complex interdependencies that make traditional notions of ownership and control increasingly meaningless. Apple's iPhone involves components and services from hundreds of suppliers around the world, making it unclear who owns the means of production or how value should be attributed to different contributors. These global production networks operate through market relationships and contractual arrangements rather than through hierarchical ownership structures that Marx analyzed. The rise of the gig economy and freelance work creates new forms of economic relationship that blur the boundaries between workers and entrepreneurs in ways that Marx's class categories cannot capture. Independent contractors, consultants, and platform workers often own their primary productive assets, their skills, equipment, and customer relationships, while participating in market networks that provide coordination and payment services. These hybrid arrangements suggest that technological change is creating alternatives to both traditional employment and socialist collective ownership. Modern information economics demonstrates how knowledge, data, and intellectual property have become the primary sources of economic value in advanced economies. Companies like Google, Microsoft, and Netflix derive most of their value from intangible assets like algorithms, databases, and brand recognition, rather than physical capital or labor inputs. The economics of these knowledge-intensive industries operate according to principles that make Marx's industrial production model completely obsolete for understanding contemporary economic relationships. Part 28. Development Economics and Empirical Evidence. Contemporary development economics provides overwhelming empirical evidence against Marx's predictions about capitalist development and the conditions for economic progress in developing countries. Cross-national studies consistently show that countries with stronger market institutions, property rights protection, and economic freedom achieve faster economic growth and poverty reduction than those that have attempted socialist development strategies. The historical record of economic development since Marx's time decisively refutes his theoretical predictions and policy recommendations. The East Asian economic miracle demonstrates how market-oriented development strategies can rapidly transform poor agricultural societies into prosperous industrial economies. Countries like South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and later China achieved unprecedented rates of economic growth and poverty reduction through export-oriented industrialization, foreign investment, and gradual market liberalization. These success stories contradict Marx's prediction that capitalist development would lead to increasing immiseration and revolutionary conditions in developing countries. Natural experiments comparing similar countries with different economic systems provide powerful evidence about the relative performance of market versus socialist institutions. East and West Germany, North and South Korea, and mainland China versus Taiwan show dramatic differences in economic outcomes that cannot be explained by cultural factors, natural resources, or historical conditions. In every case, the market-oriented society achieved higher living standards, greater individual freedom, and better social outcomes than its socialist counterpart. Research on institutional development shows that secure property rights, rule of law, and limited government are essential prerequisites for sustained economic growth and development. Countries that have strengthened these institutions typically experience increased investment, productivity growth, and technological progress regardless of their initial level of development or cultural background. Conversely, countries that have weakened market institutions through nationalization, price controls, and central planning have typically experienced economic stagnation and decline. The failure of socialist development strategies in Africa, Latin America, and Asia provides additional evidence against Marx's theoretical predictions. Countries like Tanzania, Nicaragua, and Cambodia that attempted to implement socialist policies experienced economic decline, political instability, and humanitarian disasters, rather than the prosperity and equality that Marx promised. These failures cannot be attributed to external interference alone, since they reflect fundamental problems with socialist economic organization that Marx's theory failed to anticipate. Empirical studies of globalization and international trade show that integration into world markets typically improves rather than worsens conditions for workers in developing countries. Foreign investment, export industries, and global supply chains provide employment opportunities and technology transfer that accelerate economic development and raise living standards. These findings contradict Marx's prediction that international capitalism would perpetuate poverty and underdevelopment in less advanced countries. Research on poverty reduction reveals that market-oriented economic growth has lifted more people out of extreme poverty in the past 50 years than all government aid and redistribution programs combined. The dramatic reduction in global poverty rates corresponds closely with periods of trade liberalization, economic reform, and market integration rather than with socialist policies or revolutionary movements. These empirical patterns suggest that market institutions are more effective than socialist alternatives for improving conditions for the world's poorest populations. Studies of economic mobility in developing countries show that market economies typically provide greater opportunities for individuals and families to improve their economic position over time. Educational investment, entrepreneurship, and skill development allow people to move up the economic ladder in ways that rigid socialist planning systems typically prevent. Social mobility under market systems contradicts Marx's prediction that capitalism would create increasingly rigid class divisions and hereditary inequality. The experience of economic transition in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union provides additional evidence about the relative merits of market versus socialist institutions. Countries that pursued rapid market liberalization typically achieved better economic outcomes than those that maintained socialist policies or pursued gradual reform strategies. While the transition process involved significant short-term costs, countries with stronger market institutions ultimately achieved higher living standards and greater political freedom than those that resisted market reforms. Contemporary research on economic freedom and human development shows strong positive correlations between market institutions and outcomes like life expectancy, education levels, environmental quality, and subjective well-being. The Economic Freedom of the World Index consistently finds that countries with greater economic freedom achieve better results across multiple dimensions of human welfare. These empirical findings provide compelling evidence that market institutions are superior to socialist alternatives for promoting human flourishing and social progress. Part 29. Financial Markets and Capital Allocation Efficiency. Marx's hostility toward financial markets and his failure to understand their role in efficient capital allocation represents one of his most serious theoretical blind spots with enormous practical consequences. Financial markets perform the crucial function of channeling savings toward their most productive uses by allowing investors to compare risk-adjusted returns across different investment opportunities. Socialist systems that eliminate financial markets lose this essential coordination mechanism and inevitably misallocate capital in ways that reduce economic efficiency and slow technological progress. Stock markets provide essential information about the relative value of different companies and investment projects through the price discovery process that reflects the collective judgment of thousands of informed investors. Share prices incorporate vast amounts of information about company prospects, industry conditions, and macroeconomic factors that no central planning agency could possibly gather and process. Socialist planners attempting to allocate capital without market prices operate blindly and inevitably make systematic errors that waste society's scarce resources. Venture capital and private equity markets play crucial roles in funding innovation and entrepreneurship by providing risk capital to new companies and technologies that traditional banks cannot evaluate or finance. These specialized financial intermediaries have expertise in assessing technological prospects and business models that enables them to support promising innovations while avoiding wasteful investments in unviable projects. Socialist systems typically lack these risk assessment capabilities and either fail to fund innovation adequately or waste resources on politically favored but economically unviable projects. Bond markets enable efficient financing of long-term investments by allowing borrowers to access capital from savers with different time horizons and risk preferences. Corporate and government bonds provide mechanisms for funding infrastructure, research and development, and capital equipment that generate returns over many years. Socialist systems that rely on administrative allocation typically underinvest in long-term projects because political decision-makers face electoral pressures to focus on short-term benefits rather than long-term economic development. Financial derivatives and risk management instruments allow businesses and investors to hedge against various forms of uncertainty, enabling more efficient allocation of risk across the economy. Insurance markets, futures contracts, and option markets provide mechanisms for transferring risks to those most willing and able to bear them, reducing the overall cost of uncertainty for productive enterprises. Socialist systems typically lack these risk-sharing mechanisms and must either avoid risky but potentially beneficial investments or bear excessive risks that lead to economic instability. International capital markets enable efficient allocation of investment across national boundaries by allowing capital to flow toward countries and projects with the highest risk-adjusted returns. Foreign direct investment, international lending and global equity markets help equalize investment opportunities and reduce capital scarcity in developing countries. Socialist countries that restrict international capital flows cut themselves off from these efficiency gains and typically experience slower economic growth and reduced access to advanced technologies. The historical performance of financial markets in allocating capital efficiently can be measured through studies of productivity growth, innovation rates, and economic development in market versus non-market economies. Countries with well-developed financial markets consistently achieve higher rates of capital formation, technological progress, and economic growth than those with repressed financial systems. The superior performance of market economies in generating prosperity and innovation reflects the efficiency advantages of financial market allocation over administrative planning. Behavioral finance research reveals that while financial markets exhibit some inefficiencies and biases, they still perform better than alternative allocation mechanisms because they aggregate diverse information and opinions while providing incentives for correcting errors. Professional investors who identify mispriced assets can profit by trading against market inefficiencies, creating forces that push prices toward fundamental values. Socialist planning systems lack these error correction mechanisms and tend to perpetuate misallocation because planners face no financial penalties for poor decisions. The development of financial technology and electronic trading has dramatically improved the efficiency and accessibility of financial markets while reducing transaction costs and barriers to participation. Online trading platforms, robo-advisors and peer-to-peer lending services have democratized access to investment opportunities and financial services in ways that benefit ordinary savers and small businesses. These technological advances in financial markets provide tools for capital allocation that are far superior to the bureaucratic processes that socialist systems rely upon. Contemporary research on financial development and economic growth confirms that countries with deeper, more sophisticated financial markets achieve better economic outcomes than those with underdeveloped financial systems. Financial market depth, measured by factors like stock market capitalization, banking sector development and availability of credit, correlates strongly with per capita income growth and technological innovation. These empirical relationships provide strong evidence that Marx's hostility toward financial markets would have prevented the efficient capital allocation necessary for economic development and improved living standards. Part 30. Innovation Economics and Entrepreneurial Discovery. Marx's static understanding of production and his hostility toward entrepreneurship ignore the dynamic processes of innovation and discovery that drive economic progress and human welfare improvements. Contemporary innovation economics reveals that entrepreneurship involves identifying new opportunities, developing novel solutions, and creating value through creative destruction that constantly transforms economic relationships and possibilities. Socialist systems that suppress entrepreneurship and market competition inevitably experience slower rates of innovation and technological progress than market economies that reward creative problem-solving and risk-taking. Joseph Schumpeter's analysis of creative destruction demonstrates how capitalism continuously revolutionizes economic structure from within through innovation that makes existing products and production methods obsolete. This process of continuous transformation creates temporary monopoly profits for successful innovators while ultimately benefiting consumers through improved products and lower prices. Marx's focus on static exploitation relationships misses these dynamic efficiency gains that make market economies superior to socialist alternatives for generating technological progress and rising living standards. Entrepreneurial discovery theory explains how market processes enable individuals to identify profit opportunities that correspond to unmet consumer needs or unexploited production possibilities. Entrepreneurs who successfully identify and exploit these opportunities create value by organizing resources in ways that better satisfy human wants and needs. Socialist planning systems lack these discovery mechanisms because they do not provide the profit incentives and competitive pressures that motivate entrepreneurial alertness to new opportunities. Research on innovation systems reveals how successful technological development depends on complex networks of universities, research institutions, venture capitalists, and entrepreneurial firms that collaborate and compete in market environments. Silicon Valley, Boston's Route 128, and other innovation clusters demonstrate how market institutions facilitate knowledge, spillovers, talent mobility, and risk capital formation that accelerate technological progress. Socialist systems typically cannot replicate these innovation ecosystems because they lack the institutional diversity and competitive dynamics that drive effective research and development. Studies of patent systems and intellectual property protection show how market economies provide incentives for invention and innovation by allowing inventors to capture returns from their creative efforts. Patent protection encourages disclosure of new technologies while providing temporary monopolies that reward successful innovation. Socialist systems that eliminate intellectual property rights reduce incentives for innovation and may actually slow technological progress, despite their ability to freely use existing technologies developed in market economies. The economics of research and development reveals how market competition creates optimal incentives for innovation by rewarding firms that develop better products while penalizing those that fall behind technologically. Competitive pressure forces companies to continuously invest in improving their offerings and developing new capabilities to maintain market position. Socialist enterprises that face no competitive threats typically have reduced incentives to innovate and may become complacent about technological development and customer satisfaction. Venture capital research demonstrates how specialized financial intermediaries play crucial roles in funding and supporting innovative startups by providing expertise, connections, and risk capital that enable new companies to develop breakthrough technologies. Venture capitalists have incentives to carefully evaluate technological prospects and business models, providing market discipline that helps separate promising innovations from wishful thinking. Socialist systems typically lack these specialized risk assessment capabilities and either underfund innovation or waste resources on politically favored but economically unviable projects. The open innovation model shows how modern companies increasingly rely on external partnerships, licensing agreements, and collaborative relationships to access new technologies and capabilities. These market-based collaboration networks enable faster innovation and more efficient resource utilization than the vertically integrated approaches that socialist planning systems typically employ. Open innovation requires the contractual flexibility and competitive dynamics that market institutions provide rather than the hierarchical relationships that characterize socialist organizations. Historical studies of technological progress reveal that most major innovations have emerged from market economies rather than socialist systems, reflecting the superior incentive structures and resource allocation mechanisms that markets provide for research and development. The United States has been responsible for a disproportionate share of breakthrough technologies in areas like computing, biotechnology, and communications, while socialist countries typically lagged behind in technological development. This pattern suggests that Marx's critique of capitalism ignored its crucial role in fostering the innovation that improves human welfare and expands economic possibilities. Contemporary research on entrepreneurship, education, and startup ecosystems reveals how market institutions can be designed to promote innovation and economic dynamism through policies that support entrepreneurship, risk-taking, and creative destruction. Business incubators, entrepreneurship programs, and regulatory reforms that reduce barriers to entry have proven effective at fostering innovation and economic growth. These institutional innovations demonstrate that market frameworks can be continuously improved and adapted to promote entrepreneurship and innovation more effectively than the static planning systems that Marx advocated as alternatives to capitalism. Part 31. Mises's Praxeology and Socialist Calculation Impossibility. Ludwig von Mises delivered one of the most devastating theoretical critiques of Marx's socialist vision through his development of praxeology and his demonstration that rational economic calculation is impossible under comprehensive central planning. Mises argued that human action is purposeful behavior aimed at substituting more satisfactory conditions for less satisfactory ones, and that this basic feature of human nature makes Marx's collectivist planning fundamentally unworkable. His praxeological method reveals logical contradictions in Marx's economic theory that no amount of empirical evidence could overcome. Praxeology begins with the irrefutable axiom that humans act purposefully to achieve preferred outcomes, and from this starting point derives universal principles about economic behavior that apply regardless of historical circumstances or social systems. This methodological approach directly contradicts Marx's historical materialism, which assumes that human consciousness and behavior are determined by material conditions rather than by universal features of human action. Mises demonstrated that certain economic principles apply to all human societies, making Marx's stage theory of historical development logically incoherent. The socialist calculation problem represents Mises's most powerful objection to Marx's vision of planned economy. Mises proved that rational economic calculation requires market prices that emerge from voluntary exchange of private property, because only these prices can reveal the relative scarcity and subjective value of different goods and services. Without private ownership and market exchange, socialist planners have no way to determine whether their production decisions create value or waste resources, making rational economic planning impossible in principle. Marx never seriously addressed how socialist societies would make economic calculations about resource allocation, production methods, or investment priorities without market mechanisms. His vague references to production for use rather than profit provide no guidance for comparing the relative importance of different uses or determining optimal production techniques. Mises showed that these seemingly technical questions actually reveal fundamental logical problems with the entire socialist project that cannot be solved through better planning methods or more sophisticated technology. The calculation problem demonstrates that money prices are not arbitrary social conventions, but essential tools for coordinating complex economic activity across time and space. Prices aggregate vast amounts of dispersed information about individual preferences, resource availability, and production possibilities that no planning agency could possibly gather and process. Market prices also provide incentives for entrepreneurs to discover new opportunities and correct errors, creating dynamic processes of improvement that planned economies cannot replicate. Mises's critique extends beyond technical economic issues to fundamental questions about human freedom and social organization. His analysis shows that economic planning necessarily requires political control over individual choices about work, consumption, and life goals, because economic and personal decisions are inseparably connected. Socialist planning thus inevitably leads to totalitarian political control that destroys human freedom and dignity in ways that Marx never anticipated or acknowledged. The Austrian economist demonstrated that Marx's labour theory of value provides no basis for rational economic calculation because it cannot account for the subjective nature of human preferences and the role of time, uncertainty, and entrepreneurship in creating value. Value emerges from human action and choice rather than from objective labour time, making Marx's entire framework for understanding economic relationships scientifically invalid. Mises's subjective theory of value explains economic phenomena that Marx's objective approach cannot address. Praxeological analysis reveals that Marx's class struggle theory misunderstands the nature of economic relationships by treating them as zero-sum conflicts rather than mutually beneficial exchanges. Market transactions occur only when both parties expect to benefit, creating positive-sum outcomes that increase total wealth and welfare. Marx's exploitation theory assumes that economic relationships necessarily involve winners and losers, ignoring how voluntary exchange creates value for all participants. The methodological individualism that underlies praxeology contradicts Marx's holistic approach to social analysis by insisting that all social phenomena must be explained in terms of individual human action and choice. Social classes, historical forces and economic systems are useful analytical constructs, but cannot be treated as independent causal agents with their own goals and interests. Mises' approach provides more rigorous foundations for social science by grounding all explanations in observable human behavior rather than abstract social entities. Historical evidence from socialist experiments confirms Mises' theoretical predictions about the impossibility of rational economic calculation under central planning. The Soviet Union, Eastern European countries and other socialist societies consistently experienced economic inefficiency, chronic shortages, and technological stagnation that reflected their inability to solve calculation problems that market economies handle routinely. The eventual collapse of these systems vindicated Mises' analysis and demonstrated that Marx's vision of socialist prosperity was based on logical errors rather than empirical possibilities. Part 32. Hayek's spontaneous order versus Marx's central planning. Friedrich Hayek's analysis of spontaneous order and distributed knowledge provides a devastating critique of Marx's faith in rational social planning by demonstrating that complex social coordination emerges through unplanned processes that cannot be replicated or improved upon through central direction. Hayek showed that Marx fundamentally misunderstood how market economies coordinate human activity through spontaneous order that emerges from individual actions without requiring comprehensive planning or conscious design. This insight reveals that Marx's critique of market chaos was based on profound ignorance about how complex systems actually function and coordinate themselves. The concept of spontaneous order explains how complex social institutions like language, law, money and markets develop through evolutionary processes that optimize for local conditions and changing circumstances without central control. These institutions embody vast amounts of accumulated knowledge and trial and error learning that no individual or planning agency could possibly replicate through rational design. Marx's assumption that conscious planning could improve upon these spontaneous processes reflects what Hayek called the fatal conceit of believing that human reason can comprehend and direct complex social systems. Hayek's knowledge problem demonstrates that the information required for efficient economic coordination is dispersed among millions of individuals and cannot be gathered and processed by central planning agencies. Each person possesses unique knowledge about their particular circumstances, preferences, and opportunities that is essential for making good economic decisions, but cannot be communicated to others without enormous cost. Market prices coordinate this dispersed knowledge by providing signals that guide individual decisions, without requiring anyone to understand the entire economic system. The price system functions as a communication network that transmits information about changing conditions throughout the economy faster and more accurately than any centralized information system could achieve. When consumer preferences change or new technologies emerge, price adjustments automatically signal these changes to producers and consumers without requiring conscious coordination or planning. Marx's critique of market anarchy ignored this sophisticated information processing function that makes market economies more responsive and adaptive than planned systems. Hayek's analysis of cultural evolution explains how social institutions develop through competitive selection processes that preserve beneficial practices while eliminating harmful ones over long periods of time. Successful societies develop institutional frameworks that promote cooperation, innovation and prosperity, while unsuccessful societies with inferior institutions decline or disappear. This evolutionary perspective suggests that market institutions have survived and spread because they provide superior solutions to coordination problems compared to the planning systems that Marx advocated. The road to serfdom argument reveals how attempts to implement comprehensive economic planning inevitably lead to political tyranny, because economic control requires political control over individual choices and social relationships. Socialist planning necessarily concentrates enormous power in political authorities who must make decisions about production, consumption and resource allocation that affect every aspect of human life. This concentration of power corrupts democratic processes and creates opportunities for abuse that threaten human freedom and dignity in ways that Marx never anticipated. Hayek demonstrated that Marx's vision of rational social organization reflects scientific thinking that inappropriately applies methods from physical sciences to complex social phenomena that cannot be understood or controlled through simple causal models. Social systems exhibit emergent properties and nonlinear dynamics that make them fundamentally different from mechanical systems that can be designed and controlled through engineering approaches. Marx's confidence in his scientific socialism represents exactly the kind of intellectual hubris that Hayek identified as dangerous to human freedom and social progress. The rule of law provides another crucial contrast between Hayek's liberalism and Marx's revolutionary approach to social change. Hayek argued that freedom requires abstract rules that apply equally to all individuals, rather than specific commands directed at particular people or groups. Marx's class-based approach to social transformation necessarily involves discriminatory treatment that violates rule of law principles and creates arbitrary power relationships that undermine justice and freedom. Spontaneous order theory explains how market economies continuously adapt and improve through competitive processes that reward innovation and efficiency while penalizing waste and obsolescence. This evolutionary dynamic creates ongoing improvements in living standards and technological capabilities without requiring central planning or conscious direction. Marx's static analysis of capitalist exploitation missed these dynamic benefits of market competition that continuously transform economic relationships and expand human possibilities. Hayek's critique extends to Marx's understanding of social justice, arguing that the concept becomes meaningless when applied to outcomes of spontaneous processes rather than intentional actions. Market outcomes reflect the complex interactions of millions of individual choices rather than conscious decisions by identifiable agents, making it inappropriate to judge these outcomes by standards of justice that apply to deliberate human actions. Marx's critique of capitalist injustice inappropriately anthropomorphizes market processes and demands impossible standards of distributive justice that would require destroying the spontaneous order that creates prosperity and freedom. Part 33. Rothbard's Anarcho-Capitalism and Property Rights Defense. Murray Rothbard developed the most radical libertarian critique of Marx by demonstrating that consistent application of Marx's own principles about exploitation and oppression should lead to anarcho-capitalism rather than socialism. Rothbard argued that the state itself is the primary source of exploitation and class conflict in society, making Marx's strategy of using state power to eliminate exploitation logically incoherent and practically counterproductive. His natural rights philosophy provides systematic refutation of Marx's collectivist assumptions while offering a more consistent framework for understanding oppression and liberation. Rothbard's natural rights theory demonstrates that individual self-ownership is the fundamental principle from which all legitimate property rights derive, contradicting Marx's rejection of private property and individual rights. Each person owns himself and therefore owns the products of his labour when mixed with unowned natural resources, creating a logical foundation for private property that Marx never successfully refuted. Socialist attempts to abolish private property necessarily violate these fundamental rights and create systematic exploitation of individuals by collective authorities. The anarcho-capitalist analysis reveals that the state monopolizes the use of force in society and uses this monopoly to extract resources from productive individuals through taxation, regulation, and inflation. This systematic coercion represents the fundamental form of exploitation in modern societies, making political authority, rather than economic relationships, the primary source of class conflict. Marx's focus on capitalist exploitation ignored the more serious problem of state exploitation that affects all members of society regardless of their economic position. Rothbard demonstrated that Marx's class analysis mistakenly treats market relationships as exploitative, while ignoring how state intervention creates artificial class divisions between those who benefit from political privilege and those who bear the costs. True class conflict occurs between the political class that controls state power and the productive class that creates wealth through voluntary exchange and productive activity. Capitalists and workers share common interests in opposing state interference with their voluntary relationships and mutual cooperation. The Austrian economist showed that Marx's critique of wage labour as exploitative ignores how employment relationships represent mutually beneficial exchanges that improve conditions for both employers and workers. Workers choose employment because it provides better opportunities than available alternatives, while employers hire workers because their productivity exceeds their wages. These voluntary relationships create value for both parties and should be protected from state interference rather than eliminated through revolutionary action. Rothbard's analysis of money and banking reveals how government control of monetary systems creates inflation and business cycles that Marx mistakenly attributed to inherent contradictions of capitalism. Central banking and fiat money enable political authorities to manipulate economic conditions for their own benefit while imposing costs on ordinary citizens through currency debasement and artificial boom-bust cycles. Free market monetary systems based on commodity money would eliminate these problems and create more stable economic conditions than either capitalist or socialist planning could achieve. The ethics of liberty provides a systematic framework for evaluating social institutions based on whether they respect individual rights and voluntary cooperation or rely on coercion and aggression. This ethical framework condemns both state socialism and state capitalism while supporting genuinely free market relationships based on voluntary exchange and mutual consent. Marx's revolutionary methods necessarily involve aggression against peaceful individuals and therefore violate the fundamental ethical principles that should guide social organization. Rothbard's historical analysis demonstrates that most of the social problems that Marx attributed to capitalism actually result from government intervention that prevents markets from functioning freely. Corporate monopolies, extreme inequality, and worker exploitation typically reflect state-granted privileges and regulatory barriers rather than free market competition. Eliminating these government interventions would address Marx's legitimate concerns about social problems more effectively than revolutionary transformation to socialism. The Anarcho-Capitalist theory of law and governance shows how private institutions can provide security, dispute resolution, and social coordination more effectively than government monopolies. Competing private agencies would have incentives to provide high-quality services at reasonable prices while avoiding the corruption and inefficiency that characterize political institutions. This market-based approach to governance would eliminate the concentrated power that enables systematic exploitation while preserving the voluntary cooperation that creates prosperity and freedom. Rothbard's critique reveals that Marx's internationalism actually requires creating a world state with unprecedented power over human life and activity. Global socialism would concentrate more power in fewer hands than any previous political system, creating enormous opportunities for abuse and tyranny. True internationalism requires eliminating barriers to voluntary cooperation across national boundaries, rather than creating supranational political authorities that would inevitably exploit their subjects on a global scale. Part 34. Adam Smith's Invisible Hand versus Marx's Class Struggle. Adam Smith's invisible hand mechanism provides a fundamental alternative to Marx's class struggle theory by demonstrating how individual pursuit of self-interest in competitive markets leads to socially beneficial outcomes without conscious coordination or central planning. Smith showed that market competition aligns private interests with public welfare through automatic processes that reward socially beneficial behavior while penalizing harmful actions. This insight reveals that Marx's zero-sum conception of economic relationships fundamentally misunderstands how wealth creation and social cooperation actually function in market economies. The division of labor analysis in The Wealth of Nations explains how specialization and exchange create mutual interdependence that gives all participants incentives to serve each other's interests through productive activity. Workers, entrepreneurs and consumers all benefit from expanded markets and improved productivity that result from voluntary cooperation and competitive improvement. Marx's class conflict theory ignores these shared interests in economic growth and technological progress that unite rather than divide different economic groups. Smith's pin factory example demonstrates how breaking down complex production processes into specialized tasks dramatically increases productivity and wealth creation in ways that benefit all participants. 10 workers collaborating through division of labor can produce thousands of times more pins than 10 workers each trying to make complete pins individually. This productivity gain creates surplus value that improves conditions for workers, entrepreneurs, and consumers simultaneously, contradicting Marx's assumption that value creation necessarily involves exploitation of some groups by others. The theory of moral sentiments reveals how market participation develops social virtues and cooperative behavior by rewarding individuals who can satisfy others' needs and preferences effectively. Successful merchants and manufacturers must develop empathy, reliability, and concern for customer satisfaction to maintain their market position. These moral qualities create social bonds and mutual respect that contradict Marx's prediction that capitalism would destroy human solidarity and reduce all relationships to cash transactions. Smith's analysis of competition shows how market rivalry protects consumers and workers from exploitation by giving them alternative options and forcing suppliers to offer attractive terms. Employers who mistreat workers lose their best employees to competitors, while businesses that overcharge customers lose market share to rivals offering better value. This competitive discipline provides more effective protection against exploitation than the political solutions that Marx advocated, which concentrate power and eliminate competitive alternatives. The invisible hand operates through price signals that automatically coordinate economic activity by communicating information about changing conditions and creating incentives for appropriate responses. When consumer demand increases for particular products, rising prices signal producers to expand output while encouraging consumers to economize on scarce goods. This spontaneous coordination mechanism works more efficiently than conscious planning because it processes vast amounts of dispersed information that no central authority could gather and analyze. Smith's understanding of capital accumulation reveals how savings and investment create employment opportunities and raise wages by increasing the demand for labor relative to its supply. Capitalists who save and invest their profits increase the productivity of workers by providing them with better tools and equipment, leading to higher wages and improved living standards. Marx's exploitation theory ignores these dynamic benefits of capital accumulation that explain why wages and living standards have risen dramatically in market economies over time. The wealth of nations grows through voluntary exchange that allows individuals and communities to specialize in their areas of comparative advantage while trading for goods they cannot produce efficiently themselves. This exchange creates mutual benefits that increase total wealth and welfare, rather than simply redistributing existing resources from some groups to others. Marx's focus on distribution conflicts ignores the fundamental importance of wealth creation through cooperation and exchange that makes everyone better off over time. Smith's analysis of government's proper role emphasizes providing public goods and enforcing justice while avoiding interference with voluntary economic relationships. Limited government protects property rights and enforces contracts while allowing market forces to coordinate economic activity efficiently. Marx's expanded vision of government control over production and distribution would destroy the spontaneous coordination mechanisms that create prosperity while concentrating dangerous power in political authorities. The impartial spectator theory explains how market participation develops moral judgment and social cooperation by encouraging individuals to consider how their actions appear to fair-minded observers. People who want to maintain good reputations and social relationships must behave in ways that others can approve and respect. These social pressures create ethical constraints on behavior that supplement legal rules and competitive discipline, contradicting Marx's assumption that capitalism necessarily corrupts human relationships and moral development. Part 35. John Stuart Mill's Harm Principle and Individual Liberty. John Stuart Mill's harm principle provides a devastating critique of Marx's collectivist approach to social organization by establishing individual liberty as the fundamental principle that should guide political and social arrangements. Mill argued that society should interfere with individual choices only when those choices harm other people, creating a framework for social organization that protects personal freedom while maintaining social cooperation. This liberal approach to social problems offers superior alternatives to Marx's revolutionary methods, while addressing legitimate concerns about social justice and human welfare. The principle of individual sovereignty holds that each person is the best judge of their own interests and should be free to make choices about their own life as long as they do not harm others. This principle directly contradicts Marx's assumption that social authorities can determine what is best for individuals and should direct their economic and social choices through comprehensive planning. Mill's approach respects human dignity and autonomy, while Marx's collectivism treats individuals as means to collective ends rather than as autonomous agents with their own rights and purposes. Mill's analysis of economic liberty demonstrates how voluntary exchange and market competition protect individual freedom while promoting social welfare through mutually beneficial cooperation. Workers and employers who are free to negotiate their own arrangements will typically reach agreements that benefit both parties, while government interference often prevents these mutually beneficial relationships. Marx's hostility towards market relationships ignores how voluntary exchange protects individual choice and creates positive-sum outcomes that improve conditions for all participants. The distinction between self-regarding and other-regarding actions provides a clear framework for determining when social intervention is justified and when individual freedom should be protected. Personal choices about lifestyle, career, consumption, and social relationships should remain private matters unless they directly harm other people's interests. Marx's comprehensive approach to social transformation would eliminate this distinction by making all individual choices subject to collective control and political determination. Mill's critique of social tyranny reveals how majority opinion and social pressure can threaten individual freedom just as much as government coercion, making protection of minority rights and individual dissent essential for human development. Social conformity and collective thinking stifle the diversity and experimentation that drive social progress and human flourishing. Marx's vision of homogeneous class consciousness would eliminate the intellectual and social diversity that Mill considered essential for discovering truth and improving social conditions. The marketplace of ideas theory explains how free discussion and debate lead to better understanding and social progress by allowing different viewpoints to compete for acceptance based on their merits. Truth emerges through open competition between ideas rather than through authority or social consensus, making intellectual freedom essential for social improvement. Marx's revolutionary approach typically suppresses dissenting views and imposes ideological orthodoxy that prevents the free inquiry necessary for discovering better social arrangements. Mill's analysis of women's rights and gender equality demonstrates how liberal principles can address social injustice more effectively than Marx's class-based approach to social problems. The subjection of women results from legal and social restrictions on individual choice rather than from economic relationships, requiring expansion of individual rights rather than revolutionary transformation of economic systems. Mill's feminist analysis shows how liberal reforms can achieve progressive goals without the violence and authoritarianism that Marx's revolutionary methods typically produce. The principle of utility provides an alternative framework for evaluating social arrangements based on their consequences for human happiness and welfare, rather than on abstract theories about historical development or class interests. Social institutions should be judged by whether they promote the greatest happiness for the greatest number while protecting individual rights and freedoms. This consequentialist approach provides more flexible and practical guidance for social reform than Marx's rigid historical determinism and revolutionary ideology. Mill's evolutionary approach to social change emphasizes gradual reform and institutional improvement, rather than revolutionary transformation that destroys existing social arrangements. Social progress occurs through experimentation and learning that builds upon successful innovations while preserving valuable traditions and institutions. This reformist approach avoids the enormous costs and uncertain outcomes of revolutionary change, while providing mechanisms for continuous improvement and adaptation to changing circumstances. The representative government theory shows how democratic institutions can address social problems and protect individual rights more effectively than the revolutionary dictatorship that Marx's approach typically requires. Democratic competition creates incentives for political leaders to serve public interests, while constitutional protections prevent majority tyranny and protect minority rights. These institutional safeguards provide better protection for human freedom and welfare than the temporary revolutionary authority that Marx expected would wither away, but historically has become permanent and oppressive. Part 36. Burke's Traditionalism versus Marx's Revolutionary Rationalism. Edmund Burke's conservative philosophy provides a profound critique of Marx's revolutionary rationalism by demonstrating the wisdom embedded in traditional institutions and the dangers of attempting to reconstruct society according to abstract theoretical principles. Burke argued that successful social institutions develop through generations of trial and error that accumulate practical wisdom about human nature and social organization that no individual theorist could replicate through rational analysis. This evolutionary perspective reveals that Marx's confidence in his scientific socialism reflects dangerous intellectual hubris that ignores the complexity and fragility of social order. The critique of the French Revolution provides a prophetic analysis of how revolutionary attempts to remake society according to rational principles typically produce violence, chaos and tyranny, rather than the progress and liberation that revolutionaries promise. Burke predicted that the French Revolutionaries' destruction of traditional institutions would lead to political instability and eventual dictatorship, because they ignored the social foundations that make civilized life possible. His analysis applies equally well to Marx's revolutionary program, which makes similar assumptions about the possibility of rationally reconstructing social relationships from scratch. Burke's understanding of prejudice as embodied wisdom challenges Marx's Enlightenment faith in rational criticism and scientific analysis as guides to social organization. Traditional beliefs and practices represent accumulated knowledge about what works in human society, while rational criticism often destroys valuable institutions before understanding their functions or developing adequate replacements. Marx's systematic critique of existing institutions ignores this embodied wisdom and risks destroying social arrangements that have proven their value through historical experience. The organic conception of society emphasizes how social institutions develop through gradual adaptation and mutual adjustment rather than conscious design, making revolutionary transformation likely to disrupt beneficial relationships and coordination mechanisms. Society resembles a living organism whose parts have evolved to work together in complex ways that cannot be understood through simple mechanical analysis. Marx's approach treats society as a machine that can be redesigned according to rational principles, ignoring the organic relationships that make social cooperation possible. Burke's analysis of property rights reveals how traditional ownership arrangements provide stability and security that enable long-term planning and investment while creating incentives for responsible stewardship of resources. Property rights develop through historical processes that balance individual interests with social needs, creating arrangements that promote both efficiency and justice over time. Marx's rejection of private property would destroy these beneficial arrangements without providing adequate alternatives for coordinating economic activity and maintaining social order. The little platoons theory explains how intermediate associations between the individual and the state provide essential training in social cooperation and civic virtue that make democratic self-government possible. Families, churches, professional associations, and local communities teach people how to balance individual interests with collective responsibilities while providing social support and meaning. Marx's class-based approach to social organization would destroy these intermediate institutions and leave individuals isolated and dependent on centralized political authorities. Burke's understanding of human nature emphasizes the importance of habit, custom and tradition in shaping behavior and maintaining social order. People need stable expectations and familiar social roles to function effectively, while constant change and uncertainty undermine psychological well-being and social cooperation. Marx's revolutionary approach would eliminate the traditional structures that provide meaning and stability in human life, creating psychological and social chaos that would be difficult to remedy through political action. The mantle of philosophy analysis reveals how abstract thinking can become dangerous when it loses connection with practical experience and historical wisdom. Intellectuals who develop comprehensive theories about social organization often lack practical knowledge about how institutions actually function and what makes them effective. Marx's theoretical system exemplifies this problem by proposing radical changes based on abstract analysis rather than careful study of how alternative arrangements would work in practice. Burke's approach to social reform emphasizes gradual change that preserves valuable traditions, while adapting to new circumstances through evolutionary modification rather than revolutionary transformation. Successful reform builds upon existing institutions and social relationships rather than attempting to create entirely new arrangements based on theoretical speculation. This conservative approach to change provides more reliable methods for social improvement than Marx's revolutionary strategy, while avoiding the enormous risks and uncertain outcomes of comprehensive social transformation. The prescription principle holds that long-established institutions and practices have presumptive validity because they have survived the test of time and competition with alternatives. Institutions that persist across generations typically serve important social functions, even when their purposes are not immediately obvious to contemporary observers. Marx's systematic critique of existing institutions ignores this presumption in favor of established arrangements and risks, destroying valuable social capital that cannot be easily replaced through conscious design or political action. Part 37. Oakeshott and Scruton's Defense of Inherited Institutions. Michael Oakeshott's philosophy of tradition and Roger Scruton's conservative thought provide sophisticated defences of inherited institutions against Marx's rationalist critique by revealing the tacit knowledge and social wisdom embedded in traditional practices. Oakeshott argued that political knowledge is largely practical rather than technical, existing in the form of skills and judgments that cannot be reduced to explicit rules or theoretical principles. This insight demonstrates that Marx's scientific approach to social transformation ignores the practical knowledge necessary for successful political and economic organization. Oakeshott's distinction between enterprise association and civil association reveals fundamental problems with Marx's approach to social organization. Enterprise associations organize people around shared substantive goals, while civil associations provide frameworks of rules that allow individuals to pursue their own diverse purposes. Marx's vision of communist society would transform all social relationships into enterprise associations directed toward collective goals, eliminating the civil association framework that protects individual freedom and enables social diversity. The critique of rationalism in politics demonstrates how attempts to apply scientific methods to political and social problems typically ignore the complexity and contingency that characterize human affairs. Political activity requires practical wisdom and situational judgment that cannot be reduced to technical expertise or theoretical knowledge. Marx's confidence in his scientific socialism exemplifies the rationalist error of believing that political problems can be solved through systematic analysis and comprehensive planning rather than through prudent adjustment to changing circumstances. Oakeshott's analysis of tradition reveals how inherited practices embody accumulated learning about successful ways of conducting human affairs that would be lost if traditional institutions were destroyed and replaced with rationally designed alternatives. Traditional practices represent solutions to recurring human problems that have been tested and refined through historical experience. Marx's revolutionary approach would eliminate this practical knowledge without providing adequate alternatives, creating massive coordination problems and social dysfunction. Scruton's aesthetic and cultural criticism shows how Marx's materialist approach ignores the spiritual and aesthetic dimensions of human life that give meaning and purpose to individual and social existence. Art, music, literature, and religious practice provide forms of value and satisfaction that cannot be reduced to economic relationships or material consumption. Marx's focus on production and class struggle misses these crucial aspects of human flourishing that require cultural traditions and aesthetic education to develop and maintain. The defense of property rights reveals how ownership creates bonds between people and places that generate responsible stewardship and long-term commitment to community welfare. Property owners have incentives to maintain and improve their assets while developing knowledge about local conditions and social relationships that benefit the broader community. Marx's collectivist approach would destroy these ownership bonds and replace them with bureaucratic management that lacks both local knowledge and long-term commitment to particular places and communities. Scruton's analysis of national identity and patriotism demonstrates how attachment to particular places and communities provides essential sources of meaning and social solidarity that transcend economic relationships. People need roots in particular cultures and traditions to develop stable identities and moral commitments that enable social cooperation and personal fulfillment. Marx's internationalist approach would eliminate these local attachments in favor of abstract universal solidarity that lacks the emotional and cultural foundations necessary for sustainable social cooperation. The educational philosophy emphasizes how cultural transmission through families, schools and communities preserves valuable knowledge and skills while developing individual capabilities and social virtues. Education involves initiation into inherited traditions of thought and practice rather than merely acquiring technical skills or critical thinking abilities. Marx's approach to human development ignores the importance of cultural formation and traditional education, focusing instead on changing economic conditions without understanding how culture shapes individual character and social relationships. Oakeshott's concept of conversation provides an alternative model for social interaction that emphasizes mutual respect and open-ended dialogue rather than the conflict and struggle that Marx considered the motor of historical development. Civilized conversation allows different viewpoints to engage constructively without requiring resolution into winners and losers or comprehensive agreement about goals and values. This conversational approach to social relationships provides better foundations for democratic politics and social cooperation than Marx's conflictual model of class struggle and revolutionary transformation. The critique of mass society reveals how modern conditions erode traditional institutions and social relationships in ways that create alienation and social fragmentation that cannot be addressed through Marx's collectivist solutions. Mass society destroys intermediate institutions and local communities while creating rootless individuals who lack stable social identities and meaningful relationships. Restoring social solidarity requires rebuilding traditional institutions and cultural practices rather than implementing socialist economic arrangements that would further centralize social authority and eliminate local autonomy. Part 38, Sartre and Camus, Existential Freedom versus Historical Determinism. Jean-Paul Sartre's existentialist philosophy provides a fundamental challenge to Marx's historical determinism by asserting that human beings are condemned to be free and must create their own values through authentic choices, rather than following predetermined historical patterns. Sartre argued that existence precedes essence, meaning that humans have no fixed nature or predetermined purpose but must define themselves through their actions and decisions. This radical freedom contradicts Marx's assumption that human consciousness and behavior are determined by material conditions and historical forces beyond individual control. Albert Camus' philosophy of the absurd reveals the dangers of Marx's totalizing ideological system that promises to explain all of history and predict the future of human development. Camus argued that the human condition is fundamentally absurd because people seek meaning and purpose in a universe that provides no ultimate answers or guarantees. Marx's scientific socialism represents exactly the kind of systematic explanation that Camus considered intellectually dishonest and politically dangerous because it claims certainty about matters that are inherently uncertain and contingent. Sartre's analysis of bad faith demonstrates how people often deny their freedom and responsibility by pretending that their choices are determined by external forces or social roles beyond their control. Marx's theory of ideology and false consciousness exhibits exactly this kind of bad faith by suggesting that people's beliefs and values are determined by their economic position rather than chosen through authentic reflection and decision. The existentialist approach insists that individuals must take responsibility for their choices and cannot blame their circumstances or social conditions for their actions and beliefs. The critique of revolutionary violence reveals fundamental problems with Marx's assumption that historical progress justifies using force against existing institutions and social relationships. Camus argued that no future goal, however noble, can justify violence against innocent people in the present, because such violence treats human beings as means to abstract ends rather than as valuable in themselves. Marx's revolutionary strategy violates basic ethical principles by sacrificing individual human beings for the sake of historical outcomes that may never materialize or may differ dramatically from what revolutionaries expect. Sartre's political evolution from Marxism toward more libertarian positions illustrates the contradictions between existentialist emphasis on individual freedom and Marx's collectivist approach to social organization. Even though Sartre initially supported communist movements, he gradually recognized that socialist regimes suppress individual freedom and creativity in ways that contradict existentialist values about human autonomy and self-creation. His later criticism of Soviet authoritarianism reflects deeper philosophical problems with Marx's approach to human liberation and social transformation. The existentialist understanding of anxiety and authenticity reveals psychological dimensions of human experience that Marx's economic reductionism cannot address adequately. People experience anxiety not primarily because of economic exploitation, but because of the burden of freedom and the need to make choices without certain knowledge about consequences or ultimate meaning. Marx's promise of communist liberation ignores these fundamental features of human existence and offers false reassurance about the possibility of eliminating anxiety and uncertainty through social transformation. Camus' analysis of rebellion distinguishes between authentic rebellion against oppression and ideological revolution that imposes new forms of tyranny in the name of abstract principles. Genuine rebellion affirms human dignity and freedom against all forms of domination, while revolutionary ideology often justifies new forms of oppression in the name of historical necessity or collective goals. Marx's revolutionary theory exhibits the latter tendency by subordinating individual rights and freedoms to supposed historical laws and class interests. The absurdist approach to social problems emphasizes solidarity and mutual aid without requiring comprehensive agreement about ultimate values or social goals. People can work together to address human suffering and injustice without sharing elaborate theoretical frameworks about the nature of history or the structure of society. This approach provides more realistic foundations for social cooperation than Marx's systematic ideology that demands acceptance of complex theoretical claims about economics, history, and human nature. Sartre's concept of the look reveals how social relationships involve complex dynamics of recognition and objectification that cannot be reduced to economic categories of exploitation and class conflict. People relate to each other as conscious subjects who seek recognition and respect, rather than merely as economic agents defined by their position in production relationships. Marx's class analysis misses these psychological and interpersonal dimensions of social life that are crucial for understanding human motivation and social conflict. The existentialist emphasis on situated freedom acknowledges that people make choices within particular historical and social contexts, while insisting that these contexts do not determine their responses or eliminate their responsibility for their actions. This perspective provides a more nuanced understanding of the relationship between individual agency and social structure than Marx's crude determinism or naive assumptions about revolutionary consciousness. People can choose how to respond to their circumstances, even when they cannot choose the circumstances themselves, making individual moral and political choices more important than Marx's theory suggests. Part 39. Beauvoir's feminist existentialism versus Marx's economic reductionism. Simone de Beauvoir's feminist existentialism reveals the inadequacy of Marx's economic reductionism for understanding gender oppression and women's liberation by demonstrating that women's subordination involves cultural, psychological and existential dimensions that cannot be reduced to economic relationships. Beauvoir argued that women are made rather than born, meaning that gender roles and feminine identity result from social construction rather than biological destiny or economic position. This analysis shows that women's liberation requires transforming cultural representations and social expectations about gender rather than simply changing economic arrangements, as Marx suggested. The second sex reveals how women have been systematically defined as the other in relation to men who represent universal human nature and subjectivity. This othering process operates through cultural symbols, philosophical concepts, and social practices that position women as derivative, secondary, and incomplete versions of full human beings. Marx's class analysis cannot explain this fundamental form of oppression because it operates independently of economic relationships and affects women across all social classes and economic positions. Beauvoir's existentialist approach emphasizes how women must claim their freedom and authenticity through individual choices and actions rather than waiting for historical forces or revolutionary movements to liberate them. Women's liberation requires recognizing their fundamental freedom and taking responsibility for creating their own values and purposes rather than accepting traditional roles or revolutionary programs designed by others. This individualist approach to liberation contradicts Marx's collectivist strategy that subordinates individual agency to class consciousness and historical necessity. The analysis of women's complicity in their own oppression demonstrates the complex psychological mechanisms through which patriarchal systems maintain themselves without requiring constant coercion or force. Many women accept traditional gender roles and participate in reinforcing systems that disadvantage them. Because these roles provide security, social approval, and meaning even while limiting their freedom and opportunities. Marx's theory of false consciousness cannot adequately explain this phenomenon because it assumes that oppressed groups would naturally recognize and resist their oppression if not for ideological manipulation. Beauvoir's critique of protective legislation and special treatment for women reveals how well-intentioned policies can actually reinforce gender stereotypes and limit women's opportunities in ways that Marx's framework cannot anticipate. Laws that restrict women's working hours or exclude them from dangerous occupations may perpetuate assumptions about women's weakness and unsuitability for full participation in economic life. This analysis shows that formal equality and equal access to employment may not be sufficient for women's liberation if cultural attitudes and social expectations remain unchanged. The existentialist understanding of situated freedom applies particularly well to women's experiences because it acknowledges how social constraints shape choices, while insisting that individuals retain responsibility for their responses to these constraints. Women face real limitations and pressures that affect their opportunities and decisions, but they also have the capacity to resist, subvert and transform these constraints through creative action and authentic choice. This nuanced approach to agency and structure provides better guidance for feminist politics than Marx's crude determinism or naive assumptions about revolutionary consciousness. Beauvoir's analysis of marriage and motherhood reveals how these institutions can become forms of bad faith that allow women to avoid taking responsibility for their freedom by accepting predefined roles and purposes. Traditional marriage often involves women surrendering their independence and identity in exchange for economic security and social acceptance, creating a form of voluntary servitude that Marx's economic analysis cannot adequately address. Women's liberation requires questioning these traditional arrangements and creating new forms of relationships based on mutual respect and shared freedom. The critique of revolutionary movements shows how male-dominated political organizations often reproduce patriarchal patterns of domination even when they claim to oppose oppression and exploitation. Socialist and communist movements typically assigned women subsidiary roles while focusing on economic issues that primarily affected male workers, ignoring specifically feminist concerns about reproductive rights, domestic violence, and cultural representation. This pattern suggests that Marx's class-based approach to liberation is insufficient for addressing gender oppression and may actually perpetuate male dominance within revolutionary organizations. Beauvoir's emphasis on individual liberation through authentic choice and creative action provides an alternative model for social transformation that does not require comprehensive revolutionary change or systematic ideology. Women can begin transforming their conditions immediately through personal choices about careers, relationships and lifestyle, while working collectively to change laws and social institutions. This approach avoids the enormous costs and uncertain outcomes of revolutionary transformation, while providing concrete strategies for addressing specific forms of oppression and discrimination. The intersectional implications of Beauvoir's analysis reveal how women's experiences differ significantly based on their race, class, sexuality and nationality, in ways that make Marx's universal categories of analysis inadequate for understanding the diversity of women's lives. Upper-class women may have more freedom and opportunities than working-class men, while women of colour face forms of discrimination that affect both men and women in their communities. These complex patterns of privilege and oppression require more sophisticated analytical frameworks than Marx's simple class categories can provide. Part 40. Foucault's power analysis versus Marx's class analysis. Michel Foucault's analysis of power as a complex network of relationships that operates through knowledge production, institutional practices and subject formation provides a fundamental challenge to Marx's simplistic model of class domination and economic exploitation. Foucault demonstrated that power is not simply a possession held by ruling classes, but a productive force that creates knowledge, shapes identities, and constitutes the very subjects who appear to exercise or resist power. This sophisticated understanding of power relations reveals that Marx's binary model of oppressor and oppressed cannot capture the complexity of how modern societies actually function and maintain themselves. The genealogical method reveals how modern institutions like prisons, hospitals, schools and factories create new forms of subjectivity and social control that operate through normalization rather than repression. These disciplinary institutions shape individual behavior and identity through surveillance, examination and training, rather than through the direct coercion that Marx emphasized in his analysis of capitalist exploitation. Foucault's analysis shows that modern power operates by creating productive, docile subjects rather than simply extracting surplus value from resistant workers. Discipline and punish demonstrates how the modern penal system exemplifies a broader transformation in power, relations from sovereign authority based on spectacular violence to disciplinary power based on continuous surveillance and normalization. This transformation reflects changes in governmental rationality that cannot be explained through Marx's economic determinism, but require understanding how power and knowledge interact to create new forms of social order. The disciplinary model extends far beyond criminal justice to shape educational, medical and workplace practices in ways that Marx's class analysis cannot comprehend. The birth of the clinic reveals how medical knowledge and psychiatric practice create new categories of normal and abnormal subjectivity that regulate individual behavior more effectively than economic coercion. Medical discourse defines health and pathology in ways that shape how people understand themselves and their relationships to social institutions. These forms of biopower operate independently of class relationships and may be more important than economic factors in determining how modern societies control and shape their populations. Foucault's analysis of sexuality shows how modern societies create new forms of identity and regulation around sexual behavior that cannot be reduced to economic relationships or class interests. The deployment of sexuality involves complex interactions between medical discourse, legal regulation, and personal identity formation that shape individual subjectivity in fundamental ways. Marx's focus on production relationships ignores these crucial aspects of modern power that operate through the constitution of subjects rather than external domination of pre-existing individuals. The concept of governmentality reveals how modern states exercise power through the management of populations rather than direct control over territory or individuals. Governmental technologies involve statistics, public health measures, and social planning that aim to optimize population welfare and productivity through indirect mechanisms. These forms of power operate through freedom rather than against it, creating subjects who regulate themselves according to norms of health, productivity, and social responsibility. Foucault's critique of the repressive hypothesis challenges Marx's assumption that power primarily operates through prohibition and constraint rather than through productive and creative mechanisms. Modern power creates pleasures, knowledge, and identities rather than simply forbidding certain activities or thoughts. This productive dimension of power explains why people often embrace rather than resist modern institutions and practices, contradicting Marx's predictions about inevitable conflict between oppressors and oppressed. The archaeological method demonstrates how systems of knowledge and discourse have their own historical development that cannot be reduced to economic base and ideological superstructure relationships. Scientific disciplines, professional practices, and intellectual frameworks develop according to their own internal logic and institutional requirements, rather than simply reflecting class, interests, or material conditions. This autonomy of knowledge production undermines Marx's materialist explanation of consciousness and cultural development. Foucault's analysis of resistance reveals how opposition to power takes multiple forms that cannot be reduced to class consciousness or revolutionary organization. Resistance occurs through counterconducts, alternative subjectifications, and creative practices that challenge existing norms without necessarily aiming at comprehensive social transformation. These diverse forms of resistance suggest that social change occurs through multiple, dispersed struggles rather than through the unified class action that Marx considered necessary for revolutionary transformation. The implications of Foucault's work for political strategy emphasize local, specific struggles around particular institutions and practices rather than universal revolutionary programs based on systematic ideological analysis. Political action should focus on concrete problems and specific power relationships rather than attempting to transform entire social systems according to theoretical blueprints. This approach provides more realistic and effective strategies for social change than Marx's comprehensive revolutionary approach, while avoiding the totalitarian implications of systematic social transformation. Part 41. Lyotard's Critique of Marx's Grand Narrative. Jean-François. Lyotard's analysis of the postmodern condition provides a devastating critique of Marx's grand narrative about historical development by demonstrating that comprehensive explanatory systems have lost their credibility and legitimacy in contemporary societies. Lyotard argued that modernity was characterized by grand narratives that claimed to provide universal explanations for human experience and historical development, but postmodern societies are marked by incredulity towards these meta-narratives. Marx's historical materialism represents exactly the kind of totalizing theoretical system that postmodern analysis reveals to be both intellectually untenable and politically dangerous. The critique of meta-narratives reveals how comprehensive ideological systems like Marxism function as forms of intellectual terrorism that claim exclusive access to truth, while delegitimizing alternative viewpoints and local knowledge. Marx's scientific socialism asserts its own validity by dismissing competing perspectives as ideological distortions or false consciousness, rather than engaging seriously with alternative explanations and approaches. This totalitarian structure makes Marxist theory immune to criticism and evidence while justifying the suppression of dissenting views in the name of scientific truth and historical necessity. Lyotard's analysis of language games demonstrates how knowledge and meaning are produced through multiple, heterogeneous, discursive practices that cannot be unified under a single theoretical framework or explanatory system. Different forms of knowledge operate according to their own rules and criteria of validity, making attempts to reduce all knowledge to a single explanatory framework both impossible and destructive. Marx's materialist reduction of all cultural and intellectual phenomena to economic relationships violates the autonomy and specificity of different language games and knowledge practices. The performativity principle reveals how contemporary societies increasingly evaluate knowledge and institutions based on their efficiency and effectiveness rather than their conformity to abstract theoretical principles or moral ideals. This pragmatic orientation undermines grand narratives that claim to provide ultimate justification for social arrangements based on philosophical or scientific authority. Marx's revolutionary theory loses its persuasive power when judged by performative criteria because socialist experiments have consistently failed to deliver the prosperity and freedom they promised. The different concept explains how conflicts between different language games or forms of life cannot be resolved through appeal to universal principles or comprehensive theoretical frameworks. Different groups may have incommensurable ways of understanding justice, truth, and social organization that cannot be reconciled through rational argument or scientific analysis. Marx's assumption that class consciousness would unite all workers ignores these fundamental differences in values, culture, and worldview that persist across economic categories and resist reduction to material interests. Lyotard's critique of consensus reveals how attempts to achieve universal agreement often involve the suppression of difference and the imposition of dominant perspectives on marginalized groups. True justice requires preserving heterogeneity and allowing different voices to be heard, rather than forcing agreement around shared principles or common goals. Marx's vision of communist society assumes a level of consensus about values and purposes that would necessarily eliminate the diversity and disagreement that characterize human societies and drive cultural creativity. The analysis of postmodern knowledge production shows how contemporary science and technology operate through networks and markets rather than through centralized planning or hierarchical authority. Innovation occurs through decentralized collaboration and competitive experimentation rather than through systematic research programs directed by theoretical frameworks. This pattern suggests that Marx's vision of planned social development contradicts the actual dynamics of knowledge creation and technological progress in advanced societies. Lyotard's political philosophy emphasizes agonistic pluralism and the preservation of difference rather than the revolutionary transformation that Marx advocated as the solution to social problems. Political action should aim to increase the range of possible moves within existing language games rather than imposing new games or eliminating existing ones through force. This approach provides more realistic and less dangerous strategies for social change than Marx's comprehensive revolutionary program, while respecting the autonomy and dignity of different ways of life. The postmodern critique of progress challenges Marx's assumption that historical development follows a progressive trajectory toward greater freedom and rationality. History may be better understood as a series of transformations without necessary direction or ultimate destination, rather than as progressive movement toward predetermined goals. This perspective undermines Marx's confidence in his predictions about capitalism's future and his justification for revolutionary action based on supposed historical laws and inevitable outcomes. The implications of postmodern analysis for social theory emphasize local, contextual knowledge and practical experimentation rather than systematic theoretical construction and universal explanatory frameworks. Social understanding emerges through engagement with particular problems and situations rather than through application of abstract principles or comprehensive theoretical systems. This approach suggests that Marx's systematic critique of capitalism and vision of socialist society reflect modernist assumptions about knowledge and politics that are no longer tenable in postmodern conditions. Part 42. Derrida's deconstruction of Marxist metaphysics. Jacques Derrida's deconstructive analysis reveals the metaphysical assumptions underlying Marx's theoretical system and demonstrates how these foundational concepts undermine themselves through internal contradictions and conceptual instabilities. Derrida argued that Western philosophical discourse is structured by binary oppositions that privilege one term over another while depending on the subordinated term for their meaning and coherence. Marx's theoretical framework exhibits exactly these metaphysical patterns through oppositions like base and superstructure, material and ideal, and science and ideology that cannot sustain rigorous philosophical analysis. The critique of presence reveals how Marx's materialist philosophy assumes that material reality provides a stable foundation for knowledge and political action, but this foundation dissolves under deconstructive analysis. Material conditions are always already interpreted through cultural frameworks and linguistic structures that shape how they are understood and experienced. Marx's attempt to ground his theory in objective material reality ignores how materiality itself is constituted through discursive practices and conceptual frameworks that cannot be reduced to simple empirical observation. Derrida's analysis of writing and textuality challenges Marx's distinction between real economic relationships and ideological representations, by showing how all meaning depends on systems of differences that cannot be fixed or controlled. Economic relationships are constituted through legal, cultural and linguistic practices that give them meaning and social reality, making the distinction between material base and ideological superstructure untenable. This textual dimension of social reality undermines Marx's scientific pretensions and reveals the rhetorical and interpretive character of his supposedly objective analysis. The concept of difference demonstrates how meaning emerges through systems of differences and deferrals that prevent any concept or category from achieving stable identity or definitive meaning. Marx's key concepts like class, labour and capital depend on exclusions and oppositions that undermine their coherence and create internal contradictions within his theoretical system. The proletariat, for example, is defined through its opposition to the bourgeoisie, but this oppositional structure means that the elimination of the bourgeoisie would also eliminate the proletariat's identity and historical role. Spectres of Marx reveals how Marx's own analysis contains deconstructive insights that undermine his systematic theoretical claims and revolutionary political program. Marx's understanding of commodity fetishism and alienation involves a kind of hauntology that shows how social relationships are always already spectral and unstable, rather than grounded in solid material foundations. These insights suggest that Marx's critique of capitalism is more valuable than his positive vision of communist society, because deconstruction reveals the impossibility of achieving the presence and transparency that communist society supposedly would provide. The analysis of the gift and hospitality provides alternative frameworks for thinking about social relationships and political responsibility that do not depend on the dialectical opposition between oppressor and oppressed that structures Marx's political theory. Ethical relationships involve unconditional responsibility for the other that cannot be reduced to calculations of interest or justice based on reciprocity and exchange. This ethical dimension of human relationships operates outside the economic logic that Marx considered fundamental to social organization and historical development. Derrida's critique of violence reveals how Marx's revolutionary strategy necessarily involves the same metaphysical violence that he criticizes in capitalist society. Revolution attempts to establish new foundations for social organization through force, but all foundations are unstable and require ongoing violence to maintain themselves against alternatives and challenges. The deconstructive approach suggests that transformation should work within existing systems to reveal their contradictions and open new possibilities, rather than attempting to establish new foundations through revolutionary force. The concept of iterability shows how all social institutions and practices depend on repetition that inevitably involves variation and transformation, making stable social forms impossible to achieve or maintain. Marx's vision of communist society assumes a level of stability and transparency that contradicts the iterative structure of all social practices and institutions. Communist society would face the same problems of interpretation, conflict and change that characterize all human societies, making Marx's utopian expectations unrealistic and potentially dangerous when used to justify revolutionary transformation. Derrida's political philosophy emphasizes responsibility and hospitality toward the other, rather than the systematic transformation of social relationships that Marx advocated as the solution to oppression and exploitation. Political action should focus on opening spaces for difference and plurality rather than achieving unity and consensus around shared principles or common goals. This approach provides more realistic and ethical guidance for political practice than Marx's revolutionary program, while avoiding the violence and exclusion that systematic social transformation typically requires. The deconstructive reading of democracy reveals how democratic institutions depend on ongoing negotiation and interpretation, rather than the definitive resolution of political conflicts that Marx expected from communist society. Democracy involves constitutive tensions between equality and freedom, universality and particularity, that cannot be resolved through revolutionary transformation or institutional design. These tensions are productive rather than destructive because they create ongoing opportunities for political engagement and social creativity that would be eliminated by the harmony and transparency that Marx associated with human liberation. Part 43. Catholic Social Teaching versus Marx's Materialism. Catholic social teaching provides a comprehensive alternative to Marx's materialist analysis of social problems by grounding human dignity and social justice in transcendent spiritual principles rather than in economic relationships or historical development. Papal encyclicals from Rerum Novarum to recent social teachings offer sophisticated critiques of both capitalist exploitation and socialist collectivism, while proposing alternatives based on natural law, subsidiarity, and the common good. This tradition demonstrates that social reform can be pursued through moral transformation and institutional development, without requiring the revolutionary violence or atheistic materialism that Marx considered essential for human liberation. The principle of human dignity provides a foundation for social criticism that does not depend on Marx's controversial claims about historical development or economic determination of consciousness. Every human being possesses inherent worth that derives from their creation in God's image rather than from their economic position or historical role. This personalist approach protects individual rights and freedoms while supporting social cooperation and mutual responsibility in ways that avoid both individualistic libertarianism and collectivist socialism. Subsidiarity offers a framework for social organization that balances individual freedom with social solidarity without requiring the comprehensive state control that Marx's socialism typically involves. Decisions should be made at the most local level possible, while higher authorities provide support and coordination only when necessary for achieving common goals. This principle protects individual autonomy and community self-governance, while ensuring that social needs are met through cooperative effort rather than either market competition or central planning. The common good concept provides an alternative to Marx's class-based approach to social analysis by emphasizing shared interests and mutual responsibilities that transcend economic categories. People have obligations to contribute to social welfare and support institutions that promote human flourishing for all members of society. This approach encourages social cooperation and reform without requiring the elimination of private property or the revolutionary transformation of economic systems that Marx considered necessary for social justice. Catholic labor theory emphasizes the dignity of work and the rights of workers without accepting Marx's exploitation analysis or revolutionary conclusions. Workers deserve fair wages, safe working conditions, and opportunities for participation in economic decision-making because of their human dignity, rather than because they create all economic value through their labor. These goals can be achieved through labor organization, legal reform, and moral education, rather than through class struggle and revolutionary transformation of property relationships. The critique of both capitalism and socialism reveals how both systems can violate human dignity when they reduce people to economic functions rather than recognizing their spiritual and social dimensions. Capitalist systems that treat workers as mere commodities and socialist systems that subordinate individuals to collective goals both fail to respect the full reality of human persons. Catholic social teaching supports mixed economies that combine market mechanisms with social regulation and welfare provisions to protect human dignity while promoting economic prosperity. Natural law theory provides an alternative foundation for social criticism that does not depend on Marx's materialist assumptions about human nature and social development. Moral principles derive from human reason reflecting on the requirements of human flourishing rather than from historical analysis of economic relationships. These principles apply across different economic systems and historical periods, providing stable guidance for social reform that does not require accepting Marx's controversial claims about historical materialism and scientific socialism. The family principle emphasizes the importance of intermediate institutions between individuals and the state that provide essential social functions without requiring comprehensive political control. Families, religious communities, and voluntary associations teach social virtues and provide mutual support in ways that reduce the need for extensive government intervention or economic planning. Marx's approach would destroy these intermediate institutions and leave individuals dependent on centralized political authorities for meeting their social and economic needs. Catholic education theory demonstrates how moral and intellectual formation can address social problems more effectively than the economic transformation that Marx considered primary. Education should develop individual capabilities and social virtues rather than simply providing technical training or critical consciousness about economic relationships. This approach to human development can reduce social conflict and promote cooperation without requiring revolutionary transformation of economic and political institutions. The preferential option for the poor provides a framework for addressing inequality and social injustice that does not require accepting Marx's analysis of capitalism or his revolutionary solutions. Society has special obligations to care for its most vulnerable members through charitable works and institutional reforms that protect their dignity and meet their needs. These responsibilities can be fulfilled through various economic arrangements that combine market mechanisms with social welfare provisions rather than requiring comprehensive socialist planning or elimination of private property. Part 44. Niebuhr's Christian Realism versus Marx's Utopianism. Reinhold Niebuhr's Christian realism provides a devastating critique of Marx's utopian assumptions about human nature and social progress by demonstrating that sin and finitude make perfect justice and social harmony impossible to achieve through any political or economic system. Niebuhr argued that human beings are simultaneously capable of great good and great evil, making it necessary to design institutions that limit the abuse of power while promoting cooperation and justice within realistic constraints. This theological anthropology reveals that Marx's expectations about communist society ignore fundamental features of human nature that persist across different social arrangements and cannot be eliminated through revolutionary transformation. The concept of original sin explains why all human institutions and social arrangements involve partial injustice and require ongoing correction and reform rather than perfect solutions. Even well-intentioned leaders and movements will make mistakes and succumb to temptations of power that create new forms of oppression and exploitation. Marx's assumption that eliminating private property and class divisions would end social conflict ignores how pride, selfishness, and the will to power operate independently of economic relationships and manifest themselves in any social system that concentrates authority in human hands. Niebuhr's analysis of power reveals why attempts to create perfect equality and justice typically result in greater tyranny and oppression than the systems they replace. Revolutionary movements that claim absolute moral authority and promise comprehensive social transformation concentrate enormous power in the hands of leaders who inevitably abuse their positions for personal or ideological purposes. The irony of American history shows how idealistic movements often produce outcomes opposite to their stated intentions, because they ignore the corrupting effects of power and the limitations of human wisdom and virtue. Christian realism supports democratic institutions and market economies, not because they are perfect, but because they provide better mechanisms for limiting power and correcting injustice than revolutionary alternatives. Democracy distributes power among competing groups and provides peaceful mechanisms for changing leadership when policies fail or leaders become corrupt. Market competition limits economic power while providing incentives for serving consumer needs, creating automatic constraints on abuse that centralized planning systems cannot replicate. The critique of liberal optimism reveals how both Marxist and liberal theories overestimate human capacity for rational social cooperation, while underestimating the persistence of conflict and the need for coercive institutions. Perfect justice and social harmony are impossible to achieve because human beings are finite creatures who cannot fully understand complex social systems or transcend their particular interests and perspectives. Social progress requires accepting these limitations while working for approximate justice through institutional arrangements that balance competing interests and values rather than trying to achieve perfect solutions through revolutionary transformation. Niebuhr's understanding of history emphasizes the tragic dimension of human experience, where good intentions often produce harmful consequences, and where choosing between imperfect alternatives requires accepting responsibility for unavoidable moral costs. This tragic perspective contradicts Marx's optimistic assumption that revolutionary action can eliminate the fundamental tensions and conflicts that characterize human societies. Historical progress occurs through gradual improvements that involve partial solutions and ongoing struggles, rather than through dramatic breakthroughs that resolve basic human problems once and for all. The concept of prophetic religion provides a framework for social criticism that avoids both complacent acceptance of existing injustices and utopian expectations about perfect social transformation. Religious faith provides ultimate standards for judging social arrangements while recognizing that these standards can never be fully realized in finite human institutions. This perspective supports ongoing efforts for social reform and justice, while avoiding the fanaticism and violence that often accompany revolutionary movements that claim to possess final truth about social organization. Niebuhr's critique of pacifism reveals similar problems with Marx's assumption that class struggle can be eliminated through revolutionary transformation of economic relationships. Conflict is an inevitable feature of human societies because people have different interests, values and perspectives that cannot be fully harmonized through any social arrangement. Realistic approaches to social problems must provide mechanisms for managing and limiting conflict rather than expecting to eliminate it through perfect institutional design or moral transformation. The analysis of American democracy demonstrates how liberal institutions can address social problems more effectively than revolutionary alternatives, because they allow for ongoing adjustment and reform without destroying beneficial social arrangements. Democratic competition and constitutional protections provide mechanisms for correcting injustices while preserving social stability and economic productivity. These gradual reform processes avoid the enormous costs and uncertain outcomes of revolutionary transformation, while providing realistic pathways for social improvement within human limitations. Christian realism's approach to international relations reveals additional problems with Marx's internationalist assumptions about working-class solidarity, transcending national boundaries and cultural differences. Nations have legitimate interests in self-preservation and cultural autonomy that cannot be eliminated through international socialist movements or world government. Realistic approaches to international cooperation must respect these national differences while creating institutions that limit conflict and promote mutual benefit rather than expecting universal solidarity based on shared economic interests or ideological commitments. Part 45. Dewey's Democratic Experimentalism versus Marx's Revolution. John Dewey's pragmatist philosophy provides a fundamental alternative to Marx's revolutionary approach by demonstrating how democratic experimentalism and scientific inquiry can address social problems more effectively than systematic ideological transformation. Dewey argued that intelligence and experimental methods should guide social reform rather than comprehensive theories about historical development or ultimate social goals. This pragmatic approach to social change avoids the dogmatism and violence that characterize revolutionary movements while providing more reliable methods for discovering what works in practice to improve human welfare and social cooperation. The experimental method applied to social problems emphasizes testing proposed solutions through small-scale trials and careful observation of results rather than implementing comprehensive changes based on theoretical speculation. Social policies should be treated as hypotheses to be tested and revised based on evidence about their consequences rather than as applications of scientific laws about historical development. Marx's confidence in his scientific socialism represents exactly the kind of dogmatic thinking that pragmatism rejects in favour of fallibilistic inquiry and ongoing revision of beliefs based on experience. Dewey's understanding of democracy goes beyond electoral procedures to include participatory decision-making processes that engage citizens in collective inquiry about shared problems and common goals. Democratic participation develops individual capabilities and social intelligence while creating opportunities for ongoing communication and cooperation among diverse groups. This communicative democracy provides superior mechanisms for social coordination and problem-solving than either market competition or revolutionary transformation, because it combines individual freedom with collective responsibility in ways that promote both personal development and social welfare. The critique of fixed ends reveals problems with Marx's assumption that human liberation can be defined in advance and achieved through revolutionary transformation of social institutions. Human values and goals emerge through experience and change as people encounter new circumstances and develop new capabilities. Attempts to fix ultimate goals and organize society around predetermined ends typically become oppressive because they prevent the ongoing inquiry and experimentation that allow values to develop and adapt to changing conditions. Dewey's analysis of habit and custom demonstrates how social change occurs through gradual modification of established practices rather than through revolutionary destruction and reconstruction of institutional frameworks. Intelligent reform works with existing habits and institutions while gradually transforming them through experimental innovation and democratic participation. This evolutionary approach to social change avoids the disruption and conflict that revolutionary transformation typically produces, while providing more reliable mechanisms for improving social arrangements through accumulated learning and adaptation. The educational philosophy emphasizes how democratic citizenship requires developing capacities for critical thinking, cooperative problem-solving, and intelligent inquiry that enable people to participate effectively in collective decision-making. Education should prepare people to engage with complex social problems through experimental method rather than indoctrinating them with particular ideological frameworks or theoretical systems. Marx's approach to consciousness and education focuses on revealing class interests and promoting revolutionary commitment rather than developing the intellectual capabilities and democratic virtues necessary for ongoing social improvement. Pragmatist ethics emphasizes consequences and outcomes rather than abstract principles or revolutionary goals in evaluating social arrangements and political actions. Policies and institutions should be judged by their actual effects on human welfare and social cooperation, rather than by their conformity to theoretical frameworks or ideological commitments. This consequentialist approach provides more realistic and flexible guidance for social reform than Marx's systematic critique of capitalism and vision of communist society, which depend on controversial theoretical claims rather than empirical evidence about what works in practice. Dewey's liberalism supports market institutions and private property, while advocating government regulation and social welfare programs to address market failures and social problems. This mixed approach combines the efficiency and innovation incentives of market mechanisms with democratic oversight and public provision of goods that markets cannot supply adequately. Pragmatic liberalism provides better solutions to social problems than either laissez-faire capitalism or comprehensive socialist planning, because it adapts institutional arrangements to particular circumstances rather than applying universal formulas based on abstract theoretical principles. The concept of creative intelligence reveals how human beings can reshape their social and physical environments through experimental action and reflective inquiry without requiring revolutionary transformation of basic institutional frameworks. Intelligence operates through reconstruction of existing arrangements rather than wholesale replacement, creating ongoing opportunities for improvement and adaptation. This creative capacity provides the foundation for democratic social change that respects existing achievements while opening possibilities for further development and refinement. Dewey's critique of class consciousness and revolutionary action reveals how these approaches to social change typically create new forms of dogmatism and conflict rather than genuine solutions to social problems. Class-based thinking encourages people to see social relationships in terms of zero-sum conflict rather than potential cooperation and mutual benefit. Democratic experimentalism provides better foundations for social cooperation by encouraging people to focus on shared problems and common interests rather than group identities and ideological commitments that create barriers to communication and collaborative problem-solving. Part 46. James's Pluralism versus Marx's Monistic Materialism. William James's radical empiricism and pluralistic philosophy provide a devastating critique of Marx's monistic materialism by demonstrating that reality consists of multiple, irreducible forms of experience that cannot be unified under a single explanatory framework or theoretical system. James argued that the universe is fundamentally pluralistic, consisting of diverse experiences and relationships that resist reduction to any single principle or substance. This metaphysical pluralism contradicts Marx's assumption that material economic relationships provide the fundamental reality from which all other social and cultural phenomena derive their meaning and causal power. The will to believe doctrine reveals problems with Marx's claim to scientific certainty about historical development and revolutionary transformation. James argued that people have the right to choose among live options when empirical evidence cannot decisively settle important questions about values and ultimate commitments. Marx's insistence that his socialism represents scientific knowledge rather than moral and political choice ignores the legitimate role of faith and commitment in human decision-making about social arrangements and personal values. James's analysis of religious experience demonstrates how spiritual and transcendent dimensions of human life operate independently of economic relationships and cannot be reduced to material conditions or class interests. People's experiences of meaning, purpose, and connection to ultimate reality provide sources of motivation and satisfaction that Marx's materialist framework cannot acknowledge or explain. The varieties of religious experience suggest that human beings need spiritual as well as material fulfillment, making Marx's focus on economic liberation inadequate for addressing the full range of human needs and aspirations. Pragmatic method emphasizes the cash value of ideas and beliefs in terms of their practical consequences for human experience, rather than their correspondence to abstract theoretical principles or systematic explanations. Social institutions and political arrangements should be evaluated based on how well they work in practice to promote human flourishing, rather than on their conformity to theoretical frameworks about historical development or economic relationships. Marx's systematic critique of capitalism and vision of communist society depend on abstract theoretical claims rather than careful analysis of practical consequences and empirical evidence about what actually improves human welfare. The stream of consciousness analysis reveals how individual experience involves continuous flow and creative synthesis that cannot be captured by static categories or deterministic explanations. Human consciousness actively constructs meaning and value through ongoing interpretation and creative response to circumstances, rather than simply reflecting material conditions or class position. This creative dimension of consciousness contradicts Marx's assumption that ideas and values are determined by economic relationships, and suggests that individual agency plays a more important role in social development than Marx recognized. James's understanding of truth as something that happens to ideas through their successful working in experience provides an alternative to Marx's correspondence theory that assumes objective reality determines correct beliefs and values. Truth emerges through practical engagement with problems and challenges rather than through theoretical analysis of underlying structures or historical laws. This pragmatic conception of truth supports experimental approaches to social reform rather than comprehensive revolutionary transformation based on claims about scientific knowledge of social development. The radical empiricism doctrine holds that relations between experiences are as real and important as the experiences themselves, creating a relational understanding of reality that contradicts Marx's substance-based materialism. Social relationships and cultural practices have their own reality and causal efficacy rather than being mere reflections or expressions of underlying economic relationships. This relational ontology suggests that cultural, political and spiritual dimensions of human life are autonomous rather than derivative, undermining Marx's base superstructure model of social explanation. James's analysis of habit and instinct reveals how human behavior involves complex interactions between biological tendencies, learned patterns, and creative responses that cannot be reduced to rational calculation of material interests. People's political and social choices reflect multiple influences, including emotional attachments, cultural traditions, and personal experiences that operate independently of their economic position. This psychological complexity contradicts Marx's assumption that class consciousness would naturally emerge from economic relationships and that people would rationally pursue their material interests through revolutionary action. The tough-minded versus tender-minded distinction illustrates how different temperamental orientations lead people to prefer different philosophical and political approaches regardless of their economic circumstances. Some people are naturally drawn to systematic theories and abstract principles, while others prefer empirical observation and practical problem-solving. These temperamental differences help explain why Marx's systematic socialism appeals to some intellectuals, while leaving others unmoved, suggesting that political preferences reflect psychological as well as economic factors. James's critique of the once-born versus twice-born religious types reveals how different personality types have fundamentally different orientations towards social problems and solutions. Some people are naturally optimistic and believe in the possibility of perfecting social arrangements, while others are more pessimistic and focus on managing inevitable conflicts and limitations. Marx's revolutionary optimism appeals primarily to once-born types who believe in the possibility of eliminating social problems through rational transformation, while ignoring the insights of twice-born types who understand the tragic dimensions of human existence that persist across different social arrangements. Part 47. Rawls's Theory of Justice as Alternative to Marx. John Rawls's A Theory of Justice provides the most sophisticated contemporary alternative to Marx's approach to social justice by demonstrating how principles of fairness can be derived through rational deliberation rather than through historical analysis of class struggle and economic development. Rawls argued that principles of justice should be chosen from behind a veil of ignorance where people do not know their particular position in society, ensuring that the principles would be fair to everyone, regardless of their economic circumstances or social advantages. This hypothetical contract approach provides more reliable foundations for social criticism than Marx's historical materialism because it does not depend on controversial claims about economic determinism or inevitable revolutionary transformation. The original position thought experiment reveals what rational people would choose if they had to design social institutions without knowing whether they would be rich or poor, talented or disabled, members of majority or minority groups. Rawls argued that people in this situation would choose principles that protect basic liberties and ensure that social inequalities benefit the least advantaged members of society. These principles of justice as fairness provide systematic guidance for evaluating existing institutions and designing reforms without requiring acceptance of Marx's controversial theoretical framework or revolutionary political strategy. The difference principle holds that social and economic inequalities are justified only if they improve the position of the worst-off members of society compared to more egalitarian arrangements. This principle addresses Marx's concerns about exploitation and inequality while allowing market institutions and private property that create incentives for productivity and innovation. Rawlsian justice requires redistributive taxation and social welfare programs to ensure that economic growth benefits everyone rather than only the wealthy, providing concrete policy guidance that Marx's revolutionary approach cannot offer. Rawls's political liberalism demonstrates how people with different comprehensive doctrines and ultimate values can agree on principles of justice for political purposes without sharing Marx's systematic worldview about historical development and human nature. Citizens can support democratic institutions and social welfare programs for various reasons, including religious beliefs, utilitarian calculations, or libertarian concerns about protecting individual rights. This overlapping consensus approach provides more stable foundations for social cooperation than Marx's comprehensive ideology that requires accepting controversial claims about dialectical materialism and scientific socialism. The critique of perfectionist theories reveals problems with Marx's assumption that social institutions should promote particular conceptions of human flourishing and authentic life. Liberal societies should remain neutral among different ways of life and allow individuals to pursue their own conceptions of the good as long as they respect others' equal rights to do the same. Marx's vision of communist society implicitly promotes particular values about work, community and human development that may conflict with the diverse values that citizens actually hold in pluralistic societies. Rawls's understanding of social cooperation as a mutually beneficial enterprise among free and equal citizens provides an alternative to Marx's zero-sum conception of class struggle and economic relationships. Well-designed institutions can create positive sum outcomes where everyone benefits from social cooperation while maintaining fair terms of cooperation that respect individual rights and dignity. This cooperative approach to social problems encourages institutional reform and democratic participation rather than revolutionary conflict and class-based political mobilization. The public reason doctrine explains how democratic citizens should deliberate about political questions using reasons and arguments that others can accept, regardless of their particular religious or philosophical commitments. Political justification should appeal to shared values and common interests, rather than to comprehensive doctrines that divide citizens into opposing camps. Marx's class-based approach to politics violates public reason by appealing to particular group interests and ideological commitments, rather than to principles that all citizens can endorse from their different perspectives. Rawlsian institutions combine market mechanisms with democratic oversight and redistributive policies to achieve both efficiency and fairness in ways that neither pure capitalism nor comprehensive socialism can provide. Property-owning democracy or liberal socialism would ensure widespread ownership of productive assets while maintaining competitive markets and constitutional protections for individual rights. These institutional arrangements address Marx's legitimate concerns about inequality and exploitation while preserving the benefits of market coordination and individual freedom that socialist planning typically destroys. The stability for the right reasons concept reveals how just institutions generate their own support over time as citizens experience their benefits and develop commitments to maintaining them. People who grow up under fair institutions develop sense of justice and civic virtues that make them willing to support these arrangements, even when doing so requires personal sacrifice. This psychological foundation for political stability provides more reliable support for just institutions than the revolutionary consciousness that Marx expected to sustain communist society, but which historically has proven fragile and temporary. Rawls's international theory extends principles of justice to relationships between societies while respecting cultural diversity and national sovereignty in ways that Marx's internationalism cannot accommodate. The law of peoples provides framework for international cooperation and human rights protection without requiring world government or universal acceptance of particular economic systems. This approach to global justice addresses problems of poverty and oppression through international cooperation and assistance, rather than through worldwide revolutionary transformation that would destroy valuable cultural and institutional diversity. Part 48. Berlin's Value Pluralism versus Marx's Monism. Isaiah Berlin's theory of value pluralism provides a fundamental challenge to Marx's monistic materialism by demonstrating that human values are irreducibly diverse and often conflicting, making it impossible to achieve the harmony and unity that Marx's communist vision promises. Berlin argued that liberty, equality, justice, security and other important values cannot be perfectly reconciled because pursuing any one value to its logical conclusion typically requires sacrificing others. This tragic structure of human values means that political choice always involves difficult trade-offs rather than the comprehensive solutions that Marx's systematic theory claims to provide. The concept of negative liberty reveals how Marx's positive conception of freedom as self-realization and authentic activity ignores the importance of protecting individual choice and privacy from collective interference. Negative liberty involves the absence of external constraints on individual action, allowing people to pursue their own goals and values without having to justify their choices to political authorities or social groups. Marx's emphasis on positive freedom through collective action and social transformation typically requires extensive restrictions on negative liberty that may be more harmful to human flourishing than the problems Marx sought to solve. Berlin's analysis of the Enlightenment reveals how Marx's scientific socialism exemplifies the dangerous tendency to believe that all human problems can be solved through rational analysis and systematic social reconstruction. The Enlightenment faith in reason and progress led to totalitarian ideologies that justified enormous human suffering in the name of creating perfect societies based on scientific knowledge. Marx's historical materialism represents exactly this kind of systematic thinking that claims comprehensive understanding of social development while ignoring the complexity and unpredictability that characterize human affairs. The hedgehog versus fox distinction illustrates how Marx's monistic approach to social explanation differs from the pluralistic understanding that Berlin considered more realistic and valuable. Hedgehogs organize everything around a single central vision or explanatory principle, while foxes recognize the diversity and complexity of human experience that resists reduction to systematic theories. Marx's attempt to explain all social phenomena through economic relationships and class struggle exemplifies hedgehog thinking that sacrifices accuracy and nuance for theoretical elegance and comprehensiveness. Value pluralism implies that reasonable people can disagree about political priorities and social arrangements without either side being objectively wrong or ideologically deluded. Different individuals and cultures may legitimately emphasize different values like individual freedom, social equality, cultural tradition, or economic prosperity based on their experiences and commitments. Marx's assumption that his scientific socialism represents objective truth about social organization ignores these legitimate disagreements and suggests that opponents of socialism must be either ignorant or acting in bad faith. Berlin's critique of positive liberty reveals how attempts to force people to be free typically result in new forms of oppression that may be worse than the problems they claim to solve. Positive liberty requires people to act according to their true or rational will, rather than their actual preferences and choices, creating opportunities for paternalistic control by authorities who claim to understand people's real interest better than they do themselves. Marx's vision of communist society involves exactly this kind of positive freedom that subordinates individual choice to collective goals and expert knowledge about human flourishing. The historical inevitability critique demonstrates how Marx's deterministic understanding of historical development eliminates moral responsibility and political choice in ways that contradict human dignity and agency. If historical outcomes are inevitable, then individual actions and political decisions become meaningless, reducing people to passive instruments of historical forces beyond their control. Berlin's emphasis on human choice and responsibility provides better foundations for moral and political philosophy than Marx's scientific determinism that treats people as products of their circumstances rather than as agents capable of shaping their own lives and social conditions. The counter-Enlightenment analysis reveals how romantic and nationalist movements emerged as reactions against the rationalistic universalism that Marx inherited from Enlightenment thinking. People need cultural roots, particular traditions, and local attachments that cannot be reduced to universal rational principles or economic relationships. Marx's internationalism and scientific approach to social organization ignore these legitimate human needs for belonging and cultural identity that help explain the persistence of nationalism and traditional values despite economic modernization. Berlin's understanding of liberty requires constitutional protections and institutional safeguards that prevent any single value or goal from completely dominating political life. Democratic institutions should protect space for diverse ways of life and competing values rather than promoting comprehensive visions of human flourishing or social organization. This pluralistic approach to politics provides better protection for human freedom and dignity than Marx's systematic approach that subordinates individual choice to collective goals and historical necessities. The impossibility of perfect solutions means that political wisdom involves accepting trade-offs and compromises rather than seeking revolutionary transformations that promise to eliminate fundamental tensions and conflicts in human life. Mature political thinking recognizes that every social arrangement involves costs and benefits that must be carefully weighed rather than expecting to find perfect solutions that satisfy all values simultaneously. Marx's revolutionary optimism reflects the kind of naive thinking that Berlin considered dangerous because it encourages people to sacrifice present goods for uncertain future benefits, while ignoring the inevitable disappointments and unintended consequences that characterize all human political projects. Part 49. Hannah Arendt's Critique of Marx's Politics Reduction. Hannah Arendt's political philosophy provides a devastating critique of Marx's reduction of politics to economic relationships and social administration, by demonstrating that political action has its own intrinsic value and cannot be subordinated to material production or historical necessity. Arendt argued that politics involves the human capacity to act together in public spaces to create new realities and reveal individual identities through speech and action. This understanding of politics as creative action among equals contradicts Marx's instrumental view of politics as a means for achieving economic goals or implementing historical inevitabilities determined by material conditions. The human condition reveals how Marx's focus on labour and production ignores the fundamental distinction between three human activities: labour, work and action. Labour involves the biological processes of life maintenance. Work creates durable objects and institutions, while action involves political activity among diverse individuals who come together as equals to deliberate about common concerns. Marx's emphasis on labour as the essence of human activity misunderstands what makes humans distinctively human and threatens to reduce politics to technical administration of production processes rather than genuine deliberation among free citizens. Arendt's analysis of totalitarianism demonstrates how both Nazi and communist regimes destroyed political life by eliminating the public spaces where citizens could come together as equals to deliberate about shared concerns. Totalitarian movements mobilized people through ideological appeals and mass organization, while preventing the spontaneous political action that characterizes free societies. Marx's vision of communist society as the end of politics represents exactly this kind of administrative approach that eliminates the conditions necessary for human freedom and dignity in political life. The critique of the social question reveals how Marx's focus on economic inequality and material needs threatens to destroy political freedom by reducing all public concerns to problems of distribution and administration. When politics becomes primarily about meeting economic needs and managing social welfare, it loses its capacity to create new possibilities and enable people to transcend their private interests through public action. Arendt argued that the French Revolution failed precisely because it became obsessed with social questions about poverty and inequality rather than focusing on constitutional issues about political freedom and institutional design. The concept of natality explains how human beings have the capacity to begin something new through political action that cannot be predicted or controlled by economic or historical forces. Each generation has the potential to break with existing patterns and create unprecedented institutions and relationships through collective action. Marx's historical determinism contradicts this natal capacity by suggesting that political possibilities are constrained by material conditions and historical stages, rather than being open to creative innovation and unexpected developments. Arendt's understanding of power as the capacity to act together differs fundamentally from Marx's conception of power as domination or control over others and their resources. political power emerges when people come together to deliberate and act in concert, creating new realities that none could achieve individually. This generative understanding of power provides alternatives to both capitalist competition and socialist planning that depend on hierarchical relationships and instrumental manipulation rather than genuine cooperation among equals. The analysis of violence reveals how Marx's revolutionary strategy contradicts the essence of political action by attempting to solve political problems through force rather than persuasion and deliberation. Violence destroys the conditions necessary for politics by eliminating the plurality and unpredictability that make political action possible and meaningful. Revolutionary violence may change material conditions and institutional arrangements, but it cannot create the political freedom and civic engagement that aren't considered essential for human flourishing and social vitality. The distinction between private and public spheres shows how Marx's collectivist approach threatens to eliminate the boundaries necessary for both individual development and political action. People need private spaces where they can develop their individual capacities and relationships, while also needing public spaces where they can act together as citizens to address common concerns. Communist society would collapse these distinctions by making everything subject to collective control and political administration, destroying both privacy and genuine public life. Arendt's critique of modern society emphasizes how both capitalism and socialism contribute to the decline of political life by reducing human relationships to economic functions and administrative procedures. Mass society creates conditions where people relate to each other primarily as producers and consumers, rather than as citizens capable of political action and public deliberation. Restoring political life requires creating institutions that protect public spaces and encourage civic engagement rather than implementing either market mechanisms or socialist planning that treat politics as instrumental to economic goals. The concept of the world reveals how political institutions and cultural artifacts create a shared reality that outlasts individual lives and provides context for meaningful human action across generations. Political action creates lasting institutions and relationships that provide stability and continuity while remaining open to renewal and transformation through ongoing citizen engagement. Marx's focus on revolutionary transformation threatens to destroy this worldly context by treating existing institutions and relationships as mere obstacles to be overcome rather than as valuable achievements that provide foundations for further political development and cultural creation. Part 50. Habermas's communicative action versus Marx's production focus. Jürgen Habermas's theory of communicative action provides a fundamental critique of Marx's production-centered understanding of society by demonstrating that social coordination occurs primarily through language and communication rather than through economic relationships and material production. Habermas argued that modern societies require both system integration through markets and administrative bureaucracies and social integration through communicative action where people coordinate their activities through rational discourse about shared norms and values. This two-level analysis reveals that Marx's focus on production relationships ignores the crucial role of communicative rationality in creating and maintaining social solidarity and democratic legitimacy. The ideal speech situation provides normative standards for evaluating political discourse and democratic deliberation that do not depend on Marx's controversial claims about historical development or class consciousness. Legitimate political decisions should emerge from open discourse where all affected parties can participate as equals without coercion or strategic manipulation. These communicative conditions provide more reliable foundations for social criticism than Marx's materialist analysis, because they focus on actually existing possibilities for democratic participation rather than speculative predictions about revolutionary transformation and communist society. Habermas's critique of instrumental rationality reveals how both capitalist markets and socialist planning represent forms of purposive rational action that colonize the life world, where people develop shared meanings and social identities through communicative interaction. System imperatives for efficiency and control increasingly penetrate areas of social life that should be governed by communicative rationality and mutual understanding, rather than by strategic calculation and administrative coordination. Marx's focus on changing ownership relationships ignores this more fundamental problem of instrumental rationality that affects both capitalist and socialist societies. The theory of social evolution demonstrates how societies develop through learning processes that expand their capacity for both technical control over nature and practical discourse about norms and values. Historical progress occurs through the development of more inclusive and rational forms of communication, rather than through revolutionary changes in production relationships or class struggle. This communicative understanding of social development provides more realistic and less violent pathways for social improvement than Marx's revolutionary strategy, while addressing legitimate concerns about exclusion and domination in existing societies. Habermas's reconstruction of historical materialism reveals how Marx's productive paradigm must be supplemented with attention to symbolic reproduction and cultural transmission that occur through communicative action. Societies must solve problems of social integration and legitimation as well as problems of material reproduction, requiring institutions that promote mutual understanding and shared commitment to norms rather than simply coordinating productive activity. Communist societies failed precisely because they focused exclusively on economic coordination while neglecting the communicative processes necessary for democratic legitimacy and social solidarity. The discourse ethics approach provides universal principles for moral and political judgment that emerge from the pragmatic presuppositions of communicative action rather than from controversial metaphysical claims about human nature or historical development. Norms are valid when they could be accepted by all affected parties under ideal conditions of free and open discourse. This procedural approach to ethics avoids the substantive assumptions about human flourishing and social organization that make Marx's communist vision controversial, while providing concrete guidance for evaluating existing institutions and proposed reforms. The critique of positivism reveals how Marx's scientific socialism exemplifies the same instrumental rationality that characterizes modern technocratic approaches to social problems. Treating social transformation as a technical problem to be solved through scientific analysis ignores the interpretive and normative dimensions of social life that require communicative understanding rather than causal explanation. Democratic politics should involve open deliberation about values and goals rather than expert application of scientific knowledge about social development, making Marx's systematic approach to social transformation inappropriate for democratic societies. Habermas's constitutional patriotism provides an alternative to Marx's class-based internationalism by grounding political loyalty in commitment to democratic procedures and constitutional principles rather than in shared economic interests or cultural identity. Citizens can develop allegiance to political institutions based on their experience of fair treatment and meaningful participation in democratic decision-making. This procedural approach to political identity avoids both nationalist exclusion and revolutionary violence, while creating possibilities for democratic solidarity across cultural and economic differences. The analysis of late capitalism demonstrates how advanced capitalist societies face legitimation crises that require expanding democratic participation and social welfare rather than revolutionary transformation of property relationships. System problems can be addressed through reforms that democratize economic decision-making and expand social rights while preserving the benefits of market coordination and constitutional government. These evolutionary reforms provide more realistic and less risky strategies for addressing capitalism's problems than Marx's revolutionary approach, while maintaining the institutional foundations necessary for democratic political life. The European Union project exemplifies Habermas's approach to transnational democracy that addresses global problems through expanded communicative action and constitutional development rather than through world revolution or global socialist planning. International cooperation can develop through treaty-making, institutional design and deliberative processes that respect national sovereignty while creating shared governance structures for addressing common challenges. This constitutional approach to global governance provides more realistic alternatives to both nationalist isolation and revolutionary internationalism, while preserving the democratic accountability and cultural diversity that global socialist transformation would likely destroy. Part 51. MacIntyre's Virtue Ethics versus Marx's Modern Project. Alasdair MacIntyre's Virtue Ethics provides a fundamental critique of Marx's modern project by demonstrating that both capitalism and socialism represent forms of moral decay that emerge from the abandonment of traditional virtue-based approaches to human flourishing and social organization. MacIntyre argued that modernity involves the fragmentation of moral discourse into competing and incommensurable frameworks that cannot be rationally resolved, making systematic approaches like Marx's scientific socialism examples of the problem rather than solutions to moral and political confusion. The Aristotelian tradition offers superior resources for understanding human flourishing and social cooperation that do not depend on the problematic assumptions about progress and rationality that characterize both liberal capitalism and Marxist socialism. After Virtue reveals how modern moral philosophy, including Marx's approach to social criticism, suffers from the loss of any shared understanding of human nature and the good life that could provide objective standards for evaluating social arrangements and individual choices. Without agreement about what human beings are for, moral and political arguments become expressions of personal preference or group interest, rather than rational deliberation about objective goods and requirements for human flourishing. Marx's class-based approach to social criticism exemplifies this modern moral fragmentation by reducing ethical questions to questions of power and interest, rather than addressing substantive questions about virtue and the common good. The concept of practice provides an alternative framework for understanding meaningful human activity that reveals problems with Marx's focus on labour and production as the essence of human life. Practices involve coherent forms of cooperative human activity that have internal goods that can be achieved only through participation in the practice according to its standards of excellence. Activities like medicine, education, art and politics have their own intrinsic purposes and requirements that cannot be reduced to economic relationships or production processes, suggesting that Marx's materialist approach misses crucial dimensions of human flourishing and social organization. MacIntyre's critique of managerialism reveals how both capitalist corporations and socialist bureaucracies represent forms of instrumental rationality that treat human beings as means to external ends, rather than recognizing their intrinsic dignity and capacity for virtue. Modern organizations focus on efficiency and control rather than on developing human excellences and promoting activities that are valuable in themselves. Marx's vision of rational social planning would extend this managerial approach to all areas of social life, eliminating the space for practices and traditions that enable people to develop virtues and pursue goods that transcend material production and consumption. The analysis of tradition demonstrates how human rationality operates within inherited frameworks of beliefs and practices rather than through the abstract universal reason that Marx claimed to represent through his scientific socialism. Rational inquiry develops through engagement with particular traditions that provide starting points and criteria for evaluation rather than through systematic doubt and reconstruction of social arrangements according to theoretical principles. Marx's revolutionary approach threatens to destroy the traditional contexts that make rational, moral and political deliberation possible, while offering abstract theoretical frameworks that cannot provide adequate guidance for concrete human choices and relationships. MacIntyre's understanding of narrative unity reveals how individual human lives require coherent stories that connect past, present and future in meaningful patterns that relate to shared traditions and community relationships. People need to understand their lives as parts of larger narratives that give meaning and direction to their choices and commitments. Marx's focus on revolutionary transformation and his critique of traditional institutions threaten to destroy the narrative contexts that provide meaning and identity while offering only abstract promises about future communist society that cannot sustain individual lives or community relationships. The critique of emotivism shows how modern moral discourse, including Marx's approach to social criticism, reduces moral judgments to expressions of attitude and preference rather than claims about objective features of reality that can be rationally evaluated. When moral language loses connection to shared understandings of human nature and the good life, it becomes manipulative rhetoric designed to influence behavior rather than genuine reasoning about ethical requirements and human flourishing. Marx's revolutionary appeals often exhibit this emotivist character by mobilizing resentment and anger rather than providing rational arguments about what kinds of social arrangements would actually promote human good. The compartmentalization critique reveals how modern societies separate different spheres of life in ways that prevent the integration of virtues and excellences across different activities and relationships. People are expected to act according to different and often contradictory principles in their economic, political and personal lives, rather than developing coherent characters that integrate virtues across all areas of human activity. Both capitalism and socialism contribute to this fragmentation by treating economic relationships as separate from moral and political considerations, making it impossible to achieve the kind of integrated human flourishing that virtue ethics considers essential for individual and social well-being. MacIntyre's political philosophy emphasizes local communities and small-scale institutions that enable people to participate in practices and develop virtues through face-to-face relationships and shared commitments. Human flourishing requires communities small enough for mutual recognition and accountability, while large enough to support the range of practices necessary for complete human development. Marx's focus on large-scale social transformation and international organization ignores the importance of local attachments and particular relationships that provide the contexts within which virtues can be developed and exercised in sustainable ways. The Aristotelian alternative suggests that social criticism should focus on identifying and promoting institutions and practices that enable human beings to develop their distinctively human capacities for rational and virtuous activity. This approach provides substantive guidance for social reform based on understanding of human nature and the requirements for flourishing rather than on abstract theories about historical development or economic relationships. Virtue-based social criticism can address legitimate concerns about inequality and oppression, while preserving valuable traditions and institutions that support human development in ways that Marx's revolutionary approach cannot achieve. Part 52. Rand's Objectivism versus Marx's Collectivism. Ayn Rand's objectivist philosophy provides a systematic critique of Marx's collectivism by demonstrating that individual rational egoism and laissez-faire capitalism represent the only social system consistent with human nature and the requirements for human flourishing. Rand argued that humans are rational beings who must use their minds to understand reality and pursue their own happiness, making individual rights and voluntary cooperation the foundation for any moral social system. This individualist approach directly contradicts Marx's assumption that collective ownership and social planning represent higher forms of human organization than market relationships based on individual choice and mutual benefit. The epistemology of reason reveals fundamental problems with Marx's dialectical method and his claims about the social construction of knowledge through class struggle and material conditions. Rand argued that reason is humans' basic tool of survival and that objective reality exists independently of social relationships or economic arrangements. Knowledge comes from individual minds applying logic to sensory evidence rather than from collective processes or historical development, making Marx's emphasis on class consciousness and social determination of ideas both epistemologically false and practically dangerous for human survival and flourishing. The ethics of rational egoism demonstrates that pursuing one's own rational self-interest provides the only sustainable foundation for moral behavior and social cooperation. People should act to promote their own long-term happiness and well-being through productive work and voluntary relationships with others. Marx's appeal to self-sacrifice for collective goods or historical causes violates the basic requirements of human psychology and morality by asking people to abandon their own judgment and interests in favor of abstract social goals that may conflict with their actual needs and values. Rand's analysis of capitalism reveals how free market relationships represent the only social system based on voluntary cooperation and mutual benefit, rather than coercion and exploitation. In genuine capitalism, people interact through voluntary exchange, where both parties benefit from transactions according to their own judgment about their interests. Marx's analysis of capitalist exploitation ignores how market relationships create positive sum outcomes, while his socialist alternative requires coercive redistribution and central planning that violate individual rights and destroy the productive capacity that makes prosperity possible. The concept of individual rights provides absolute moral principles that protect people's freedom to think and act according to their own rational judgment without interference from others or collective authorities. Rights to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness create moral boundaries that no government or social movement should violate, regardless of claimed benefits for society as a whole. Marx's revolutionary approach necessarily violates these individual rights by using force to redistribute property and reorganize social relationships according to collective decisions rather than individual choice and voluntary agreement. Rand's critique of altruism reveals how Marx's appeal to collective solidarity and social responsibility represents a destructive moral code that undermines individual autonomy and social cooperation. Altruism requires people to sacrifice their own interest for the sake of others, creating psychological conflicts and resentment that make genuine cooperation and friendship impossible. Healthy social relationships require mutual respect and voluntary exchange rather than duty-based obligations to serve collective goals or help those who cannot or will not help themselves through productive effort and rational planning. The objectivist aesthetics demonstrates how art and culture flourish under conditions of individual freedom and economic prosperity rather than under collective control or social planning. Artistic creation requires individual vision and personal expression that cannot be reduced to class consciousness or social utility. Marx's approach to culture as superstructure determined by economic base ignores the autonomous value of artistic achievement and the importance of individual creativity for human flourishing. While socialist societies typically produce propaganda rather than genuine art because they subordinate creative expression to political goals. The analysis of government reveals how the proper role of political institutions is to protect individual rights through objective law and impartial enforcement, rather than to direct economic activity or promote particular social outcomes. Government should provide police, courts and military defence, while leaving all productive activities to voluntary private action and market coordination. Marx's vision of comprehensive social planning requires unlimited government power that inevitably becomes tyrannical because it eliminates the constitutional limits and individual rights that protect people from political abuse and arbitrary authority. Rand's understanding of productivity demonstrates how wealth creation depends on individual rationality, creativity and effort rather than on collective labour or social cooperation as Marx assumed. Successful entrepreneurs and inventors create value through their mental work and innovative thinking rather than through physical labour or social relationships. Socialist redistribution punishes the productive individuals who create prosperity while rewarding those who contribute little or nothing to social wealth, creating incentive systems that discourage the rationality and productivity necessary for human survival and progress. The objectivist approach to social change emphasizes educational and cultural transformation that convinces people to adopt rational principles and moral values rather than political revolution or government coercion. Social progress occurs when individuals choose to think rationally and act morally in their own lives and relationships, rather than through collective action or institutional change. This individualist approach to social improvement avoids the violence and coercion that characterize Marx's revolutionary strategy, while addressing the fundamental causes of social problems in individual irrationality and moral confusion, rather than in economic systems or class relationships. Part 53. Strauss's Classical Political Philosophy versus Marx's Historicism. Leo Strauss's recovery of classical political philosophy provides a fundamental critique of Marx's historicism by demonstrating that questions about justice and the best regime are permanent features of human existence that cannot be resolved through historical analysis or scientific method. Strauss argued that Marx represents the culmination of modern political philosophy's attempt to replace the quest for wisdom about eternal questions with scientific knowledge about historical development and social transformation. This historicist approach destroys the possibility of genuine political philosophy by reducing normative questions to historical and sociological analysis that cannot address the fundamental problems of human existence and political order. The critique of historicism reveals how Marx's assumption that human nature and moral standards are historically variable products of material conditions eliminates the possibility of objective knowledge about justice and political excellence. If all ideas and values are determined by historical circumstances, then Marx's own theory becomes merely the expression of particular material conditions rather than scientific knowledge about social development. This self-refutation problem affects all forms of historicism that claim objective knowledge about the historical relativity of knowledge, making Marx's scientific socialism logically incoherent and philosophically untenable. Strauss's analysis of natural right demonstrates that human beings have a natural orientation towards justice and political community that transcends historical circumstances and provides universal standards for evaluating political arrangements. People in all times and places face similar fundamental problems about how to organize political life and what kinds of character and institutions promote human flourishing. Marx's focus on historically specific class struggles and economic systems ignores these permanent features of political life and offers no guidance for addressing the basic questions about justice and virtue that every political community must confront. The distinction between philosophy and ideology reveals how Marx's systematic social theory represents a form of ideology that claims comprehensive knowledge while actually serving particular political interests and psychological needs. Genuine philosophy involves open-ended inquiry about fundamental questions rather than systematic doctrines that claim to have resolved all important theoretical and practical problems. Marx's scientific socialism functions as ideology by providing intellectual justification for revolutionary political movements, while discouraging the kind of careful reasoning and self-examination that characterize genuine philosophical inquiry. Strauss's reading of classical texts demonstrates how ancient political philosophers like Plato and Aristotle understood problems about justice, democracy, and social order that modern thinkers like Marx have forgotten or misunderstood. Classical political philosophy provides insights about the relationship between wisdom and political power, the tension between individual excellence and social conformity, and the limitations of democratic institutions that remain relevant for contemporary political life. Marx's progressive view of history assumes that modern insights necessarily surpass ancient wisdom, ignoring valuable knowledge about politics and human nature that classical authors preserved and transmitted. The critique of the fact-value distinction reveals how modern social science, including Marx's historical materialism, falsely assumes that empirical analysis can provide objective knowledge, while normative questions remain matters of subjective preference or historical convention. In reality, all social and political analysis involves normative assumptions about what aspects of human life are important and how social arrangements should be evaluated. Marx's claim to scientific objectivity conceals the moral and political commitments that shape his analysis while preventing the kind of explicit normative reflection that would make these assumptions available for rational examination and criticism. Strauss's understanding of esoteric writing shows how great political philosophers often concealed their most important insights from casual readers while communicating them to careful students through indirect literary techniques. This esoteric tradition suggests that political philosophy involves dangerous truths about human nature and political life that cannot be safely communicated to mass audiences without creating social disruption. Marx's public and systematic approach to social criticism ignores these dangers and may contribute to the kind of mass political movements that threaten both philosophical inquiry and decent political order. The analysis of modernity reveals how the modern project of mastering nature and perfecting society through science and technology has led to nihilism and political crisis, rather than to the human liberation that Marx promised. Modern attempts to create rational social orders based on scientific knowledge have produced totalitarian regimes and spiritual emptiness, rather than justice and human flourishing. Classical political philosophy offers alternative approaches to political problems that accept human limitations and focus on modest improvements rather than comprehensive transformation of the human condition. Strauss's political philosophy emphasizes the importance of elite education and constitutional government that balances competing social forces rather than the democratic revolution and mass political participation that Marx advocated. Good government requires wise and virtuous leaders who understand the complexities of political life and can make prudent decisions about particular circumstances. Marx's faith in proletarian democracy ignores the intellectual and moral requirements of good government, while his revolutionary strategy destroys the institutional stability and cultural traditions that support political wisdom and moderate leadership. The recovery of classical political philosophy suggests that contemporary political problems require returning to fundamental questions about justice, virtue, and the best regime, rather than implementing modern ideologies like socialism that promise comprehensive solutions based on scientific knowledge. Political wisdom involves understanding the permanent tensions and trade-offs that characterize human political life, rather than expecting to resolve these tensions through historical progress or institutional reform. This classical approach provides more realistic and sustainable guidance for political action than Marx's revolutionary utopianism, while preserving the intellectual and cultural resources necessary for ongoing philosophical inquiry about the deepest questions of human existence. Part 54. Wittgenstein's Language Games versus Marx's Scientific Socialism. Ludwig. Wittgenstein's analysis of language games provides a fundamental challenge to Marx's scientific socialism by demonstrating that social practices and forms of life cannot be understood through systematic theoretical frameworks, but must be approached through careful attention to particular contexts and actual usage. Wittgenstein argued that meaning emerges through participation in shared practices rather than through correspondence to objective reality or systematic analysis of underlying structures. This understanding of language and social life undermines Marx's assumption that scientific analysis can reveal the true nature of social relationships and provide comprehensive guidance for social transformation. The private language argument reveals problems with Marx's assumption that individual consciousness is determined by social and material conditions, while suggesting that the relationship between thought and social reality is more complex than simple causal determination. Language and thought are essentially public and social activities that cannot be reduced to private mental states or individual responses to material circumstances. However, this social character of language does not support Marx's conclusion that consciousness is determined by economic relationships, because language games operate according to their own internal logic rather than being simple reflections of material conditions. The concept of forms of life demonstrates how human social practices involve complex networks of activities, institutions, and shared understandings that cannot be analyzed through reductive theoretical frameworks like Marx's base superstructure model. Different forms of life have their own internal coherence and criteria of correctness that must be understood through participation and careful observation, rather than through systematic theoretical analysis. Marx's attempt to explain all social phenomena through economic relationships ignores the autonomy and complexity of different language games and social practices that operate according to their own rules and purposes. Wittgenstein's critique of systematic philosophy reveals how comprehensive theories like Marx's historical materialism represent forms of intellectual confusion that result from misunderstanding how language actually works in ordinary contexts. Philosophical problems arise when we take words out of their normal contexts and try to use them to build systematic explanations of reality, rather than attending to how they actually function in particular circumstances. Marx's theoretical system involves exactly this kind of misuse of concepts like labour, value and class that generates pseudo-problems and false solutions rather than genuine understanding of social relationships. The analysis of rule-following shows how social practices involve creative interpretation and application, rather than mechanical implementation of explicit principles or scientific laws. People learn to participate in social activities through practice and example rather than through theoretical instruction. And their behaviour exhibits patterns without being determined by universal rules or causal laws. Marx's assumption that historical development follows scientific laws ignores the creative and interpretive character of human social activity that makes prediction and comprehensive planning impossible even in principle. The therapeutic approach to philosophical problems suggests that Marx's revolutionary strategy represents a form of intellectual therapy that treats social problems as diseases requiring radical cures, rather than accepting them as permanent features of human existence that require ongoing attention and management. Many apparent problems dissolve when we examine how language is actually used in particular contexts, rather than trying to solve them through systematic analysis and comprehensive reform. This therapeutic perspective suggests that social reform should focus on addressing specific difficulties through local improvements rather than attempting comprehensive transformation based on theoretical analysis of fundamental causes. Wittgenstein's understanding of certainty reveals how all knowledge and social practices rest on foundations that cannot be proven or justified through systematic argument, but must be accepted as starting points for inquiry and action. These bedrock assumptions provide the context within which reasoning and justification can occur, rather than being themselves subject to rational proof or scientific verification. Marx's scientific socialism attempts to provide rational foundations for social organization that go beyond these necessary assumptions, creating illusions of certainty and objectivity that conceal the inevitable contingency and particularity of all human practices and institutions. The multiplicity of language games implies that there is no single correct way to understand social relationships or organize human communities, but rather many different forms of life that have their own internal logic and value. This pluralistic understanding contradicts Marx's assumption that scientific analysis can identify the correct form of social organization that would supersede all previous arrangements. Different societies and communities may legitimately organize themselves according to different principles and practices, without any being objectively superior to others in the way that Marx claimed for communist society. The ordinary language philosophy approach emphasizes understanding how concepts like justice, freedom and equality actually function in particular contexts, rather than trying to provide systematic definitions or theoretical frameworks for analyzing social problems. This attention to actual usage reveals the complexity and context sensitivity of moral and political concepts that resist the kind of systematic analysis that Marx attempted to provide. Political wisdom involves developing skill in applying these concepts appropriately in particular circumstances, rather than implementing comprehensive theories about their ultimate meaning or proper application. Wittgenstein's later philosophy suggests that social criticism should focus on identifying specific confusions and particular problems, rather than developing systematic critiques of entire social systems or comprehensive visions of alternative arrangements. This piecemeal approach to social improvement respects the complexity and autonomy of different social practices while avoiding the intellectual hubris and practical dangers associated with revolutionary transformation based on theoretical analysis. The therapeutic model provides more realistic and less dangerous strategies for addressing social problems than Marx's systematic approach, while preserving the diversity and particularity that characterize healthy human communities and cultural traditions. Part 55. Heidegger's Being versus Marx's Economic Being. Martin Heidegger's fundamental ontology provides a radical critique of Marx's economic reductionism by demonstrating that the question of being represents the most basic philosophical problem that cannot be reduced to material production or social relationships. Heidegger argued that Western philosophy, since Plato, has forgotten the question of being and focused instead on beings within the world, leading to technological thinking that treats everything, including human beings, as objects to be manipulated and controlled. Marx's materialism represents the culmination of this metaphysical tradition by reducing all questions about human existence to problems of economic organization and social production. The analysis of Dasein reveals how human existence involves fundamental structures like thrownness, projection, and fallenness that cannot be understood through scientific analysis or economic categories. Humans exist as being in the world, rather than as subjects confronting external objects, making the traditional distinction between consciousness and material reality philosophically untenable. Marx's base superstructure model assumes exactly this subject-object dualism that Heidegger's analysis shows to be a fundamental misunderstanding of human existence and its relationship to world and others. The concept of authenticity demonstrates how genuine human existence involves accepting responsibility for one's own choices and mortality, rather than losing oneself in anonymous social roles or collective movements. Authentic existence requires individualization and resoluteness that cannot be achieved through collective action or social transformation, but must be accomplished by each person through their own confrontation with anxiety and death. Marx's emphasis on class consciousness and collective solidarity represents exactly the kind of inauthentic existence that avoids individual responsibility by submerging oneself in the anonymous crowd and its projects. Heidegger's critique of technology reveals how modern approaches to social problems, including Marx's scientific socialism, represent forms of enframing that treat human beings and social relationships as standing reserved to be organized according to technological efficiency. Both capitalism and socialism exhibit the same technological thinking that reduces human existence to problems of production and management, rather than recognizing the openness and mystery that characterize genuine human dwelling. Marx's vision of rational social planning exemplifies technological enframing by treating society as a system to be designed and controlled according to scientific principles, rather than as a context for authentic human existence and meaningful relationships. The analysis of temporality shows how human existence involves a complex relationship to past, present, and future that cannot be captured by Marx's linear understanding of historical progress and revolutionary transformation. Authentic temporality involves repetition of inherited possibilities, present moments of decision, and anticipation of future possibilities that create meaning through their synthesis rather than through movement towards predetermined goals. Marx's teleological view of history reduces temporality to a series of stages leading toward a final goal, ignoring the circular and interpretive character of human temporal experience that makes genuine historical understanding possible. The concept of dwelling reveals how humans need to inhabit places and maintain relationships with things that cannot be reduced to economic functions or productive resources. Genuine dwelling involves care and preservation rather than exploitation and transformation, creating spaces where being can be revealed and protected rather than concealed through technological manipulation. Marx's focus on dominating nature through increased production contradicts the essential human task of learning to dwell authentically in relationships with beings that have their own intrinsic value and mystery, rather than merely instrumental utility. Heidegger's understanding of language as the house of being provides an alternative to Marx's view of consciousness as reflection of material conditions by showing how language creates the clearing within which beings can be encountered and understood. Language is not a tool for communication about pre-existing objects, but the fundamental way that being reveals itself through human existence and interpretation. This understanding of language suggests that cultural and spiritual dimensions of human life have their own ontological status rather than being mere superstructure determined by economic relationships, as Marx assumed. The critique of humanism reveals how Marx's focus on human labour and social relationships represents a form of anthropocentrism that ignores the broader context of being within which human existence takes place. Humanistic thinking treats humans as the measure of all things and focuses on human needs and projects without recognizing the larger mystery and otherness that call human existence into question. Marx's materialism exemplifies this humanistic thinking by making human production and social organization the center of reality, rather than recognizing the fundamental finitude and openness that characterize authentic human existence in relationship to being. The analysis of art and poetry suggests that aesthetic experience provides access to truth and meaning that cannot be achieved through scientific analysis or political action. Genuine art creates world and reveals truth through the conflict between earth and world, rather than through representation of pre-existing objects or promotion of social causes. Marx's approach to culture as ideological superstructure ignores the autonomous, truth-revealing capacity of artistic creation, while his political approach to social problems eliminates the contemplative openness necessary for authentic aesthetic experience and poetic thinking. Heidegger's later philosophy emphasizes waiting and letting be rather than active intervention and technological control as appropriate responses to the contemporary crisis of meaning and value. The recovery of authentic relationship to being requires patience and receptivity rather than revolutionary action or systematic planning, because being cannot be forced to reveal itself through human will and effort. This contemplative approach to existence provides fundamental alternatives to Marx's activist philosophy, while suggesting that genuine social transformation must begin with ontological rather than economic or political revolution in human thinking and dwelling. Part 56. Rorty's Neo-Pragmatism versus Marx's scientific pretensions. Richard Rorty's neo-pragmatist philosophy provides a devastating critique of Marx's scientific pretensions by demonstrating that social and political theories should be evaluated as tools for coping with problems rather than as representations of objective reality or discoveries of universal laws. Rorty argued that the quest for ultimate foundations and systematic knowledge represents a futile philosophical project that should be abandoned in favour of democratic conversation and experimental problem-solving. Marx's scientific socialism exemplifies exactly the kind of foundationalist thinking that neo-pragmatism rejects as both intellectually confused and politically dangerous when used to justify comprehensive social transformation. The critique of the mirror of nature reveals how Marx's materialist epistemology assumes that consciousness can accurately reflect objective social reality through scientific method. But this representationalist approach misunderstands how knowledge actually functions in human experience. Knowledge involves coping with environmental challenges rather than mirroring objective structures, making scientific theories useful tools rather than discoveries of eternal truths about reality. Marx's claim that historical materialism represents scientific knowledge about social development treats his theory as a mirror of objective historical processes rather than as a particular vocabulary that may or may not be useful for addressing contemporary social problems. Rorty's understanding of truth as what works in practice rather than correspondence to reality undermines Marx's distinction between scientific socialism and ideological false consciousness. All beliefs and theories should be evaluated based on their practical consequences for human welfare rather than on their alleged correspondence to objective reality or their derivation from systematic theoretical frameworks. Marx's revolutionary theory cannot claim special epistemic authority based on its scientific character, but must compete with alternative approaches based on their actual effectiveness in addressing social problems and promoting human flourishing. The concept of final vocabulary reveals how comprehensive worldviews like Marx's historical materialism represent particular ways of talking and thinking that cannot be rationally justified against all possible alternatives. People inevitably rely on basic vocabularies and assumptions that provide starting points for inquiry and action, rather than being themselves subject to ultimate rational justification. Marx's systematic theory represents one possible final vocabulary among many rather than objective knowledge that transcends particular perspectives and cultural contexts, making his revolutionary conclusions contingent rather than scientifically necessary. Rorty's political philosophy emphasizes democratic deliberation and social experimentation rather than revolutionary transformation based on theoretical analysis of social problems. Democracy provides mechanisms for trying different approaches and adjusting policies based on experience rather than implementing comprehensive solutions derived from systematic ideological frameworks. This pragmatic approach to politics avoids the dogmatism and violence associated with revolutionary movements while providing more reliable methods for social improvement through gradual experimentation and democratic feedback. The critique of grand narratives shows how Marx's story about historical progress from capitalism to socialism represents the kind of comprehensive explanatory framework that postmodern pragmatism considers intellectually obsolete and politically dangerous. Historical development involves contingent events and particular circumstances, rather than following universal patterns or inevitable laws that can be discovered through scientific analysis. Attempts to organize political action around grand narratives typically lead to fanaticism and violence because they claim knowledge about historical inevitabilities that cannot actually be predicted or controlled through human action. Rorty's approach to social criticism emphasizes piecemeal reform and particular injustices rather than systematic critique of entire social systems or comprehensive visions of alternative arrangements. Social improvement occurs through addressing specific problems and expanding opportunities for human creativity and self-realization, rather than through implementing theoretical blueprints for ideal societies. This reformist approach provides more realistic and less dangerous strategies for social change than Marx's revolutionary program, while avoiding the intellectual hubris associated with claims to systematic knowledge about optimal social organization. The understanding of liberalism as irony, rather than metaphysics, reveals how democratic societies can maintain commitment to individual freedom and social cooperation without requiring shared agreement about ultimate values or comprehensive worldviews. Liberal ironists recognize the contingency of their own beliefs while remaining committed to reducing cruelty and expanding opportunities for human self-creation and fulfillment. This ironic stance provides more flexible and tolerant foundations for social cooperation than Marx's systematic ideology, while maintaining moral commitment to reducing suffering and promoting human flourishing. Rorty's critique of philosophy as cultural politics reveals how systematic theories, like Marx's historical materialism, function primarily as ways of changing how people think and talk, rather than as discoveries of objective truths about reality. Intellectual frameworks should be evaluated based on their effects on human practices and institutions, rather than on their alleged correspondence to objective structures or their derivation from rational methods. Marx's theoretical system may have historical importance as a tool for criticizing 19th-century capitalism, but its continued relevance depends on its usefulness for addressing contemporary problems rather than on its claims to scientific truth or systematic comprehensiveness. The pragmatist approach to international relations emphasizes democratic conversation and cultural exchange rather than revolutionary transformation or universal implementation of particular political and economic systems. Global problems require cooperation among diverse societies with different values and institutions rather than conversion to shared ideological frameworks or systematic approaches to social organization. This pluralistic understanding of international cooperation provides more realistic alternatives to both capitalist globalization and socialist internationalism, while respecting cultural diversity and national sovereignty in ways that Marx's universalistic approach cannot accommodate. Part 57. Logical Positivism's Scientific Method versus Marx's Dialectics. The logical positivist movement in philosophy of science provides a systematic critique of Marx's dialectical method by demonstrating that genuine scientific knowledge must conform to rigorous standards of logical consistency, empirical testability, and mathematical precision that Marx's theoretical framework consistently violates. Logical positivists like Rudolf Carnap and Otto Neurath argued that meaningful scientific statements must be verifiable through empirical observation or logical analysis, while metaphysical claims that cannot be tested should be eliminated from scientific discourse. Marx's dialectical materialism involves exactly the kind of metaphysical speculation that logical positivism identifies as meaningless pseudoscience that claims explanatory power without meeting genuine scientific standards. The verification principle reveals fundamental problems with Marx's key concepts, like historical necessity, class consciousness, and dialectical development that cannot be operationally defined or empirically tested in ways that would allow their truth or falsity to be determined. Scientific theories must generate specific predictions that can be confirmed or disconfirmed through careful observation and measurement, rather than making vague claims about general tendencies or long-term historical processes. Marx's predictions about capitalist development and revolutionary transformation are stated in such general terms that they cannot be definitively tested, making them unscientific according to positivist standards of meaningful discourse. The unity of science thesis demonstrates how genuine scientific knowledge involves mathematical formalization and quantitative measurement that can connect different domains of inquiry through universal logical and mathematical principles. Social sciences should aspire to the same standards of precision and empirical rigor that characterize successful natural sciences, rather than relying on intuitive or dialectical methods that cannot be formalized or mathematically expressed. Marx's qualitative analysis of social relationships and his rejection of mathematical economics represent pre-scientific approaches that cannot achieve the precision and reliability necessary for genuine scientific knowledge about social phenomena. The hypothetico-deductive method shows how scientific theories should be structured as logical systems that generate specific testable hypotheses rather than as comprehensive worldviews that claim to explain everything through a single theoretical framework. Good scientific theories make risky predictions that could potentially falsify the theory if they turn out to be wrong, while poor theories are compatible with any possible evidence. Marx's historical materialism exhibits characteristics of bad science by being flexible enough to explain any historical development after the fact, while failing to generate precise predictions that could definitively test the theory's validity. Logical positivism's critique of causation reveals problems with Marx's claims about economic determination of cultural and political phenomena that cannot be stated in terms of precise causal laws with specific mathematical relationships. Genuine causal explanation requires identifying regular correlations between precisely defined variables that can be measured and tested across different contexts and time periods. Marx's base superstructure model provides metaphorical, rather than scientific explanations, because it cannot specify exact mechanisms through which economic relationships produce particular cultural or political effects in measurable and predictable ways. The logical construction of concepts demonstrates how scientific terms must be defined through operational procedures that specify exactly how they can be measured and applied, rather than through intuitive or dialectical analysis of essential meanings. Concepts like exploitation, alienation, and class struggle cannot be given precise operational definitions that would allow different researchers to apply them consistently and measure their occurrence reliably. Marx's conceptual framework relies on evaluative and interpretive judgments rather than objective measurements, making his theoretical claims subjective rather than scientific, according to positivist standards of objectivity and precision. The elimination of metaphysics program reveals how Marx's ontological claims about the nature of reality, consciousness, and historical development represent exactly the kind of metaphysical speculation that should be eliminated from genuine scientific inquiry. Science should focus on describing observable regularities and mathematical relationships rather than making claims about ultimate reality or essential natures that cannot be empirically verified. Marx's materialist metaphysics involves unverifiable assumptions about the fundamental nature of reality that go beyond what can be scientifically established through empirical observation and logical analysis. The formal logic approach to reasoning demonstrates how valid arguments must conform to precise logical rules that can be symbolically represented and mechanically checked, rather than relying on dialectical thinking that violates basic logical principles. Contradictions represent logical errors that must be eliminated from scientific reasoning rather than dynamic principles of development, as Marx claimed in his dialectical method. Marx's tolerance for logical contradiction and his rejection of formal logical principles make his theoretical framework rationally unacceptable, according to standards of logical rigor that govern genuine scientific and philosophical discourse. The protocol sentence theory shows how scientific knowledge must be grounded in basic observational statements that can be intersubjectively verified, rather than in comprehensive theoretical frameworks that cannot be reduced to empirical evidence. Scientific theories should be tested against specific observational data rather than being evaluated based on their systematic comprehensiveness or practical consequences for political action. Marx's approach to theory evaluation emphasizes practical utility and revolutionary effectiveness rather than empirical accuracy and logical consistency, making his method ideological rather than scientific according to positivist standards. The logical empiricist program for social science demonstrates how genuine scientific knowledge about society requires the same methodological rigor and empirical standards that characterize successful natural sciences, rather than the hermeneutic or dialectical methods that Marx employed. Social phenomena should be studied through quantitative measurement, statistical analysis, and mathematical modelling, rather than through interpretive analysis of meaning and historical development. Contemporary social sciences have achieved progress by adopting positivist methods and abandoning the kind of speculative theoretical approach that Marx represented, confirming that scientific progress requires rejecting dialectical materialism in favour of empirical rigour and logical precision. Part 58. Anarchist Philosophy, Proudhon and Bakunin versus Marx. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's anarchist philosophy provides a fundamental critique of Marx's statist approach to social transformation by demonstrating that political authority itself represents the primary source of oppression and exploitation in society. Proudhon argued that property is theft when it involves legal privileges that allow some people to extract wealth from others without productive contribution, but he distinguished this illegitimate property from legitimate possession based on use and occupancy. This analysis reveals that Marx's focus on collective ownership ignores how state power creates and maintains exploitative economic relationships, making political authority rather than private property the fundamental problem requiring solution. Proudhon's mutualism demonstrates how voluntary cooperation and reciprocal exchange can organize economic activity without requiring either private capital accumulation or state planning. Workers can organize cooperative enterprises and mutual banks that provide credit and coordination services without creating hierarchical authority relationships or exploitative profit extraction. These mutualist institutions address Marx's legitimate concerns about worker exploitation while preserving individual freedom and market coordination that socialist planning would destroy, providing superior alternatives to both capitalism and state socialism. Mikhail Bakunin's critique of Marx's revolutionary strategy reveals the authoritarian implications of using state power to implement socialist transformation. Bakunin predicted that Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat would become a permanent dictatorship of intellectuals and party officials over ordinary workers rather than withering away as Marx promised. Historical experience with communist regimes confirms Bakunin's prediction that revolutionary states become new ruling classes that exploit workers more systematically than capitalist employers ever did, making Marx's political strategy counterproductive for achieving worker liberation. The anarchist analysis of state power demonstrates how political authority necessarily involves coercion and exploitation, regardless of which social class controls government institutions. States maintain themselves through taxation, military force and legal monopolies that enable political authorities to extract resources from productive members of society without providing equivalent value in return. Marx's assumption that workers could use state power for their own benefit ignores how political institutions create their own interests and dynamics that inevitably conflict with the interests of those they claim to represent. Proudhon's federalism provides an alternative model for social organization that combines voluntary cooperation with decentralized coordination without creating centralized authority that can be captured by particular groups or interests. Federal arrangements allow local communities and voluntary associations to coordinate their activities through contracts and agreements while maintaining autonomy and self-governance. This federalist approach addresses coordination problems that pure individualism cannot solve, while avoiding the centralized planning and political authority that Marxist socialism requires and that inevitably becomes oppressive and inefficient. Bakunin's materialist philosophy demonstrates how revolutionary social transformation can be pursued without accepting Marx's deterministic understanding of historical development or his systematic theoretical framework. Social revolution should emerge from spontaneous popular uprising against all forms of authority, rather than from scientific analysis of historical laws or organized political movements led by intellectual elites. This anarchist approach to social change preserves the creative spontaneity and individual initiative that Marx's systematic approach to revolution tends to suppress through party discipline and ideological orthodoxy. The critique of representation reveals how democratic political institutions merely disguise the fundamental relationship of domination between rulers and ruled, rather than providing genuine popular control over social decisions. Electoral democracy allows people to choose their masters periodically, but does not eliminate the authoritarian relationship between government officials and ordinary citizens who must obey laws and policies they had no direct role in creating. Marx's faith in proletarian democracy ignores these fundamental problems with representative government, while his revolutionary strategy would create even more concentrated and unaccountable political authority than exists under liberal democratic institutions. Anarchist economics demonstrates how market relationships can function without state intervention to create or enforce property rights and contractual arrangements. Voluntary associations and mutual aid societies can provide the coordination and security services that states claim to offer while remaining accountable to their members rather than developing independent interests and powers. This market anarchist approach preserves the benefits of voluntary exchange and competitive innovation, while eliminating the coercive taxation and regulatory privileges that create the exploitative relationships that Marx mistakenly attributed to free market activity. The educational philosophy of anarchism emphasizes developing individual autonomy and critical thinking, rather than the class consciousness and ideological commitment that Marx considered necessary for revolutionary transformation. People should be encouraged to think for themselves and question all forms of authority rather than accepting systematic doctrines about historical development or economic relationships. This anarchist approach to human development promotes the intellectual independence and moral autonomy necessary for genuine freedom, while Marx's emphasis on collective consciousness tends to suppress individual thinking in favor of group conformity and party discipline. Anarchist practice demonstrates how social change can occur through direct action and voluntary organization, rather than through political revolution and state transformation. Workers can organize strikes, boycotts, and alternative institutions that address their immediate needs while building the foundations for a free society based on voluntary cooperation. These direct action methods avoid the violence and authoritarianism associated with political revolution, while providing concrete improvements in people's lives and practical experience with non-hierarchical organization that prepares them for more extensive social transformation based on anarchist principles rather than Marxist state socialism. Part 59. Neoliberal Philosophy, Friedman and Buchanan's Critiques. Milton Friedman's Monetarist Economics and James Buchanan's Public Choice Theory provide systematic critiques of Marx's economic analysis and political strategy by demonstrating how market institutions and constitutional constraints can address social problems more effectively than socialist planning or revolutionary transformation. Friedman argued that competitive markets provide superior mechanisms for coordinating economic activity and protecting individual freedom compared to any form of central planning or government control. Buchanan extended this analysis to political institutions by showing how democratic processes often fail to serve public interests and require constitutional constraints to prevent government failure and protect individual rights from majoritarian tyranny. Friedman's analysis of capitalism and freedom demonstrates how market institutions provide essential foundations for political liberty by dispersing economic power and creating alternatives to government authority. When government controls economic activity, opposition groups cannot access the resources necessary to challenge political authority or organize alternative institutions. Marx's vision of comprehensive economic planning would concentrate both economic and political power in the same institutions, eliminating the separation of powers that protects individual freedom and democratic opposition in competitive market economies. The permanent income hypothesis reveals problems with Marx's assumption that consumption patterns and class consciousness are determined by current economic position rather than by longer-term expectations and individual choices about saving and investment. People's behavior reflects their expectations about future income and opportunities rather than simply responding to immediate material circumstances in the ways that Marx's base superstructure model suggests. This forward-looking dimension of human decision-making contradicts Marx's deterministic understanding of consciousness and suggests that individual choices and market relationships play larger roles in social development than his framework acknowledges. Friedman's monetary theory demonstrates how government manipulation of money supply creates inflation and business cycles that Marx mistakenly attributed to inherent contradictions of capitalism. Free market monetary systems based on competitive currency provision would eliminate the macroeconomic instability that government central banking creates through political manipulation of credit and money supply. Marx's analysis of capitalist crisis ignores the role of government intervention in creating economic problems, while his socialist solutions would expand exactly the kind of political control over economic policy that generates instability and inefficiency. Public choice theory reveals how political processes systematically fail to serve public interests because of rational ignorance, special interest capture, and bureaucratic self-interest that operate independently of the economic system. Even in socialist societies, political authorities have incentives to pursue their own interests, rather than serving the general welfare, making democratic control over economic planning ineffective for achieving the goals that Marx associated with worker control. Constitutional constraints on government power provide better protection for individual rights and public welfare than democratic participation in political decision-making about economic affairs. Buchanan's analysis of rent-seeking demonstrates how government intervention in markets creates opportunities for special interests to use political processes to transfer wealth from productive activities to politically connected groups. Regulation, subsidies and government spending programs typically benefit organized interests at the expense of consumers and taxpayers who lack effective political representation. Marx's focus on private rent and profit ignores the larger problem of political rent-seeking that would be expanded rather than eliminated under socialist systems where all economic decisions become political decisions subject to lobbying and special interest capture. The economic theory of democracy shows how political competition can provide some protection for voter interests through electoral accountability. But these mechanisms work imperfectly and require constitutional constraints to prevent government overreach. Democratic politicians have incentives to promise benefits to organized groups while imposing costs on diffuse taxpayers who cannot effectively monitor or control government behavior. Marx's faith in proletarian democracy ignores these systematic problems with majoritarian decision-making, while his revolutionary approach would eliminate the constitutional protections and institutional checks that limit democratic failures in liberal societies. Friedman's school choice proposals demonstrate how market mechanisms can improve public services and expand opportunities for disadvantaged groups more effectively than the government monopolies that socialist planning would create. Educational vouchers and competitive provision of social services create incentives for innovation and efficiency while giving low-income families access to high-quality services that government bureaucracies typically fail to provide. These market-oriented reforms address legitimate concerns about inequality and social justice while preserving individual choice and competitive innovation that comprehensive planning would eliminate. The constitutional political economy approach demonstrates how institutional rules and constraints shape political and economic outcomes more than the particular individuals or groups who hold power at any given time. Good institutions create incentives for beneficial behavior while constraining harmful actions regardless of the motivations or ideologies of particular leaders and officials. Marx's focus on changing who controls institutions ignores the more fundamental question of what powers institutions should have and how they should be constrained to serve public rather than private interests. Neoliberal policy analysis shows how market-oriented reforms can address specific social problems without requiring comprehensive transformation of economic and political systems. Deregulation, privatization and tax reform can improve economic performance and expand opportunities while preserving democratic institutions and individual rights that revolutionary change would threaten. This pragmatic approach to policy reform provides more reliable and less risky strategies for social improvement than Marx's systematic approach while addressing legitimate concerns about government failure and economic inefficiency through institutional rather than revolutionary change. Part 60. Social Democratic Theory, Bernstein's Evolutionary Socialism. Edward Bernstein's revisionist social democracy provides a fundamental critique of Marx's revolutionary strategy by demonstrating that gradual reform within democratic institutions can achieve the goals of social justice and worker welfare more effectively than revolutionary transformation. Bernstein argued that Marx's predictions about capitalist development and revolutionary crisis had been proven wrong by historical experience, requiring socialists to abandon revolutionary rhetoric and focus on practical reforms that could improve working-class conditions within existing political and economic frameworks. This evolutionary approach to socialism addresses Marx's legitimate concerns about inequality and exploitation while preserving democratic institutions and economic prosperity that revolutionary methods typically destroy. The critique of immiseration theory demonstrates how Marx's prediction that capitalism would lead to increasing worker poverty has been decisively refuted by the historical tendency of wages and living standards to rise with economic development. Capitalist countries have experienced unprecedented improvements in working-class welfare through higher wages, shorter working hours, improved working conditions, and expanded social services. These improvements result from economic growth, democratic political competition, and labour organisation, rather than from revolutionary transformation, suggesting that reform within capitalist frameworks provides superior outcomes for workers compared to socialist revolution. Bernstein's analysis of capitalist adaptation reveals how market economies develop mechanisms for addressing social problems and managing conflicts without requiring fundamental transformation of property relationships or political institutions. Labour legislation, social insurance, progressive taxation, and welfare programs address worker needs, while maintaining incentives for investment and innovation that create prosperity and opportunities for further improvement. These adaptive capabilities of democratic capitalism contradict Marx's assumption that capitalist societies cannot reform themselves and demonstrate the possibility of gradual progress toward greater equality and social justice. The democratic road to socialism shows how electoral competition and parliamentary institutions provide peaceful mechanisms for social change that avoid the violence and authoritarianism associated with revolutionary transformation. Socialist parties can compete for votes by proposing policies that serve worker interests while respecting constitutional procedures and minority rights that revolutionary movements typically violate. Democratic socialism preserves political freedom and institutional stability, while pursuing economic reforms that address inequality and exploitation through legislation rather than through revolutionary expropriation and central planning. Bernstein's pragmatic approach to social reform emphasizes addressing specific problems and improving particular conditions rather than implementing comprehensive theoretical frameworks or systematic ideological programs. Social progress occurs through accumulated particular reforms that address concrete needs, rather than through revolutionary transformation based on abstract theories about historical development or optimal social organization. This piecemeal approach to social change provides more reliable guidance for political action than Marx's systematic approach, while avoiding the intellectual hubris and practical dangers associated with comprehensive social reconstruction. The mixed economy model demonstrates how public and private institutions can be combined to achieve both efficiency and equity, without requiring either pure capitalism or comprehensive socialism. Government regulation, public ownership of some enterprises, and social welfare programs can address market failures and inequality, while preserving competitive markets and private ownership in areas where they function effectively. This institutional flexibility provides superior alternatives to both laissez-faire capitalism and central planning by adapting institutional arrangements to particular circumstances, rather than applying universal formulas based on ideological commitments. Bernstein's internationalism reveals how democratic socialist movements can cooperate across national boundaries without requiring world revolution or global institutional transformation. International labour organisation, treaty-making and policy coordination can address global problems while respecting national sovereignty and cultural diversity that revolutionary internationalism typically threatens. This evolutionary approach to international cooperation provides more realistic pathways to global social justice than Marx's revolutionary strategy, while preserving the democratic accountability and local autonomy that world socialist government would likely eliminate. The revisionist understanding of class structure acknowledges the complexity of modern social stratification that Marx's binary model cannot capture, while maintaining concern for worker welfare and social justice. Middle-class professionals, skilled workers and small business owners have interests that cannot be reduced to simple opposition between capital and labour, but require more nuanced approaches to building political coalitions for social reform. Democratic socialist parties must appeal to diverse constituencies rather than relying on revolutionary class consciousness that Marx expected, but which historical experience has shown to be unrealistic. Bernstein's approach to economic planning emphasizes democratic participation and market mechanisms rather than comprehensive central planning or bureaucratic administration. Economic coordination can occur through democratic institutions that preserve individual choice and competitive pressure, while addressing problems that pure market mechanisms cannot solve effectively. This democratic market socialism avoids both the inefficiencies of central planning and the inequities of unregulated capitalism, while maintaining the institutional foundations necessary for political freedom and social cooperation. The legacy of social democratic practice demonstrates how Bernstein's evolutionary approach has achieved greater success in improving worker welfare and social justice than revolutionary movements inspired by Marx's theory. Scandinavian social democracy, German co-determination and other democratic socialist experiments have created high living standards, extensive social services and worker participation while preserving democratic institutions and economic prosperity. These achievements confirm that gradual reform provides more effective strategies for achieving socialist goals than revolutionary transformation, while avoiding the authoritarianism and economic failure that have characterized attempts to implement Marx's vision through revolutionary means.